One. Sorry, can we start video? If you look back, you'll see on the screen. I know, because it's not duplicated. Because we have here. But how do I use it?
I should invite some people up and sit with me on the sofa and have a further discussion. But yes, yes, exactly. Fun is the fun. So yeah, I mean, I will talk about family entertainment a lot, and then only later on about other things when I go to structure.
We did have Maciek Jakubczuk talk about the importance of writing for young audience, and we had some people even about exchange levels. If there's also a message coming from you, like we said before, that in Germany, if you want to survive as a producer on the market, you must have to founding. That's because people want to write for young audience. We had really nice cinema audience in the 60s, 70s, 80s, good,
piątek.
It's Friday, the start of the weekend. Good day to you all. Right now we're getting prepared because it seems our computer doesn't want to cooperate with our guest's computer. So we'll start about 7 minutes past the planned time, the scheduled time, and I will use this time to give you a number of announcements. We have confirmed a few new producers for tomorrow's Pitch Fiesta. We have a platted image which will appear there, so I encourage you to look at the website. You will see what this company is, who will represent it. I encourage you strongly to browse through all the producers. It's much better when you sit down and you know whom you're talking to. If this is, for example, a producer who's been to some sort of a festival because you found a note about that, then you can also sort of make a link to that. It's very good because then it's not a super anonymous talk, and the producer knows that you came to talk to him and not to milk the company that he represents. So it will be very good if you check out the producers just to be ready for the meeting. As we have a large number of producers, we have more places at Pitch Fiesta. So right now at every session we've got a few additional places. If you've already registered, please stay on the list that you've registered already. However, if somebody didn't manage because there were no places tomorrow, I encourage you to get on the website and register. Ronald is not included in the list yet. However, within 2 hours he will be on the internet. He will be also in the Pitch Fiesta on both sessions, so you can also pitch to him in English. Which projects you're looking for? Well, you know about his project. You know his description, and from his speech today you will see which direction he's going to, what he's looking for. He's very open to the cooperation with Polish script writers. As you know, there's a Polish-German fund which finances the Polish-German co-productions. So I encourage you to get ready for this meeting. If you want to talk to Ronald tomorrow at Pitch Fiesta, he will also be available to you. What will happen today in the program? We have the meeting with Ronald, then we will have my lecture. As you know, I like structures, advanced narrative structures, and however, in our surveys before the festival, you asked us to explain the basics, the fundamentals of script writing. So I decided to give you a lecture about the structure of the three-act structure. My students who came to my workshops and all my students, I hope you know this by heart and you managed to juggle them. I see your broad smiles right now. It's a good moment to sort of refresh this memory if you're not able to say that you've got those 3 acts at the tip of your little finger. Oh, it seems that it's working. I encourage you to master them by heart so that you know what's really happening there. And I will also give you a few minutes exercise which will help you in outlining the plot of your film. So you will leave my lecture with refreshed and embedded memories of this knowledge, or you will be able to sort of solidify what you already know about 3 acts. After that, we will have another break, during which we, the jury, we are sort of discussing, and we'll select the winner of the competition for a TV series script. So it's a big day for all those who are waiting for the announcement of the results. I still don't know who's won already. I have my favorites, but we'll know that only after 4 p.m. Irena Strzałkowska will tell you about Kipa at 3:30. Kipa is our partner in Pitch Fiesta once again, so we have a very nicely working relation with the Polish Chamber of Audiovisual Producers. After the break, we'll be meeting the star of this year's Script Fiesta with Tomasz Wasilewski, who just received a silver at Berlinale. It's a very important award for us because he was awarded this for his script. You can ask him a lot of questions. It will be a sort of a Q&A session or a meeting with the author. You could ask him about anything, and I hope he will answer all your questions. After that, you're invited to a small networking session and a glass of wine. We also have a few nice books to share with you, so I hope that you will meet all of you there. Ronald is also, he doesn't have a sort of fixed lecture. He will be open to your questions. He will be answering your questions during his lecture, so I encourage you to ask questions, and he will answer all of them, hopefully. Very well.
Special guest from Germany. He arrived yesterday from Berlin. Ronald Kruszak, welcome. Yes.
I have to switch on. Can you hear me? Okay. You can forget about me for 2 minutes. We're going to start with a song. I want to surprise you with a song. Hopefully, I'll get it done. Hang on. The technical things are always probably. Sound louder.
Step right this way. Run up with a mystery tour. Run up with a mystery tour. That's an invitation. Run up with a mystery tour. To make a reservation. Run up with a mystery tour. The magical mystery tour is waiting to take you away. Waiting to take you away. Run up with a mystery tour. Run up with a mystery tour. We got everything you need. Run up with a mystery tour. Satisfaction guaranteed. Run up with a mystery tour. The magical mystery tour is hoping to take you away. Hoping to take you away.
Okay. Guess so much for that. I was looking for a song, something that would stand synonymous for what we are doing. And as filmmakers and in our life, we are all on a magical mystery tour, and we all got what we need. So roll up for it. My name is Ronald Kruszak. I come from Germany. I have been a producer, writer, and teacher for over 20 years in the film and television business. Just tell you what my background is, what you can ask me. I made feature films, television series, television movies, international feature films. Before that, before those 20 years, I was a film journalist for magazines in Germany, which was pretty nice because you could, meet all the film stars and directors, and as a film-interested person, you could ask all the questions that you wanted to ask, which was great. I have attended film school in Los Angeles. I studied screenwriting and film structure and directing and so forth at the School of Theater, Film and Television in Los Angeles, University of California. The only thing I never studied was producing. But somehow I ended up 17 years out of this 20 fully employed as a producer in various companies in Germany. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Before that, I was studying literature. I studied fully literature, language and literature, German literature, language I could already speak, and Anglo-American literature. And I specialized in that, in these studies later on film adaptations of literature, analyzing those. Yeah, and before that I was at school, and I did alternative duty, just to get the full picture. In Germany in those days, you had to, Western Germany I should say, in those days, I'm speaking of the early 80s, I'm that old, you had to either join the army or refuse on the basis of argument of your conscience, and I drove an ambulance car for 1.5 years. So for the last 1.5 years, I have been freelancing. I am now finished with being employed. I was I had a little short time period in between where I was freelancing, and my main motivation is very private. Not very. I have, for the first time in my life, I have a son, I have a child. You know, I'm a young father, not young, but a father. So my little son is 2.5 years, and you know, and as you might see in your life now or later on, you know, after the first year where the mother gets paid by the government, the big question is, and what now? And you know, since I came from writing and I studied screenwriting, and I did write some of the films that I produce or co-write these films, always wrote, I said, okay, it's time now for a big break, to move on. And now I'm freelancing, I only do my own projects, and right now I'm working on a docudrama that I write, that I produce, and for the first time, half direct. I will direct the documentary part, and another friend of mine will direct the fictional part. So basically, in those 17 years that I was employed as a producer, out of those, for about 5 or 6 years, we had a department for international movies. We wanted to make international movies. You know, I'd been in LA, also studied in London for a year, so had come around. And we tried that. So I had the full experience also of, you know, international co-productions and all the things that you have to learn about that. I learned it all, and then I got back to teaching it all. I have been teaching on international basis also, you know, all aspects. I wanted to learn all aspects of filmmaking, from the idea, you know, to the recruitment plan. You know, where does the money come from? Where does it go? It's kind of shocking how few people know about this, you know. For example, you know, in a cinema, how does the recruitment plan work? So I teach it basically all now, and I write and I direct and so forth and so forth. Now, the reason why I'm here is last year I met Agnieszka Kruk, the organizer of this festival, because I got invited to this beautiful workshop which took place here in Poland and in Norway, which is called Pro Kids at New Horizon. You might have heard of it by now. And how did it come that way? I mean, they had a tutor attached with whom I had worked before, an American writer, and he suggested me as a tutor for the producers, as a creative producer. Now, so I basically tutored, together with 3 other tutors, a group of 12 teams consisting of writer and producer who were chosen by us to develop their stories for feature films, you know, for children and family audiences. Now, there's always, you know, a lot of talk about how you define them. And I want to give you a nice definition of family entertainment. Some people just talk about children films, you know, and some people use more the term family entertainment. Now, I have a nice little story how, you know, you can understand what family entertainment is. In my journalist days, I once interviewed the filmmaker John Hughes. Who knows who John Hughes was? One? I try to make this not too much of a monologue here, because I'm not used to that. One person knows who John Hughes was. Who was he?
He was a famous American film director that created like family business.
Yeah, his most famous film was?
How to say? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. But if you just maybe... Breakfast Club was one of his most famous films, and the most commercial film was Kevin Home Alone, Part 2 in 2017. He was famous for making films for families, children families, and teenagers, you know. That was his thing. He sadly passed away a couple of years. He got a stroke by jogging through Central Park, I read. He was a really nice guy. I met him twice, I think. You don't ask him, so what's the definition of family entertainment to you? And he told me this little story of his. He said, you know, one day I was with my little child to watch Bambi in the cinema. Bambi, you know all Bambi. Yes, some women are nodding, yes? Okay, I've been, you know. Okay, and Bambi said, I sat there, you know, it's Bambi, and it's, all this, you know, all cutesy, dudesy Bambi, you know. I said, I got really bored. I said, oh God, I can't stand this, you know. Son, I go out and have a smoke, you know. So we went out to the corridor and had a smoke. Really bored, and then he noticed that there were other parents also walking up and down, you know, the aisles, looking at the watch. When is this over? You know, when can I pick up my kid and go home? So he asked himself, there must be a way of entertaining, you know, kids and the parents at the same time. which is pretty much what family entertainment is about. And the first idea he got, he told me, was when one day with his family, I think he had at the time 3 children early on, and his wife, they needed to go to the airport. They needed to go to the airport, and if you have ever been, with children, it's very difficult, even with one child, to have the child prepared for a deadline to go out, because all of a sudden he doesn't want to have the blue shoes, but the yellow shoes and the other jacket, and he has to go to the loo. So they were in a real hurry. So they rushed out, with rucksacks and bags, and the 3 children to the car. And the youngest was seated in the chair and so forth, and then this basically was called out, get in the car. They raced off to the airport, and when they arrived at the airport, they noticed one child was missing. It was still like at home, standing there, and didn't get into the car. And that's how he got the idea for Kevin Home Alone. When the child was forgotten and the parents were gone. Hello. Somebody I know. Good that you're here. Because I'm going to quote you very soon, as you might know. No? Yes. She was in the program. So he got the idea, what if this kid was alone at home and some burglars want to break in? And he made this big adventure out of it. So that's the definition of family entertainment. You want to entertain children and the parents simultaneously. So what you do is when you develop a film for families, we don't call it children films anymore. It's really a definition from the 70s, judging by the German psyche. They're all films with children in the main parts, in some of the main parts. That's basically. Or creatures that are representing children, like, for example, Paddington Bear, which is one of the films that my son loves. He's 2.5. He's watched 2 films by now, and the one is Jungle Book. Who has not seen Jungle Book? Yes. And Paddington Bear. Who has seen Paddington Bear? 1. Yeah. Okay. Paddington Bear is representing a child, basically. That's what I'm saying. And so that's what family entertainment is about. I have made quite a few family entertainment films for several reasons. I'm going to give you a lot of talk in a moment about what we're talking about, what we're telling, why we're telling it, how we're telling it, how we structure films and everything. But first of all, let me give a few remarks of why probably this program in Poland was initiated, And you gave me a wonderful line to think about, and I probably get it wrong in English. But she said to me that in Poland there is a saying or a proverb that fish and children have nothing to say, or should shut up, or something like that. People are nodding. Yes. Is that sort of well known? Is it still prevalent, still existing in your society? In Germany we have something sort of similar, which means when the grown-ups talk, children have to shut up, which is not quite the same thing. But as soon as you have children, of course, and you think about what your connection to them are, you realize it's the worst thing you could think. You could say the opposite has to be true. You have to always listen to what your children says. I'll give you a harsh example. Just the day before yesterday, I had a little seminar workshop at our kindergarten. And why? What was it about? About communicating to your little child, because there was the suspicion of sexual abuse in the kindergarten. So all the parents and the children were now taught how to, strengthen the child to make it strong so that it learns to say no. And we were sensitized of our own behavior. When are we acting towards the child in an egotistic way? When are we just doing what we want? And when are we really listening to the child, what the child wants? Because if the child learns that it should always just do what the adults say, they're lost, So just as a little example. But that's very interesting. The thing is, I was probably invited because in Germany, family entertainment is the strongest genre whatsoever. If you want to sort of almost have a guaranteed hit in the cinema, you make a family film. And if you think worldwide, it's by far this most commercial, strongest genre, which has the largest audience, makes the most money, and has, for especially, a very long-lasting life. Because Jungle Book, for example, is from 1967. Every couple of years, there's a new generation of kids who watch it, who love it. In the German history of cinema, Jungle Book is the most successful film ever. Stronger than Titanic and Avatar, etc., etc. So it is the biggest business by far. Also because you have merchandising, you have all things going around it. My little son, who now loves Jungle Book, he has his own little room now. He lies on his cushion. He has a comic book of Jungle Book. He has an audio play. He has a little recorder in a little machine. He listens to the audio play. He makes me come around the corner every few minutes because I have all the songs on my iPad. So he wants to hear the elephant song again. And whenever we're nice to him, we let him watch a couple of minutes of the film. And he lives in that world. He really lives in that world. But that's just to give you an introduction of, about family entertainment. I do not only make exclusively family entertainment, but I find it pretty much the most rewarding, gratifying experience to make family films. It's just so much joy to work with kids. It's like what do they say? You should never, for financial reasons, you should never work with kids, animals, too much stunts, and visual effects. Of course, you always do that, But there are financial pros to making family films in Germany towards others as well. For example, in family films, you're allowed to have a higher percentage of subsidies in your finance plan than in usual films. In usual films, in other genres, you're only allowed to have 50% of your budget made of subsidies of public money. In children films, you're allowed to have 70%, up to 70%. But that's just an introduction. In the next couple of hours, I try not to just hold a long monologue here because that might become too tiresome. So I will try to talk to you and get some feedback to you as much as I can, because I'm used to the classroom workshop situation. I'm used to developing scripts with writers and all kinds of people. I'm not really used to talk for 3 hours. Whenever do you have that chance that you have talked for 3 hours and nobody contradicts you? It's kind of. So anyhow, in the first hour, I would like to sort of discuss, hopefully not just with myself, why we are telling each other fictional stories anyhow. Why are we doing this? Where does it come from? What is our purpose as storytellers anyhow? Why do we do that? And that will hopefully lead to a conclusion on my part that in the storytelling mode, the medium of film is the strongest medium of all the mediums that we have to tell a story. Why is that? Because obviously film, connects all other medias. You have music and sound and so forth. And you have the arts, everything is melted into to the film. And then I will come back from those general questions, which will go back into the history of mankind, into the earliest storytelling, where does it really come from, into movies. First of all, family entertainment, and then other movies as well. In the second hour, I do hands-on work. How do we structure films? How do we do this? I have studied all the philosophies with all kinds of professors from all kinds of film schools because I wanted to know it all. And I have sort of made an extract for myself for the everyday work as a development executive, because producers are really mainly dramaturgs. Yes, they produce movies, but most of the time they develop movies, So I'm really, especially as a trained writer, I'm a dramaturg most of all. And so what works best for me? How do we approach that? I will give you really in much detail as we have time to how you will certainly, how would the approach, which approach works best in detail, and you will understand it's actually not that hard. We're not talking about formulas, we're not talking about rules, we're talking about the human psyche. How do we work? Why are we telling stories defines what we're telling and how we're telling it. And that structures the film by the minute. So I will tell you about that. This is basically the way we develop films on an international level. That goes pretty much in the second hour. I could give you examples. We just had to swap the computers, so I had prepared a few scenes on it, so I might be having to, you know, put in a DVD every now and then and find the right scene, but maybe I just play it all out. I play all the parts. Let's see. And later on, you know, this morning, I might give examples of films. Again, I might show you a little bit of my films. I have also made documentaries. It's very interesting to see how you can apply what you learn, how you structure films also to documentaries. And of course, I am happy to, you know, entertain all the questions you might have. You know, please interrupt me, talk to me. I will try to talk to you and ask you questions because I want to learn about your world. But to finish the family entertainment thing is, I predict that there will be a big boom of family films in Poland very soon, because it's the most predictable, successful genre. You know, if you have something, especially if you have something based on something known, it's almost a guaranteed hit. Yes?
You were completely right, because now there are like 3 movies in development,
Mhm.
family movies.
Yeah. Good, and I learned that one of the first projects that we developed is now going into production this summer. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, it is in Germany. It has been going for 20 years now. The reason why it happened is television stations don't have enough money to finance feature films, and since they have not so much money, they'd rather, you know, invest into a television series because they have more minutes to broadcast. You know. And if the television stations would have to also finance too much movies, they only get the movies after 1 or 2 years. You know, it's not ideal for them. So that's why there was a gap on the market, really. So that's when one producer thought, you know, let's try, you know, family film, kids film, 20 years ago, again. And that person tried it, 1.5 million tickets sold, and ever since, you know, people are just looking for anything that once was a best-selling book or is now a best-selling book series, or anything that people used to know and now is getting remade. Even Huckleberry Finn, all those books were getting remade in a German film with German actors. Anything that's ever been made and liked by young people, you know. I'm just saying it's time for Lolik and Bolek to come back, you know. I mean, it is really pretty much predictable. And now in Germany, we are at a stage where the big distributors even pick up films that have just a great concept. They might not have been. There was a film last Christmas by Sony Pictures, with whom I have projects now also. And there was a book, one book as a basis, yes, but it was not a best-selling book. They just liked the concept. The concept was in the title, "Help, I Shrunk My Teacher." You know? And it sold 1 million tickets in 8 weeks. You know? I'm not saying that every family film becomes a hit. There are the smaller ones, you know, with original stories and more difficult subjects, etc., etc. They might not find it so easy. And also, you learn pretty soon, because you learn when you want to attract a distributor. Then you learn, you know, if you got a project that might catch fire or not. But family entertainment, the other thing that everybody's looking for in Germany is comedies, you know, And even there, it's striking that most of the successful comedies in Germany are centered around one formula. The formula is immature adults become mature through children. And one of the films that were extremely successful was even an adaptation of a Polish successful comedy. I don't know the title, but maybe you know it. The storyline is very simple. There's this obnoxious, immature guy who one day opens the door, and there's a little girl standing in front of his door saying, you know, "I'm your daughter." And there's a message from mommy. He says, you know, "I had to go to New York on a business trip. Now it's time for you to look after the kid." You know, and it was a Polish film, and then the guy obviously has to, you know, deal with the kid and then matures through the interaction with the kid in the story. It was a Polish film. Anybody remember it? No? Don't you watch Polish films? Something like that. The guy was, he was, I think, in advertisement, or, you know, in a role. And then he learns to become a father, learns about responsibility, and becomes a mature person. That was adapted by the German filmmaker Till Schweiger, and it was sold about 3-5 million tickets 3.5 million tickets in Germany, you know. And he made several films like that. He made a very successful comedy. I mean, these are basically family films, you know. Kids can go and see them. He made a comedy, obnoxious journalist, completely egotistical, doesn't want to, you know, commit to relationships, and then he gets into court, you know, and he's sentenced to work in a kindergarten. There, of course, you know, he meets the girl he once bullied in school, who hates him. You were the one that yet bullied me in school when I was the outsider, she says. And of course, he matures through the interaction with the kid and becomes a responsible person, falls in love with her, and commits to relationships later on, you know? So this is just an aside. When I start working with students, I usually begin by asking the following questions. Why do you think, do we need fictional stories anyhow? We are being bombarded with the news. And in our day, you know, you can look at Facebook and Twitter and see what the remote, distant acquaintances of you do every day. So you get all the facts all the time, all these big stories about war and everything you get. So why do we need fictional stories for? You know, they're not even true. To have what? A rest from the reality. What do you do when you're resting from reality? You like to watch fantasy movies. What is better? I got you now. You got you now. So what is better in fantasy movies? You join different world. What's better in that world?
I don't know exactly.
Yeah. You don't know. But let me ask this way: how does the world portray itself in the news? If you watch the news, I mean, I can throw some words at you. You know, Panama Papers, refugee crisis, Euro crisis, Greek crisis. Yes. Huh? Negative.
Proszę. Między innymi dlatego, ponieważ
Among others, because the fictional... 1, 2, 1, 2, can you hear me? The fictional story about something horrible... Hello, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, yes? Okay, a fictional story about something horrible. Yes, a fictional story about something horrible, about a war, about losing somebody dear to you, a history which we know already, which we lived through by watching a film. This experience will help us better survive such difficult experiences in our future lives.
Is that it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very good. Very good. It helps us to survive those experiences in the future. Now, I started this with Mr. McCartney with the song Magical Mystery Tour. And the Magical Mystery Tour, you know, is not only what we are in when we make up stories and when we develop stories, it's our life story, right? And forever, humans have asked themselves questions they could not answer, of which are magical and relate to mysteries. You know, I mean, when you become a parent and you are there and watching your baby for the first time, it's magic. When you are in love for the first time, it's magic. And mysterious to us certainly remains what happens after death, right? So men were always, and women, men in a general sense, were always faced with the question, so, you know, where does that come from? How do we get here? Where are we going? Who made all this? What happens after death? There are eternal questions we cannot answer. And then we face the world, and there is chaos. Only bad news are news. You know, there's chaos, there's egotism, there's violence, and there are questions unanswered. And so forever, people have sort of invented or enlarged things, stories, to do what? To be able to face these questions, to make some reason of it, to have answers. And who of you have heard of the great professor and studier of myth, Joseph Campbell? Ah, a few. How many people are here in the room are students? Students? Very few. Students of film? Okay. There were more people, arms up now, who knew about Joseph Campbell than there were students. How many people are in this room who are professional filmmakers and can actually live on making films? Who are, okay, a few. How many are here sort of who have to do with films or storytelling but also other jobs? Interesting, interesting. Now you know where you have to go into. Film entertainment! I predict there will be a boom in Poland very soon, you know. So think of the projects that might be still available, things that might be still available. So all our ancestors are great parents, and all the cultures coming before us, in all the world, Joseph Campbell found out, had one story they told themselves in common. All the cultures of humankind have always told among their peers one storyline in common. And the reason for it is because they had to make sense of their lives. They had to make sense of the world. When we watch the news, there doesn't seem to be any sense. It doesn't seem to make sense, you know. And he found out there's one basic storyline in all the cultures, with what we call the hero's journey. And I go back to all that because if we are, you know, to me it's also a journey of learning. And the more I study all that, the more I see everything is connected, everything makes sense, to go back to the earliest storytellers of time to present day movies. It's all the same, pretty much. A hero's journey, what is that? First of all, the word hero, you know, you realize the relation and closeness to that heroin, the drug. A hero is somebody who acts like at being addicted. He can't help. He has to do that way. And the story that has been told in the hero's journey is basically this: somebody lives in a community, and there's a problem. It might come from outside, it might be inside. He realizes he has to face the problem because the community is out of balance. He doesn't want to, you know, listen and follow this calling that he receives. But he needs to. He understands he can't avoid it. So eventually he gets an initiation, a learning training period, and leaves his community, crosses his threshold into the journey. The journey into another world where the challenge, where the problem lies. You know, the most obvious choice is, you know, the knighthood tales, the dragons, etc., etc. And on his journey, he faces many big temptations and threats. And he has to overcome it. He has to learn his ways in this new world. He has to learn what the rules are. You know, he has to sort of survive in this world. And he has to learn how to get through it and go back to his community. And eventually he has to face his biggest fears. He has to go into the lion's or the dragon's den, you know, and face his biggest threat and biggest fear, and has to prove that he can manage it. And he comes out of it, and he has learned, and he has grown, and he comes back to the society, his community, and says, you know, I managed to overcome the problem, and I've learned the following things. This is exactly what you just said, like a war. I've learned the following things. In the future, we must do this and this and this, and then next time we will face this problem in a much better way. This storyline has been existing across history in all cultures. In Asia, as much as with Native Americans. This is what this professor, Joseph Campbell, found out. So storytelling per se has always been a tool for survival, right? We learn through stories. Therefore, as one other professor put it very nicely, is I congratulate everyone who is in the job of storytelling because it's actually extremely necessary. Fictional stories are compensation for real stories. They are the anti-drug, the antithesis to the real life. Because in fictional stories, we create who we want to be, what we want to be like, what our values are, what our morals are, what our community should be like. This is what we define. We can only be it if we visualize it first. If we create the vision first, then we can be it. And that's making things up for the future, and that's how we learn, and then we can live it. So if we just look at the real life, it is depressing. And if you burn it down to very few terms, what is the hero's journey really about? What is his journey? I do this in the classroom, and I talk with people all the time about this. You can just shout at me if you like, but I cannot just point my finger at you, I guess. If you look at the news, the Panama Papers, what do they tell us? There were many, many people who didn't like to pay taxes, What are they by character definition? I would say very egotistical, right? It's me, 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 I don't care about the others, The refugee crisis, huge topic everywhere across Europe. The refugee crisis, I will come back to that a lot today because it's prevalent in the history, it's prevalent in the stories, it comes up everywhere. The refugee crisis. In Germany, you might know, last year there were 2 million people emigrating into Germany. 1 million were refugees from Afghanistan, Syria, and mainly those two countries. And of course, as you know, there's huge discussions, even in the party of Germany who is ruling, the Christian Democrats. Our chancellor grew up in a Christian household. Her father was a preacher, a pastor. And if you just think back, the refugees, what is that whole thing about? The whole thing is about, do we take these refugees or not? Now, it's kind of striking, when I deal with Jungle Book and the present day and all of that, it's actually the basis of our religion. The parents of Jesus were refugees. They had to escape with Jesus to a place where Herodes was not to find Jesus because he wanted to kill him. And when you look at those, I'll come back to that later, it actually goes through all these stories. Now, most of the films, the most popular films, come from America, right? And when I ask, why do they come from America, then the usual answer is, they have more money. And they have the big studios. Warner Brothers was founded by whom? Well, I have to admit, I don't have the name right now. Obviously, he made his name, but he was Polish. And where did he came from Poland? Why? Why did he go to America? Sorry? The parents did, thank you. The parents decided. Anyhow, somebody decided to leave Poland. Yeah, last year I developed sort of a film about German immigrants to the United States in the 19th century, late 19th century. And I learned that there were millions of Germans who emigrated in the 18th and 19th century to the United States. And why did they emigrate? Escape. Because in Germany they faced oppression, intolerance, violence, hunger, and the threat to be killed, because they were Democrats, some of them. So they were all refugees. They were all refugees going to America. America is a whole, it's a state, it's just only refugees, basically, and immigrants later on, by their own will. Now, if you think about, we now know that mankind have always told this story of going out, facing, a threat, and coming back. So it's first of all, two elements. The character goes out, has to face his fears and temptations, just like Jesus, and survives it. Jesus sacrifices himself. This is also a solution because he sacrifices to help the others. It makes sense. In fictional stories, everything makes sense. In fictional stories, we don't have accidents, except maybe in the beginning, But to explain to you, it's pretty easy. If you told a story in a film or in a novel where you have a character fighting cancer for 10 years and he wins, and the next scene he gets run over by a truck and dies, you would feel cheated, right? You wouldn't accept that. What kind of shitty film is that, you know? I had to identify for 1 hour, you know, the 10 years of his life, and then he gets just run over by a car? No way. In real life, it happens. In a fictional story, never. Fictional stories make sense because we want the world to make sense, because we want to structure the world, we want to create the world. Now, if you ask yourself, who and from what time on were actually able to create their world, it was the people who left Europe because they were fed up. They said, I'm having enough of this. I'm not letting my life being controlled by you guys who told me I'm not supposed to believe in this. I'm supposed to, you know, pay all my taxes to you, you ruler of our little kingdom here. I have to starve. I don't know how to, you know, feed my children. I have no work. I'm fed up with this. Yes, a better place somewhere else. I take the risk and leave. This is the, you know, this is just the initiation. This is the main action that we all need when we're unhappy, right? Unhappy? Sorry, not for me. I make my own choice. I make a choice. And you think back of it, in Europe, the people who stayed here, until a couple of decades ago, they didn't have a choice. They were told what somebody else planned with their lives. When I think of my father, for example, anyone of you who think back to your parents or grandparents, you will, it's kind of obvious we're in Warsaw, you know, of all places, you know. It's their lives were decided by other people upon, you know. They were determined by other people. Just to give you my example, my father's story goes like this. He grew up in Hamburg. I come from Hamburg originally. Family of 9. He was the youngest. When he turned 18 in 1943, he was drafted. He was given the following choice. Either you join the SS or you become a parachuter. That's your choice, being 18. Parachuter, and you want flying down, you know, on these things. Great choice, right, being 18. 1 year later, he found himself at the beach, on the beach of the Normandy, watching thousands and thousands and thousands of soldiers from Canada and Britain. In his case, he was on, what was the one side of the beach where the Americans were not? He was not on the worst beach. But he was there on D-Day. He lived through D-Day, you know? And his story is quite interesting because it tells us really about the values that are being told in good fictional stories. It was a factual story, though. He was taken prisoner. He was pushed against the wall like this and body searched. There were, you know, soldiers aiming at the prisoners on the beach still. There was a guy walking up to him and whispering in his ear, "Don't worry, they're just bluffing," in German. He was taken prisoner and sent to Britain. He had one injury in his hand, little splinter, nothing bad. In Britain, he got into a hospital. He was treated very well. He spoke very nicely about the Brits later on. Then he was sent to America. In America, he arrived in America with his shoelaces bound like this, handcuffed. And America was the land of his dreams. From his childhood on through Hollywood movies, he loved America. He loved also jazz music. You know, he loved Louis Armstrong, who was by German philosophy a subhuman being at the time. You know. And to make a long story short, he got into a prisoner of war camp where they were fed 3 times a day, they had proper beds, they were allowed to play football. Once a week they were shown a Hollywood movie, and they had to work in the fields. They had theater groups. They had a music group in that prisoner of war camp. He said, by that time, it was the best time of his life in the prisoner of war camp. He was fed 3 times a day, you know. Work in the field, yeah, but weather was good. It was Colorado. It was kind of cold in the winter, I guess. He came back and loved America. Said, America is great. End of story, I'm getting scholarships in America, you know? What does it tell us? Tolerance, compassion, and we learn, I mean, now, of course, in recent years, Americans have forgotten about that and made everything wrong in that respect. But the point is, before a couple of decades ago, the people had nothing to say in their lives. You know, they were determined by others, right? Determined by others, or by other powers. And that's what we go into film structure right now. I mean, the powers that people were determined could have been governments, ideologies, religious ideologies we see now. It could have been the parents saying, you know, you have to do this. Just last week, we had a seminar, and I talked to somebody, a woman around 50, and asked her, so what are you doing? She said, I'm writing and I'm a family therapist. But she said, actually, since we're talking about this, for the first 10 years of my life, I was studying law. I said, why? Because my parents forced me to. Let me ask you, of all of you who work in the media industry or are wanting to be writers or directors or studying it, what did your parents say when you said that to them? Did they say, great, there's a great future ahead of you, move on, you're going to be fantastic? Or did they say, oh my God, can't you think of anything more secure? What about, going to the bank or whatever, something like that, or work for the government, something safe? I see a few heads nodding. When I grew up, I grew up in a middle-class German small town, very nice old town, Lüneburg. I can recommend it. And my parents, in the mindscape of my parents, there was nothing like media. It was like you could become a teacher with your interests or a local journalist. That was sort of what was in the cards for me. If I had said to them, I want to be a film producer, I want to go to Hollywood, I want to study in London too, I want to be a writer. I said, oh my God. They literally said, well, why don't you join the army for 2 years? You get paid very well. In those days, in the 80s, the army was supposed to be safe, And, or bank would be good, get a bank apprentice, you get good money, you're safe, I mean, these are the most unsafest jobs in the world now. And when I graduated from literature studies, and I will tell you about this is always very interesting. When I graduated from literature studies, to become a teacher, I graduated to become a teacher originally. That was my plan B, basically, which pays off now. All the people who studied literature or history were asked by the professors to an information session into the largest auditorium of our university town, which is Göttingen in Germany. About 1,000 people, more than fitted in this big, large auditorium after we had all graduated. And then up on the stage were people, our professors, and people from the employment office. And the professor said the following, we have now spent several years with you here, and you all graduated, but we have sat together and really worried what we are going to tell you now about your future. Because we know most of you want to become teachers. But, this was 1991, but you might not realize, but actually in your lifetime, there will never be another demand for teachers in Germany. Except maybe you go to the Polish border now, that's maybe. Otherwise, no chance. I get teachers' jobs offered every week now, still. Complete nonsense, what they said. Then the employment people came, and we thought about what we're going to tell you because, the other half of you want to become journalists and writers. But you know how hard it is to get a job in even the smallest local paper? Really tough competition. So we have thought about it and we give you now a recommendation for your life. And it's like, they said, it's EDV, in German EDV, electronic data work. All the banks, all the insurances companies now need people to fill in all the data in the computer now, 1991. That is the future. Go into that. I walked out and just shook my head. It's just complete rubbish. What I'm saying is, don't listen to the recommendation. It's the worst you can do. I've read a book by a life coach. And the life coach found out that in our thinking, to 50%, we are determined by the thinking of our parents. Half our thoughts are still determined by the way our parents thought. So if you continue that idea, that means 25% of our thinking is still determined by our grandparents. Right? Now, if I think back to my grandparents, whom I dearly loved, I only knew the ones from my mother's side. My grandfather, who died 25 years ago, he was 90-something, he had lived through the Kaiserreich in the First World War, through the Weimar Republic, through the Second World War, to the Western Germany, and he even witnessed the reunification of Germany. He gave me one recommendation when I was about 20-something. He said, Ronald, I have only one lesson to tell you for life. Never be the first, never be the last. Then you're safe. I could never make anything of what's that? Never be the first, never be the last. And then only much later I realized, of course, in his world it made complete sense. going through 2 wars. If you are, in a war and you're up first, you get the bullets. If you're last, you get the bullets. If you're fast, anyhow, you stand out. You get noticed by the authorities. Bad idea, in Europe in the first half of the 20th century, or even longer. Bad idea. You don't want to stand out. You don't want to get noticed, right? But that means you didn't have a choice. In the world of our parents and grandfathers, the idea to survive was, don't be seen, don't be noticed, go through safely. So we can't blame our parents. It was the right idea in former lives. It was the right idea to survive, right? Play safe. Don't get noticed by the Nazis. They put you in a concentration camp, right? In our world, it doesn't make sense at all anymore. Not at all. Now, I come back to the question, so why do most films come from America? Because the whole idea of America is, and I'm not saying that America is just great. I mean, we can see where that leads to with Donald Trump, right? It's impossible. But the idea of America is liberty, equal rights, pursuit of happiness. We don't let ourselves be determined by this government or this hunger or whatever in Europe. I make the decision for myself to now determine myself what's going to happen with my life, and I try my luck in a different world. And that's what every film story tells. That is the basic psychological idea that every film story which wants to reach a larger audience tells. And this is actually structured very distinctly by the minute in a film. Every film tells the story of some force who wants to tell our main character, I decide what you do with your life. And our main character reacts to that for half of the movie. And at the midpoint of the movie, it's a term you always use, midpoint. At the midpoint of the movie, he says, I'm fed up with you telling me what to do, From now on, I now understand the way you think, and I can see through you, and I have enough of this. I decide now what I want to do with my life. I make a plan, and from now on, I go this way. And you shut up. Now, if you think about this structurally in a story, it's kind of easy if you present this evil force through a character, right? I mean, I think the more I often refer to this film because everybody knows it, and you just say, "Oh, Titanic! Oh no!" It just happens to be the second most successful film of all time, following Avatar by the same man, who knows dramaturgy like painting by numbers. It's so over obvious what he does. It's something, or sometimes even embarrassing. Yeah, but here obviously who has not seen Titanic? Congratulations. Not seen. Not seen? Yeah, seen it. Here obviously, there's this character Rose, played by Kate Winslet, and there's this evil fiancé. He's dark hair. It's a convention from the 19th century novels. The evil characters always have dark hair, and the nice ones have fair hair. And he stays evil throughout the whole film. He's just a jerk. But in every scene, you can see how he tries to control her. In every scene, that's easy. But in most of the times, of course, you have evil characters who want to control the lives of your main character. Sometimes it's a little bit more delicate. These forces that want to determine our lives don't necessarily have to be governments, ideologies, religious leaders. Can be enemies, open enemies. It can be the parents with wrong ideas. It can be friends with wrong ideas, bad influences, right? But it can be other things too. It can be cancer, a serious sickness. The sickness comes to you and says, now I control your life. And you can tell a story how your character fights to overcome this cancer. And it can be even other things. There can be inner character traits that one character has, feelings. For example, lack of self-confidence can be this problem. There's a character with lack of self-confidence, but usually there's a character who, makes sure this character, your main character, will keep this lack of self-confidence. After I've been talking with students about Titanic, I usually talk about this film, Bridget Jones, where there's also a female main character, and her problem is she has a lack of self-confidence, and there's a Hugh Grant character who makes sure it stays that way. because it's all about me, 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 me. But I go back into more detail about the film structure later on. What I've been saying so far is we have these eternal questions that people have asked themselves. So where do I come from? Where do I go? How do I make sense of all this? All these religious mythologies come from that question, obviously. Somebody must have created that. Now, I don't want to say the religious stories are not true, everyone has to make it up, but it is striking, if I dare say that they follow pretty much most of the time the same storyline. So, how do we answer these stories? And in America, we have, the whole idea is, yes, you can. Yes, you can define yourself what you want to do with your life. And only us now, this few generations in the last couple of decades, really for the first time in the history of mankind, to be precise, have the choice. Because we're not determined by hunger anymore, or we will not starve if we don't have a job for some time, And we have the best medical treatment there has ever been in the history of mankind, So we really have a choice now. And it's striking. Just yesterday at the airport, I picked up a German magazine, and it's striking that these stories go all over the place. I am who I am. Find the courage to your own path. Find out who you are, what you really want in your life. This is a big topic now. Okay, I have the choice now. It's kind of terrifying. Nobody telling me what to do, Better not. Better not, because in 20 years' time, the recommendation might be complete nonsense. Do you know the film The Graduate with Dustin Hoffman, the cult film? Somebody comes out of college, has no idea what he wants to do with his life, and there's a party, the proud parents throw a party for him, and the business partner of his father says, Benjamin, I want to talk to you. Come to the garden. Come to the garden. Benjamin. He says, yes, what is it? And the guy stands there. Listen to me. Do you listen to me? I listen to you. Okay, listen up. Plastic. Plastic. What? Go into plastic. That's the future. Got it, Benjamin? Yes. Thank you. It's a tough realization, Your parents mean well, everybody means well. Don't listen to them. It's the worst thing you can do. What the hero's journey is, yes, you go out and live through an adventure to help others, your community. It's always about helping others, but it's also about finding out who you are, what is your potential inside of you. It sounds esoteric, but it's a huge topic to all of us. We all go through crises in our lives. And when we are in a crisis and in a time of transformation, we're getting afraid. Oh, can't we go back to the old place, No. But it's interesting to Joseph Campbell said, when you're getting older, and I can judge for that, when you're getting older and you look back through all the crises, they seem to make sense. Because you've gone through transformations, you matured and grew up to the person who you are now. And if you're not completely unhappy, then something must have gone right, But the whole idea is we go through transformations, through challenges, and mature and become, hopefully, more happy, but only if we sort of learn to listen to ourselves, which sounds esoteric, can be anything. I once had my angel drawn by an esoteric angel drawer in America. It was funny. Because she said, you have a guardian angel, and the guardian angel wants to make sure that you are on the right path to on your life. And I made that for a journalistic report, just for fun, basically. I'll tell you this little story because it's kind of interesting. Makes you think. So I went to this person, it was in Santa Fe in New Mexico, America. It was this woman who draws angels. And she said, sit there, pay $50, and I will paint your guardian angel. I said, great, go for it. The first bit, because I was a journalist, I taped it, I taped her story, and he had a story of divorce and crisis, and she found her calling. She could see angels. All right, cool. So I sat there, and she started I had to shut up. She said the angel would appear behind me. Good. And then she drew a little drawing of a character, a kind of angelic character. And she explained to me, I will paint a character, and the colors that appear on the character show how advanced you are in your state of spiritual development. When you're a low stage of development, you cannot even see when there is love offered to you. If you're on a higher level, then you are now able of realizing the potential of love, and you're also capable of giving love. And at that, you make it short. At the highest level, you have the ability to open up to the forces of the spirit of whatever there is in the heavens, whatever you want to call it, she said. You know, so this topic of the potential in us. You know, I quote something you will all have listened. Feel the force, Luke. Right? Feel the force. If you come back to family entertainment, the most successful franchises in family entertainment are Star Wars. It's family entertainment, really. George Lucas was a friend of Joseph Campbell's. He formed Star Wars after the research of Joseph Campbell. He built Star Wars around the hero's journey. Harry Potter. What else? Lord of the Rings. Narnia, these films, Narnia, this trilogy, whatever, the Secret of Narnia, what it's called. And others. And what do they tell you? There is this little boy living with aunt and uncle mostly, you know, just thinking he's this outsider and has no power at all. And then he learns he has the power to change the world. Yes, you have the power, Harry. You can change the world. You can save the world, which is a very good message to kids. You know, every kid feels like an outsider, but every kid has the potential to change the world. I think it's in the Bible. It says, if you save one life, you save the whole world. But, you know, that is the message. You have the power in you. You can make of your life and the world what you want. Trust yourself. Find your calling. Find your potential. And then the second most important message is, but just don't do it just for yourself. Because do it and inspire others. And that is what every story tells. The heroic journey is you find the truth about yourself, you find your harmony with yourself, because if you're out of harmony with your discord with yourself, you know, you're not a very likable person. You're probably in a bad mood all the time. If you follow the wrong path, if you do what other people tell you to do, you know. From the moment on where you make the decision, now I know what I want, I follow this path, you will feel, I mean, I sound like an esoteric life coach now. You will feel you're on the right path, you feel better, you feel liberated. Oh God, I don't have to study law anymore. My parents, I've overcome it. They still like me, but I've done my own thing, you know? And that's what all the stories tell you. But at the heart of it, every story you will see, if you watch it, they're about a character who is coming closer to who he really wants to be, who he finds out who he wants to be. You know, we talk about his needs, his calling. I come with other terms very soon. And he helps others. The term for that I use is compassion. Compassion. I say my theory is that storytelling is a tool to teach and learn compassion. I looked at empathy, to feel for others, to want to help others. I looked at the research books of anthropologists, and they found out the really one main reason why our species won over the other species is because in our early communities there was a larger ability to feel empathy and compassion. Our tribes, our tribes wasn't, our species was not the strongest species. The Neanderthal were stronger physically, for example. But they lived in groups, and our children had to be looked after and nourished for over 10 years. We have very long childhood in the human evolution. That has to do with, also we have a long, evolution of our brain, and to learn languages. And humans had to look after the weakest being for a very long time. So this can only work when you feel compassion. So compassion has always been the glue of human societies, of survival. Only when we're willing to, when we see the need of others and help others, then we will be able to stay in the society and survive. And every story tells these two elements. Somebody developing, growing, maturing, transforming, and the second thing is helping others. I mean, if you think back to Titanic, it is so much in the face, I I just take it, this is painting by numbers, and I refer to it not because I think it's the greatest film in the world, but everybody knows it, and it's, dramatically speaking, it's painting by numbers. You know what that means? It's like, you know, in your face. There is this woman determined by this evil guy, and in those days, women had to be rescued by other guys, it seems. Bridget Jones didn't have to be rescued anymore. She can make decisions herself. And then there is Leonardo DiCaprio, and, you know, and she wants to commit suicide, and he helps her. And when he stands next to her, he says, "Now I see that you want to jump. It's my concern now. Now I would have to jump too." It's all about compassion. Compassion, 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 compassion. I have to help you now. And he does in the end. He sacrifices himself and liberates her. And the other guy is all about egotism. Egotism, it's me. Shut up, do what I tell you. I need you because it's, you know, it's all about me. These are the two forces we are all in our lives in the balance. You know, we have try to have to balance it. We listen, there are forces who want to tell us, now I determine your life. May it be parents, ideologies, governments, or just sicknesses. You know, the harshest example I ever saw was the film with Tom Hanks stranded on an island. You know, you have a one-person drama more or less, but it works. And the other force is, I help you find out who you really want to be. I help you. I'm here for you, not for me. I'm here for you. And these two forces work in every film story. And it is structured by the minute how they work. We come to that in a while. What's the time now? Oh, we finished an hour? Okay, little break, if it's okay with me, 5 minutes. And then we go into how we structure this eternal story. Yeah? Okay.
business and politics.
Can take an extra row of both.
Okay. Where's my papers there? Okay, back in. Sort of. You are there. Then we can start. A few people are missing over there. Probably want to change their lives now. I can take the time to tell you not so important story while the others might come in. To go back to why I played the Beatles song in the beginning. You know, I obviously also went through the development of when I was a young kid, thinking of what I could do with my life. And when I grew up, I was very early teens, like 11, 12. You know, the concept that I had was the parents would probably find something for me. And then one day I was alone at home in the evening, which was a rare case. And in the TV program I read, it was 1975, that's how old I am. I was 12 at the time. And there was in the TV program, there was an announcement that the Beatles film Help would be shown, And from my childhood, I knew, okay, Help, Beatles, there was this yellow submarine. My brother had a little toy, and there was a song, Obladi Oblada, that I knew, kind of childlike song. And in the paper, it said these mysterious guys, they once were a band, and they grew long hair, and the one guy has a Japanese wife now, and they were into drugs, and they split up, really mysterious, strange outsider guys. And I thought, sounds interesting. Maybe I watched the film, And I grew up in a terraced house, a little garden in the back, all connected. It was nice, middle-class terraced house. But the people who lived there had a vision of, as I said, maybe a local journalist and teacher. That's what's in for you, baby. And then I switched on the telly a few minutes late, and the film Help was on. Anybody seen the film Help by the Beatles? Funny thing. Then the scene comes on. The car comes up a road where there are terrace houses, yeah. And the four Beatles come out of the car, and each of them goes to a different door for connected houses, yeah? And then they get in, and that's where my mind blew off. They go in, and all rooms are connected. There's one huge open space. Each of them has one space in a different color. It's all pop art inside. One bed is in the ground. There's an organ, piano organ coming up out of the They have machines in it where they get cokes and stuff like that. It was complete fantasy. I thought, woo, that's possible, And then I was getting curious about who are these guys, and I got a book somewhere, and then I read this book, and I learned about these guys. They come from a humble background in Liverpool. In their cards George was about to become an electrician, Ringo probably a party drummer or working in the harbor. John was he wouldn't have made school, not even art school. He was completely out of focus, and Paul would have maybe become a teacher. And then, and look what they've become. I thought, they have created completely their own world. They have, from their inner calling, they've created something completely new, a new world. And, and in Britain, it indeed was, there were many things that helped that this sort of revolution of many people coming out, creating their own world, took place because they were the second generation, I think, the second age born that did not have to join the army, so they could come out of school and do what they wanted, basically. And from the late 50s on in England, kids had pocket money. They could actually go out themselves and buy stuff. They would not only have bicycles, but even motor scooters, etc. So the youth culture really had started with rock and roll. And here, all of a sudden, were young guys with humble backgrounds. You know, John Lennon grew up with his aunt, Mimi. His mother was divorced, etc. And his aunt literally said, "John, it's very nice with this guitar for a hobby, but you're never going to make a penny with it." You know, it's famous, and that goes for recommendations of your, adults, grown-ups. They couldn't foresee that there would be a huge transformation in society. And there's a great famous book about the Beatles. It's called Revolution in the Head. And that's really what it was in the 60s. It was a revolution that the young people could now decide what they wanted themselves. And of course, one critical thing is, you have to find some role models. In Germany, I can tell you, all the generations that grew up in the 60s and 70s had a huge identity crisis, because they learned in school what happened in the Second World War, and even before, First World War. And we asked ourselves, what does it mean to be German? We were all looking for role models in America and England, basically. And I sort of found, those days I found the inspiration with the Beatles, and then I had to decide whether I joined the army, and then I got John Lennon's song, etc. Imagine, you can decide yourself. That's what the message was out of the 60s. You can decide yourself. Don't listen to the others. But coming back to the story of compassion, we learned that if you want to tell a story and you want people to remember it, you have to do it in a memorable way. And a memorable way, you have to do it emotionally. Teachers who want to have the students or anyone remember what you're saying have to connect it to an emotional experience. It's understandable if you think back, the people you remember best or situations in your life you remember best are the ones which were emotional, right? So I thought when I prepared this, I've just been standing there and talking to them. That might not be very emotional. They might forget about this. So now I will tell you a little story from my time in Los Angeles. And I will want you to, I predict you will not forget this story. And you will always remember it because you will connect it to what I said about compassion, yes? And the hero's journey. Here's my little story. It's about compassion. When I lived in Los Angeles in the 1993, 94 mostly, I had just moved in with an older lady. Who of you has ever been to Los Angeles? Anyone ever been to Los Angeles? Okay, 3, 4, 5 people. Good. UCLA campus, it's off Sunset Boulevard, nice area. I rented a little room above the garage of a widow, older widow, mid-70s, Louise Morgan DeMille. She was the daughter-in-law of Cecil B. DeMille. Somebody ever heard of Cecil B. DeMille? Founder and leader of Paramount Studios. She lived the Hollywood life. She was daughter-in-law of Cecil B. DeMille, way back, before I came, She told me, and at dinner she told me stories of the famous pea soup of, Marlene Dietrich and all their parties, and in the bed that I slept, the former president slept, etc., etc. It was fun with being around with her. I just stayed with her maybe 2 or 3 weeks. It was February 1994. I had a little room. It was all wood above the garage. It's kind of ironic, I felt later on, if you know the film Billy Wilder, Sunset Boulevard. There's a struggling writer living on top of the garage, of an old lady from old film days. It was pretty much like that, only that I was a student. And Louise was great. She was fun. Now, one night, I was asleep. I shook out of my sleep. There was this huge wave going through the earth. And big jolts and bumps following. I shook out of my sleep and this is an earthquake. Oh my God, There was the heavy earthquake happening at 6.7 or whatever it was. It was the big one, the sort of big one everybody expected, because California is built on the San Andreas Fault, which is not very clever actually, because it's all moving, shifting. The heavy earthquake was hitting, and I was like, ooh, earthquake. The whole house was shaking. I heard this chimney coming down. I heard all the china crashing in the house. Everything was there were cracks in the wall. Fortunately, my whole room was wood. It just moved a little, nothing cracked. Later on, I was told it was the safest room in Los Angeles because it's all wood. You know. Anyhow, I was in there. I tried to switch on the light. Electricity was gone. Oh my God! And the thing is, you know, when I got into the house, here's the door. It was a nice old Spanish condo built in the 20s. Right after the door, my little staircase went up to my little room above the garage. And if you had wanted to go to Louise's room, they were in the back of the house, where, of course, I had never been, you know. There was her bedroom and her bathroom. So I sat there, heart thumping, oh my God, I have to go down there. I have to look for the old lady. She's probably in her room way back, probably suffering a heart attack, you know, or maybe killed by falling, whatever, bookshelves or whatever. What actually happened in other parts of LA. Oh my God, how terrible is that? So I found my jeans, got into my jeans, sort of, you know, struggled out of my room, down the little staircase, and called out, Louise! Louise! And sure enough, I looked to the left where the corridor was, and from the back, like this light, a little different, I saw a faint, you know, shimmering, trembling light coming out, you know. So Louise was there. She was alive. Oh God, thank God. And she said, Ronald, are you okay? I said, yes, are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. Oh, my poor boy, you must have thought the Russians were coming. You know, I mean, there were cracks all over. The chimney had come down. All the china had broken. Her little fox terrier was in the kitchen. We found later on like this, you know. And we were standing there half naked, both, and laughing very, very hard, you know. You must have thought the Russians were coming. Yeah, she mistook my age a little bit. No, but it was her humor. She showed compassion. She didn't care about herself, first of all. She didn't care about her house and her dog. She cared about me, you know. Isn't that a beautiful story? I predict you never forget that. So, and then if you ask yourself, which is the strongest medium for emotion, it's film. You know, there is no stronger emotional medium than film, because you can't go away. If you sit in a cinema, you will have the whole experience passing by. You know, on a TV, yeah, you can switch it off or do something else, discuss with your friend what's for dinner, or why he didn't clean the bathroom, which is more likely. And in a book, you can interrupt. If you see a movie, you are in the experience, and you can't get out if you don't leave the cinema. Now, I learned, and I hope you will agree, the stories are about compassion and about self-exploration, etc., and values, and the main value is you help your peers, you help others. Now, I ask you, which audience is the most important audience to tell this message to? Kids and young people. Young people in their formative years are the most receptive. They need to get these values. And that's why all these kids' films especially are about these values. You'll see it in a few examples. About, you know, I told you about my little boy who loves the Jungle Book now. A couple of days ago, I had to leave early in the morning for a classroom that I was teaching, and I saw him in his room, and he was there crying out loud. I said, Robert, what's wrong? Why are you crying, darling? He said, Baloo! What Baloo? Baloo! Do you know what Baloo was? The bear. He had just listened to the audio tape, and he just come to the point where Baloo was dying. Baloo! No, he's just faking it. You know, it's fine. He isn't dying, you know. He isn't dying. It's actually a very great scene. There is Baloo. There was a big fight against the bad tiger, you know, and Baloo was heroically saving Mowgli at the last instant before the tiger could hit him, kill him. But he was hit then badly, and he lies down there, and it's basically unconscious, it seems. And then Bagheera, the panther, you know, says, "Oh, Mowgli, you know, there are things in life we have to deal with, you know. But, you know, we should be grateful for him who has saved your life, and is grateful he was a real hero, you know, a real hero. And this place where he lies will forever be remembered of the place of Baloo where he saved his life." And then we see the Baloo is awake and just, oh, he doesn't like that, you know. And he continues to listen. And then he said, "Mowgli, we have to go now, better." And then they go off and say, "Hey, wait a minute, continue. You know, I like to hear that." It's a kind of funny, satirical way of dealing with the hero's journey, basically. You know, sacrifice yourself, etc. So Baloo, it was extremely emotional. So I had to explain to him, and then we wait until Baloo was waking up again, and then he was okay. It's, you know, if you look at Jungle Book, just as an example, since it's pretty much the most successful film because it's been released a couple of times, it's, you know, there is this little baby at the beginning of the story, in the jungle, in a basket. We don't know how it got there, which is actually pretty dramatically speaking, dramaturgically speaking, not very properly done. You never know how he got there, you know? But there's this little basket. Does that remind us of anything? A single baby in a basket? As adults, you know? We have been in a, yes, we have, exactly. So, there comes the Black Panther. He's a loner. He's almost on his own. He sees, oh, there's a baby. Oh my God, what does it do here? Compassion, I have to help him. You know, there's a baby alone, we could say, in a political sense, unaccompanied minor. You know, you have to help it. He brings it to the Wolf family because they had just got little babies. I'm sure they adopted. The family adopts the baby. 10 years later, they learn the dictator of the jungle is coming close. And he will certainly kill the young boy. Whenever he learns that it's a young boy, he might be a threat to his power, he's certainly going to kill him. Does that remind us of anything? Just mentioned before. And so they decide we have to bring Mowgli to a safe place. We have to take a long journey, become refugees, and bring him to the human village. Mowgli doesn't understand at the beginning. Why? This is my home. No. If when Shere Khan, the tiger, comes, he's going to kill you. But why? We can explain to him that I'm a nice person. No, it will not work. We have to bring you, you know, to the... And Mowgli learns on the way that there are facts in life that you cannot just deny, and you know, and he matures, and he later also becomes a hero. He does the last deed against the tiger himself. But really, mainly, the whole thing is that Mowgli changes characters in the story. He changes Bagheera, and the main character that changes is Baloo the bear. Baloo the bear, remember, appears how? Yeah, we're not in a classroom situation, it's too bad. You know, he's dancing and singing. He's like the party bear. Life is easy, don't worry, baby, you know. Just the bare necessities, everything will fine. Yes? You want to say something? Please do. Oh, sorry. I'm still alone here. So anyhow, he's dancing, and he said, you know, he can stay with me. He doesn't go to the humans. Yeah, but he will be a human. No, he can be with me. The first moment he's alone with Mowgli, Mowgli gets snatched up by the monkeys. And then Baloo learns in the course of the story to become a responsible, mature adult, because he finally realized, okay, I shouldn't think just of what I want. I want this little boy. I should think of what he needs. So, okay, I agree, I bring him to the human village. And in the end, you know, there was the party bear, Baloo, irresponsible, immature character, and there was Bagheera, the lonely panther. In the last scene, Mowgli is saved after the fight against the tiger in the village. And the last image you see is Baloo and the panther, like big friends, going back to the jungle. You know? So the kid changes the society in a way. And that also, the same story, a different way, is the very successful film about Paddington Bear. Now, what's the story of Paddington Bear? Paddington Bear lives in the jungle in Peru. In the beginning, there's a British explorer, and he makes friends with the bears. He teaches them English, and says to them, whenever you get in trouble, come to London, you'll be safe. In London, we help people, right? Then a huge earthquake hits in the jungle of Peru. His uncle dies. There's only his old aunt, and there's Paddington the little bear. And his whole home, his world is destroyed. Everything has gone down. So the aunt says, you know, we go on a journey, and you have to go on a ship to England. You go to England, and in England, as the explorer said, you will find a new home and new parents. Does that remind us of anything in the present day? So Paddington Bear gets on a ship alone as a secret passenger and arrives in London. In London, he goes, gets an accident. He arrives at a train station, and he says, "Okay, the English people, they will help me now." He said, "Hello, I need a home. I need a home. Hello." And all people are passing him by, ignoring him completely. You know, he's played out like a. They don't see it's a bear. It's treated like just a person. So he ends up in the evening completely alone. He has one little orange sandwich still left in his hat. and there are, pigeons, and he shares even his little sandwich. He's completely alone. Last train arrives, family comes out. Family Brown, father, mother, daughter, son. They come from a family excursion. And the father is introduced as he's an insurance guy. He's always about safety, Don't jump there, and James, or whatever his name was. And then they pass the bear. And the father says, some beggar, some homeless beggar. Don't look there. Don't look there. And the mother feels compassion. The mother says, who are you? What are you doing here alone? And then the daughter says, oh, he's embarrassing. Don't talk to him. How embarrassing is that? And the mother says, well, he's alone. He's alone, and, we have to help him. He's a lonely kid. We have to help him. She convinces the father, okay, for one night, okay? Then there are a lot of funny scenes. You might have seen in the trailer in the bathroom where the bear, has to, and then they let him sleep for a night. And then the mother says, who is this explorer? We help you. He says, come, let's try to find the explorer. In the course of the story, the father changes completely. And really, it's again the story of a kid character changing the adult world. The father starts by homeless beggar, don't even look. In the middle of the story, they found out where they could probably find the trace of the explorer. So the father says, okay, I take over now. I do it. He dresses up like a woman, like a cleaning woman, and breaks into the library with the bear to find, documents. So he becomes active in favor of the bear. At the end of the movie, they've gone to a long, big journey where Nicole Kidman plays an evil woman who wants to kidnap the bear and stuff him out for a museum. And in the end, he becomes a huge hero. They have action scenes, on the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, etc. And he then says, no, I will never go away. He is family of us. He will stay with us. He is my family. He is my blood, And there was one scene in the middle where the cleaning woman of the family says to the father, don't you see, this bear needs a family as much as this family needs this bear. You see? And so the whole story is about compassion. If we see someone stranded needing help, we should not look away. And these values are, quite obviously, very, very important for kids, And I'm saying, so the most receptive, and I'm absolutely serious, the most receptive and important audience to deliver these basic messages of compassion is children and young people who look for orientation, look for role models. And therefore, and of course, it's also nice to tell these to adults. Now, I also make documentaries and serious drama every now and then, but if you look, of course, try to make a serious drama about refugees in the cinema in Germany, you probably have like 50,000 tickets sold. Because the problem is, if you have a serious message, what I'm saying is this is basically a film about refugees, right? The basic message is, the problem is, if you make a serious drama, you preach to the already converted adults. Only the adults will buy these tickets who believe you anyhow, But if you want to reach a wider audience and want to have an impact, at least for the next generations, to have a safe and sound and healthy society, it's extremely important that you make these points to a young audience. Because as we all remember, when we were young, we looked for role models and orientations, and in my case also the realization we can decide ourselves. We just have to find out what we want in life, right? And what profession we should follow. Well, that's why I say, it is really, really important to think about, even for really psychological and sociological reasons, to think about the kids and young audience. It's been proven that people determine their taste, for example, in music and in film, mainly into their youth, up to the late 20s. After that, the taste doesn't change anymore, You might be loving Michael Jackson early on and still later on find out that classical music isn't so bad, but you will always continue to love Michael Jackson. It doesn't change anymore. So it's important that in that time that people basically find the values and the ideas, and it's extremely important for kids and young audiences. That's what I found out. Now, let's go more to screenwriting structure, and how do we all translate this into the development of our film? I talked about the powers that try to determine us and the powers that work against it, that help us, right? These are the two concepts that are played out in every story. I'll give you two terms that I learned from my wonderful professor, Howard Zuber in Los Angeles. He spent his whole life analyzing movies that worked well. And he said there are two concepts, there are two words for fates, for what you in Germany you say Schicksal, I don't know what the Polish words for it, two concept ideas for, Schicksal, fate. There is fate, and there's another term. Fate is the describing the powers that are being pushed upon us. As I said, the powers, want to determine our life. That's fate. And then there's destiny. Destiny is what comes out of us. We find out what we actually need and really want in our lives, right? So there's fate. I think the Latin word is, fatum, yeah, is something that we seem not to be able to avoid, or seems being pushed upon us. And then there's something we feel that comes out of it. No, I don't want. I should go that direction. But there's these two concepts, and he found out, and this is what everybody works now with, exactly at the middle of the film. Exactly at the middle of your film, your main character changes from reacting to fate, which is the first half of the film, to becoming active and following your destiny. That's one thing. So first of all, somebody wants to say something? No, just drink. So let's talk about developing a film. First of all, you have to really find out why you would care about this certain project. It has to come from your heart. If you just manufacture something that you don't like, it will never work. I've tried it. I've tried melodrama, I've tried crime films. It didn't come from really my heart, it didn't work out. So that's, for example, I have decided one time I'm never going to make crime films. I don't care about them. I don't care about finding out who killed whom, why, and how. I don't want to spend my life thinking about that. So it turns out, it will help you to really find out what kind of film you would like to do and why. It has to come from your heart. You have to find out, what do you want to tell? What do you want to tell? What really concerns you? What's important to you? And then you decide the one character who develops and changes the most in your story. Usually it is a character who has in the beginning and makes the longest journey, like Kate Winslet in Titanic. He's in the first picture, she's in the last picture, the image, The character makes the longest journey. Sometimes it's a character who changes everybody, like Paddington. He grows up, but he changes everybody around him. Mary Poppins is also like a concept like that. Mary Poppins comes into the world and changes the parents, But usually it's a character who makes also in time the longest journey. This is you just ask yourself, whose story is it? Who in my story makes the longest development journey? That's the first main question. First of all, you only think about character. And then you ask yourself, what is the journey? What is it exactly? What does my character learn in the journey? The definition of what the character learns is your theme. If you ever get asked, what's the theme of your film? You only focus on the development of your character. Because it goes back to what I said, this concept of fate and destiny, of the forces being pushed upon you, and the other forces. The forces that work against your development and the forces that help you develop as a person. So whose story is it? When you write coverage, in America at least, every film company has people they call readers who read all the incoming scripts, and then they write coverage. Coverage is a summary of what they have read in the script, and they also have to make a judgment upon it. And in the beginning of the coverage, a couple of papers, they also have to sort of sum up what it is, and that's always about the learning process. Whose story is it? It's the first thing. It's the story of a man who learns da-da-da-da-da-da. That's always the first line. That is what is the most important thing that people have to get. It's a story about a bear who changes society, a family. It's a story about a father who learns through the appearance of a bear to become responsible and to be compassionate and care about, somebody, an unaccompanied minor, what you could call it. That is the first thing, to define the theme through the learning process of your main character. thinking about these ideas of the forces between fate and destiny. By the way, the length of a film should ideally be between 90 minutes and 120 minutes. This is what people have found out is sort of the ideal length that people like. Why is that this way? Do you have an idea why it could be 90 to 120 minutes? Anyone a great idea? Well, I tell you. The theory is, people dream in their deep sleep 90 minutes to 120 minutes. How do we find out about this? People who are in a deep sleep and dream have rapid eye movement. Do you remember the band REM? This stands for rapid eye movement. When people in the deep sleep have rapid eye movement, that's when they dream. And the length of a dream is approximately 90 to 120 minutes. So you could say the length of a film is pretty much like a big dream, you know? And yeah, and so that's basically, you have a timeline. You have a timeline given, 90 to 120 minutes. You know in the middle of the film is the midpoint, where your character stops reacting to fate and begins acting towards his destiny. So you have to, next step, you define the midpoint. I give you now a famous midpoint. Hopefully this thing works here. Famous midpoint. Yes, you have to
Inside.
live through it.
But it was thought by some
Comes in a second.
the deck would look too cluttered. So I was overruled.
Waste of deck space as it is in an unsinkable ship.
Sleep soundly, young Rose. I have built you a good ship, strong and true. She's all the lifeboat you need. Just keep heading aft. The next stop will be the engine room.
Jack, this is impossible. I can't see you.
I need to talk to you.
No, Jack, no. Jack, I'm engaged. I'm marrying Cal. I love Cal.
Rose, you're no picnic. All right? You're a spoiled little brat even. But under that, you're the most amazingly astounding, wonderful woman that I've ever known. And
Jack,
no, let me try and get this out. You're a mate. I'm not an idiot. I know how the world works. I've got $10 in my pocket. I have nothing to offer you, and I know that. I understand, but I'm too involved now. You jump, I jump, remember? I can't turn away without knowing you'll be all right. That's all that I want.
well, I'm fine. I'll be fine. Really.
Really? I don't think so. They've got you trapped, Rose. And you're gonna die if you don't break free. Maybe not right away because you're strong, but sooner or later, that fire that I love about you, Rose, that fire is gonna burn out.
It's not up to you to save me, Jack.
You're right. Only you can do that.
I'm going back. Leave me alone.
Goes on.
Tell Lucille about the disaster you had with the stationers.
Well, of course, the invitations had to be sent back twice.
Oh, my dear.
And the dreadful bridesmaids' gowns. Let me tell you what an odyssey that has been. Rose decided she wanted lavender. She knows I detest them. So she did it after Miss Friday.
If only you'd come to me sooner. Ruth saw some of my designs in a moodiness tray. They were for the trousseau of the Duchess of Marlborough's youngest daughter. They were quite charming. But I think you'll agree, my dear, that together we've created something of a phoenix from the ashes.
Hello, Jack. I changed my mind. They said you might be up here.
Give me your hand. hold on to the railing. Keep your eyes closed. Don't peek.
I'm not.
Step up onto the rail. Hold on. Hold on. Keep your eyes closed. Do you trust me?
I trust you.
All right. Open your eyes.
I'm flying! Jack!
Come, Josephine, my flying machine going up. She goes, up she goes.
Okay, I guess you got the point. You know, it's usually when the girls, when the women are, and the men are, but only after they already know what's coming, you know. And I'm sure everyone in the cinema when it came out was almost crying, maybe not here, but certainly later on. So what does the scene express? Freedom. Freedom. Every film story that wants to reach a large audience is about the liberalization from forces that want to tell you what you do with your life. It's always about a liberalization, about finding freedom to decide what yourself. Because only when you find freedom and you really found yourself, you're in harmony with yourself, then you open up for love and for relationships, etc., etc. Bridget Jones is the modern version of it. I'm just mentioning it because it's still sort of the model for the comedy. In Germany, it's still, if you develop a romantic comedy for television, it's like, yeah, it's like Bridget Jones. Ah, yeah, sure. And Bridget Jones' problem is, she's a working woman. She lives in life. She's a mature woman in our present day and has a job and everything, but she has no self-confidence. And her learning process in that film is she has to learn to pay herself the respect and treat herself as she wants to be treated and looked at by others. And only when she learns that, she actually then has matured and is ready for love. I didn't want to talk about love, though. Love is just a strong... Now, this is a typical midpoint. Midpoint has basically 2 or 3 beats. The first beat is the wake-up call. Rose, I see, underneath this, there is this beautiful girl, woman, who has this potential. I see the real you. And she says, it's not up to you to save my life. And he says, no, only you can do that. And these lines could be in every movie. There is someone helping you to realize that you have to change your life, and only you can do that. And actually, I've experienced this among friends and, above me, exactly like that, that people have to make a decision. There can be people wanting to help you, but you have to make a decision yourself one time. And there is obviously a wake-up call. There is a realization. The little scene in between, when she looked at the little girl, trained like a little puppet, she sees what her future or the future of her child might be. It's just this controlled show, and it's meaningless. And she has a realization that she has to make a decision for her life. And the third beat, she comes from the back, that's a decision. And the decision is being followed by a feeling of freedom. And that's what's obviously being expressed in a typical way. Really big, the sunset and the love and the kiss and the boat and even, what was the name of the singer again? Celine Dion's even singing. Isn't that great? or not even, is he singing here? Yeah, it's at least the main song. This scene is in every movie in different forms. In Bridget Jones, if you might remember that, it is the scene when she had just been invited to the dinner where only couples appeared, right? Only couples were there, and she was. She was single. She found a new job, but she was frustrated. And then there is again this guy, played by Colin Firth, Mark Darcy, you know, who seems to be really a jerk towards her. And she has, at one time she has had enough, she goes downstairs the stairs to leave. And she puts on a coat, and then all of a sudden Mark Darcy follows her. And it's a story about lack of self-confidence. And he says something to her which changes the whole story around. And he says, actually, I like you. And I really like you. You have traits of embarrassment, but I really, really like you the way you are. Just the way you are, Billy Joel thinks. And that changes everything around for her, because she has never heard that. He likes me just the way I am, although I'm a little fat and I'm embarrassing, always, you know, mess up in public and speak, you know. She feels awkward. She has no self-confidence. And he says, I actually like you just the way you are. Next scene, she sits with her friends. He said, just the way you are? Really? But you think he's a jerk, don't you? Yeah, I thought so. Just the way you are, not a little cleverer? No. You know, and that changes the whole life around for her. That is the midpoint. All of a sudden, she doesn't have to be stuck in the idea, I have a lack of self-confidence. Hugh Grant made sure to say it like this. She liberated herself from Hugh Grant before that, but then she was still lonely, and all of a sudden, he comes and says, no, just the way you are. So there's always a midpoint. In Petting Bear, it was the father deciding, okay, I take over now. I find this bloody explorer. You know? Starts to become active. In Jungle Book, Baloo the bear says, okay, I realize, okay, I bring him to the human village. I understand you, Bagheera. Okay, it's not about me, it's about him. Okay, I bring him to, yeah, midpoint. Yeah? You have that in every film, and you create that pretty early on, because it's sort of, first thing that you find, it's sort of easy to find, okay, this is a journey, this is a development, so at one time he has to decide not to do that anymore, but to go this way, midpoint. Now, we have a story of someone who we want to develop from listening to other people, from being controlled by other forces, to his own will. This is a learning process. So the funny thing is, you know, whenever I talk about American screenwriting, people say, oh, it's all formulaic. It's all the same, you know, I don't follow formulas. I don't follow descriptions. And in my mind, it's all complete bullshit, because we talk about the human psyche, human personal development. And human personal development in drama happens in 8 steps. Now I come to the deeper structure. You might have all heard of the 3 acts, and I heard Agnieszka is going to, you know, go later on talk about the 3 acts. You know, 3 acts is the first ideas that everybody understand. It even comes from the Greeks. Aristotle, I think, he said, you know, if you tell a story, we need 3 acts and 3 terms. The Greeks said, you need pity in the first act. Pity is really just another term for compassion. You need fear in the second act. That's where all the confrontation takes place, you know. Fear, you go through fear in your learning process, certainly true. And in the third act, you have catharsis. You learn something emotionally. Yeah, true. Fits, yeah? Fits with what I've been saying. And, you know, and we learned from the earliest screenwriting professors, Sid Field, etc., we learned, okay, the first act should probably not take longer than 30 minutes. 30 minutes, first act. First act, you do what? In the first act, you introduce your characters, you introduce the force that works against the development, and introduce a force that will help you in your development, often represented by characters. The evil fiancé and Leonardo DiCaprio, you know? Bridget Jones, the evil Hugh Grant, egotistical asshole, and the attorney for human rights, Mark Darcy. Just seems to be a little stiff in the beginning, you know? The concepts are represented by characters, usually, in the most easy way. First act. You have probably heard that if you write your screenplay in a right form, you know, with the right program, it will always turn out that one page represents 1 minute film. So everybody really reads by that rule. 1 page, 1 minute of film. In order to be able to hit that mark, you have to take into account a couple of things. You do not write descriptions for a whole page. You do only write 3-4 lines, and you basically read beat by beat. Beat is what happens next. You start a new line. If you follow that, it will always work out 1 page, 1 minute. So if you want to hit the midpoint, it has been in a 90-minute film be page 55, plus minus one page, right? First act, not longer than 30 minutes, not later than page 30. You have introduced your characters, the main conflict, who represents which force. Easy, right? Now, in those days, when there was only the concept of 3 acts, I was in film school at UCLA, there was only the 3 acts. Nobody knew about the 8 steps that I'm going to discuss in a moment. And what happened was that the screenwriting students said, yeah, I got the first act, that's kind of easy to understand, but the long second act, what's happening there? I got the midpoint idea, what up to the midpoint, it seems like this big blur, this like, I don't know, this big fog, I don't know what to do exactly like that. Well, in another film school in the same town, they had the concept already. It was called the 8-sequence structure. The 8-sequence structure, you can look it up. A professor called Frank Daniel was finding something out. And this refers to the 8 steps of development that I just mentioned. The 8-sequence structure has a historical technical background also. Today we see that films are being projected digitally, right? You get a hard disk or some whatever, I don't know exactly what you get, but you get it through digital screenings. When I was a student, I lived basically on top of a cinema. Here was the room to my apartment, and here was the room to the projection room, the door to the projection room. So it was very nice for me, so I made dinner and went over and projected the film, earned money and went back, da-da-da-da. And it worked. You might remember this. In those days, up until a couple of years ago, films were being sent through the mail or through some messenger in big boxes, right? And films were literally, film material, right? And a film of that length, of 90 to 20 minutes, usually were sent in 8 boxes. There were 8 reels, and each of these reels were about 10 to 20 minutes long. And as a projectionist, I'm speaking of the 90s now, I had 2 projection machines, one there and one here. We had this big reel, and on each reel there fit 2 of the small reels. They were oddly called acts. Yeah, this film has 4 acts, or it has 10 acts, or whatever. Okay, I didn't make sense of that. Why would they be called acts? I had learned in literature studies there were 3 acts, but some guy in the 19th century even said something about 5 acts. He maintained all the Greeks and Shakespeare had 5 acts, but it also fits in the same structure. Not go into that now. So as a projectionist, you had to connect the 4 small reels onto one larger reel, right? And what would be happening is you would start the film, the film would run through and be picked up by another reel on the bottom. At the middle of the film, oddly at the middle of the film, the projectionist would have to stand there and watch the screen. He would be standing up there with the machinist, look through the window and stare at the screen. And just shortly before, he had the other reel prepared on the next machine. Does that sound like ancient history to you? Just okay. And he would stare at the screen, and what you would have done is shortly before that reel would have run off, you would have had plugged a hole in one of the images on that reel, shortly before it would have run out, 5 seconds. And the hole would appear in the right corner. So the projection would stare at it, standing by the second machine, and when the first hole appeared up there, I would start the next machine, right? And after 5 seconds, another hole would appear there that I had plugged into. And that is a signal for me to switch over the light from that projector to this projector. Then the second reel with another 4 small reels would run through, the film would be finished. This is how it was done in the 80s, 90s, and so forth. And when I started to analyze film adaptations of novels, I once had my main topic at the time was The Great Gatsby, and an earlier film version with Robert Redford, etc. Actually, I've been teaching young students, and I have these frustration experiences that who does not know who Robert Redford is or was? And I have the most amazing experiences there. Anyhow, and then I studied it and learned, of course, that the film history started with one reelers, right? One little reel. Train coming in, ooh. And then they started to evolve and try out longer stories, which meant for their machines that they had, they needed, larger reels, or they needed another machine. In the early days of cinema, they were always switching from one reel to another, back and forth, back and forth. They tried everything out. They even made one film adaptation of a novel. It was called Greed, which was 9 hours long. They said, no, that doesn't work. 9 hours is too long. So eventually, through the time, they realized the audience likes to have like 90, 120 minutes, sort of. And how many reels do we need for that? And what do we actually want to tell? Since they were Americans, they always wanted to tell the story of self-discovery and heroic, deeds, compassion. And after many decades, they found out, and you can see it already in the films of the 40s and 50s, it's right on target. You analyze the films, they are exactly right. Midpoint is in the middle of the film. They didn't even know. You need 8 steps to tell the story of personal human development. It's actually quite easy. It's very, very logical. 8 steps. First step, this is my character and his world, or her world, right? Second step, this is his or her problem. And maybe some person who might help. End of first act. 2 sequences. First sequence, we introduce our characters, 10 to 20 minutes. Second sequence, we introduce the problem. Titanic, she wants to commit suicide, is the second sequence. And you'll find out, if you look at the films closely, these 10 to 20 minutes, which used to be reels and were sent in extra reels also, have a complete dramatic unity. Each new sequence, that's why it's called sequence, of 10 to 20 minutes, has a beginning, middle, and end, which works like a film in itself. It often even changes location. It's very strictly structured. So first sequence, you introduce a character and the world. In second sequence, you introduce a problem. Kate Winslet wants to throw herself overboard. By the end of that, you have introduced Leonardo DiCaprio, the evil fiancé, and the problem, the confrontation of these 2 guys, and the first act. Yeah, it's like here you have changes of sequences. It's even sort of, it's like even you pan back and you see the ship go away. It's always very clearly told. It's very clearly structured and cut. So you want to have a story told about a person who learns something. Now the person is getting thrown into this big adventure. Obviously, the character doesn't really want it. Nobody wants to have, danger and everything facing and problems. I have to change. I have to leave my sort of miserable comfort zone. I don't want to. So obviously, in the third sequence, which is the first quarter of the second act, everything will go wrong. Because my character does not want to face the problem. My character has not developed yet, has not learned anything yet. My character is being thrown into this adventure without, being prepared for it. He is still at the stage that he was basically pretty much at the first sequence, right? It's very really easy human, I mean, a very simple thing. Whenever you come to film school for the first day, you don't know your way yet. You run, you run against the door, or you have to adapt to the world, to the problems. Logical. So for the next 10 to 20 minutes in the fourth quarter of the second act, you have everything wrong, which leads to a huge another crisis for your character. It goes badly, Your character takes the wrong route, follows the wrong idea, which means the third sequence is your evil character, who represents fate, has always still the control. In Titanic, the bad fiancé says, oh yeah, we should reward you for having saved the life of my lovely fiancé. Why don't you join us for dinner? And then Leonardo comes up and he basically makes him look a fool. It doesn't work that way. And in Bridget Jones, Bridget Jones is, at the end of the second act, she has been sleeping with Hugh Grant, and she believes this means he deeply loves her. Yeah? Oh, he loves me. He already hears the wedding bells, you know. And now he's asking me out on a weekend vacation. Oh, that must mean real love. I feel like Grace Kelly. And the sequence starts there in the sports car, you know, camera wide. The introduction of the sequence, they go in the sports car going to the vacation. It's like a new location, change. It's very typical, closed story. She thinks it's about real love. Everything, you've seen it probably, some of you. Everything goes wrong. For him, it was just a weekend sexual encounter, you know? And it's being symbolized throughout the whole sequence. They come to a hotel, and accidentally there's a wedding going on. So we have romantic wedding images, what represents her hope. But she's been completely on the wrong way. She didn't see through Hugh Grant, it was all about him, me, 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 me. At the end of the sequence, he has to go to London suddenly, back to London, because he, you know, he says we have a financial problem and the Americans have appeared and they want to close us down. You don't understand, Bridget. I have to go. I'm so sorry. In reality, his real fiancée from America has come, and when Bridget Jones comes back at the end of the sequence, he finds her naked in his bathroom. So she finds out she has made a fool of herself. She has been manipulated by himself. She has been on the wrong road. The whole sequence is about she has not developed, not learned yet. She has followed and fallen into the trap of the guy representing her fate, who was made sure that her self-confidence remained where it was. Actually, at the end of the sequence, she is in tears, you know. The sequence started with her, I feel like Grace Kelly, we are going on a weekend vacation, this is real love. End of sequence, she's in tears, she's like open jacket, and she feels worse than before, right? That is a typical classical third sequence, because she hasn't learned yet. In Avatar, the most successful film of all times, the third sequence is the soldier is in the Avatar for the first time in the jungle, and all he has learned is being a soldier. All the monsters appear. All he has learned to do is and he gets almost killed and saved at the very last minute by this blue woman. Says, "You are stupid. You behave like a silly child. It doesn't work like this in our world. You know, you can just." But he hasn't learned anything yet. So obviously, that's how it works in human development. If you face a problem, you're not prepared for it yet. And you tell that in the 20 minutes in an interesting way. And it ends in a lower point, in an even bigger crisis. So our character understands, oh, I really have to learn something here, how I find my way. So obviously, the next sequence will be the learning process, which leads to the midpoint. Right? So it's the second sequence, 10 to 20 minutes, in which our character now has to learn the ways, the mysterious ways of this new world, of this problem that he or she is being pushed into. And they usually have somebody helping them to learn. The wise old man, Obi-Wan Kenobi, or Leonardo DiCaprio. In love stories, friendship stories, it's always the love interest, the friend or whatever, who makes them see, you know. But Rose. And the sequence in Titanic is very classical, you know. He shows her drawings, they have fun together, they go dancing in the lower deck, you know. She feels a taste of freedom and she begins to understand. He gives her an idea, a new vision of what her life could be. So she learns. And the learning process, which is the fourth sequence, always, is the one that leads to the realization, maybe I should change my life. And from the realization to the plan, I will change my life. That's the midpoint. Logical, right? So obviously, at the moment when Kate Winslet sort of says, I'm flying, it's the first taste of freedom. After you've decided you will change your life, you feel liberated, you feel free. Ooh, the burden of that evil force is off my back. Now I feel free, great. And you have, in the fifth sequence, 10 to 20 minutes, you will tell how beautiful it is to feel the freedom. Now I feel much better. Now I get an idea what my life could be like. I feel liberated, and you play it out, and it's always the scenes where, the main characters have the first real talk between themselves, or they have a love scene. You have sunsets and sundawns and beautiful scenes. Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet have sex in the old-timer car in the lower deck. All of a sudden, the whole potential of what she could really be like, passionate and everything, plays out. Fantastic. The story could be over, but we have a drama, right? We want to have more than just 50, 60 minutes. So obviously, the evil force has to fight back, right? Which is the sixth sequence, the last sequence in the second act. It's all human psychology. It's not the formula. It is, if you want to tell this, if you agree that you want to get the message of hope to people, then that is the psychology. So psychologically, what happens then, of course, is, our main character has to be tested. He or she has made maybe the decision, oh, I will change my life. And for the next couple of days and hours or 10 to 20 minute film time, she feels better, but she has to prove that she really learned and is capable of overcoming this big problem when it's coming back to her. So we will always have a sixth sequence where the evil fate force fights back. And the worst thing that you could think of will happen to your character. It will even, it will get worse and worse and worse, usually 3 beats, until the worst thing in the world that you could imagine will happen to your character. Because you want to have a dramatic story, right? In Titanic, it's basically the sinking of the Titanic, together with the bad guy wanting to kill Leonardo DiCaprio, etc., and get them away from each other. James Cameron always plays out the sixth sequence in a full real time. Also in Avatar, the fight about the magic tree is full real time, doesn't cut anymore. We see the sinking of the Titanic in real time, without cuts, for a full hour. It's very rare, but it's always a sixth sequence. He plays it out, And so obviously, after the big evil force has fought back in getting worse and worse and worse, obviously we fear that our main character might not make it. Is he or she really strong enough to overcome, to live through that? Or will he or she fall back to the miserable, controlled person he or she was in the beginning? That's the moment of where we really fear, everything might be lost. It really looks bad. End of second act. End of second act, end of sixth sequence. Very logical. Well, what's left is this third act, resolution, etc., and the big fight. Seventh sequence is indeed the big final fight, the final battle between the forces of fate and destiny, and our character in between, who has to prove that he or she can actually win over fate, win over her fate, and really makes it into her new life. Which keeps us, the last one obviously is the eighth sequence, it's the resolution, which usually has one last setback. It's a resolution, but in a thriller, for example, the evil guy is on the floor, he is won over, but in the last moment he will jump back with a knife. And we have to, won over once again, and it's the resolution 8. We need 8 steps to tell the story of personal development and of learning. These are 8 sequences, and this is exactly how films are being structured. Who want to reach a larger audience? If you have a different perspective in life and think, we're all doomed, our society is doomed, we're all going to be egotistical anyhow, and it's all going to hell, then you'll probably make the midpoint where everything goes worse. But the thing is, nobody wants to see that. That's at least what your producer will tell you. There are stories, there are huge films that do not, it's a huge misunderstanding to say everything needs to end happily. It's not true. In comedies, yes. In comedies are structurally, an outsider finds his way into the community. That's structurally a comedy. A tragedy is the other way around. But in a tragedy has also to make sense. Somebody dies, yes, but for a purpose. Jesus dies to liberate us. Leonardo DiCaprio dies so Kate Winslet can survive. In a fictional story, everything makes sense, yeah? And everything is about the battle of the forces of fate that want to control your life, and you're in a destiny that you have to find the strength to reach. And there will be somebody for you, or you will be the one helping the others, yeah? That is basically the concept of popular films. It goes way back to the story that everybody told each other. It's about helping people, and it's about finding your own self. Because then you bring harmony into the community, into your relationship, etc., etc. That is 8 sequences. They are very concretely structured, psychologically. It didn't evolve as a prescription. You have to do it this way. They just realized by wanting to tell the stories, you need 8 steps, and you need probably this time, and then when it plays out, it works pretty much that the midpoint has to come in the middle of the film. Actually, for the guys, I often use the example of football games. Football games accidentally have 2 times 45 minutes, right? And imagine, you identify with your team, and the first half, your team only defends, never attacks. You get impatient. Come on, How do you want to win this battle if you only defend? Second half starts, your team still defends. You get really angry. Come on, we want to win the game, up there. They found out, the audience gets impatient, that if even beyond the middle of the film, they will still not have an active character who will finally take charge of his or her destiny on his or her life, right? And I think the interesting thing is if you consider, these analysis that people have realized after a while of filmmaking, it reflects our lives and the life of our friends and our family all the time. We all go through crises and think, oh God, how am I going to survive this? Oh, I'm going to get separated from my partner. I will never find another partner again. I get terrified, Then you learn to you adapt to this new world, new problem, and find out, actually, there's somebody new for me. We go through transformations all the time. I found out, when we had our little kids, these days everything is analyzed. We had an app about the development of little children from 0 to the first 1.5 years. It's very actually interesting to see, obviously, that we all go through transformations all the time, and children do that extremely. When they're born, they only see black and white and blurred and very short. And it was very well described that imagine what a huge change in their perspective it is when all of a sudden they see 3 dimensions, when they see depth and color. It makes every change that the baby goes through makes them terrified. What's that? I don't know this. And they want to cling back to mommy because they're getting afraid. This is a new change in my life. This is a new situation. How do I live through that? I'll go back. I'm afraid, But eventually, gradually, they will adapt to the new situation and move on. And we all do that all the time. And this is pretty much how films are structured. So I do work exactly like that. What's the time now? 12:30. Oh my God. Oh my God. Have I talked too much? That's usually when my wife says, you just talk too much. Okay. I can now talk a little about examples. For questions. Please ask me questions. No? Everything clear? Everything clear? No questions? Oh. Microphone, please. No question? No question. Okay. So again, it's not a prescription, it's not a formula, it is a human understanding, And if you manage to tell this kind of story in a very emotional way, you will find a large audience. If you want to make sure you have a flop, you will not tell the story. You will tell a story of a character that doesn't change. It's a guaranteed flop. If you manage to tell this in a powerful way, I can't guarantee you it's a success, but it's highly likely that you will win a larger audience because the audience identifies with the character, lives through the problem, and feels encouraged and inspired when it comes out. And says, yes, Rose even survived the Titanic. I will survive my boss. It sounds silly, but for children it works like that. You might remember when you saw your children films, oh, you come out like Mowgli, or you come out like the Big Knight, or you come like Harry Potter, It works like that. And so I made pretty much this point to that. Is there no questions? I talk a little bit about maybe, no questions. What I also offer you, if you have questions like, but Mr. Krushak or Ronald, tell me, how do I get into this business? How do I get my first job? How do I survive in this business? You can also ask me that. So I've made a lot of peculiar experiences, and you cannot predict how it works. No? Yes? Do you want to know? Yes? Microphone, please.
Good day. We started out from, yeah. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Very good. We started from this that you initially you got strongly involved with child entertainment and family entertainment. Yes. The fact is that I've just finished my novel. It's like an action book for kids, and I believe I will try to sort of put it on a big screen. This is my plan for the next few months. And I wanted to know, is there a possibility in the future to consult this with you? So to get any sort of tips and tricks from a person who knows what sells well from a technical side, so not only from the story point of view, but also from technical point of view.
Yes, I mean, yeah, I got it. Will I consult on? Yeah, I mean, it's basically my job. I consult every day. I get sent scripts every day. I write stories every day. Yes, of course I will. I also go to the pitching session tomorrow. The thing is, I'm freelancing now. I write and produce what I want, but I basically just connect to other companies with projects, you know. And sure, I mean, obviously, I've been involved in international co-production. I know everything about that. What works and what doesn't. I'll give you a little story about my film, which is sort of, yes, do that. You find me through I'm on Facebook also, etc. You know, I'll tell you a little bit what I learned from the production side. We made a very big film. We had an international department in a company. Once we had an international department for international movies, right? The idea was, well, we want to break into the international market and want to break into the American market. We want to play big. So we made a family film which was originated in America about 3 detective boys. It's called The Three Investigators. It's huge in Germany. It's huge in Germany. I made a very expensive film, by our standards, 11.3 million euros. We shot it entirely in South Africa. We got distributed in Germany by Disney. Yes, really big thing. And we hoped we would break into the world market. And it was a tough learning experience. We shot everything in English, had an English writer, main writer, and we cast the boys from America. We really had a Hollywood agency cast the boys. One of them is a big star now. We hope we would, make it into the international market. Compared by German language films, it certainly did sell very well, and you can get it on DVD, in Australia and America and England and so forth and so forth. But I made the experiences, it doesn't pay off. And I had a very interesting discussion with a man who distributes European films into America. He said one thing to me, and some of your filmmakers have learned that lesson before. If you want to break into the American market, don't make American-looking films. They already have them. The only thing that we can sell here is things they don't have, which is mostly European art house. Obviously these films only sell in these certain cinemas along the coastlines. California, Washington, New York, etc. That's where the films are being shown, limited releases. But it really has shown, from a German perspective, for example, when we had this international department, the only people who came with us with projects, because they knew we have to shoot something in Germany, it was Second World War, Second World War, Second World War. And if you look at the films, the German films, you can compare it, that were actually sold to America or won an Oscar. So it's always the war and the wall. That's what they know. Oh yeah, the wall and the wall. These films sell, nothing else. German comedies don't sell. German normal dramas, television sometimes sells, don't sell. Yeah? And so Ida was smart. Yeah, that's what they want. Well, how much it works commercially is a different question, but it really has turned out that all the markets are really regional. I mean, there are, like now I work with, well, I don't work, but I will probably work with Sony in Germany on projects. And they have set up now their whole company that they have departments in each country, but they only develop for their country. Because they have found out these commercial films don't travel. They're really more, national projects. Okay, any further questions? I will tell you a little story of a documentary film. Yes?
Dorota Kamińska, nice to meet you. I have a question concerning the productions, just like everything for her. Diane Grieger was playing in this. Hello. Once, yeah, you can. I wanted to ask you about the production, just like this film with Diane Grieger, which played in a French film of the version Everything for Her, and I loved this version a lot. Then it was remade into American version with Russell Crowe and McAdams, I believe, and McAdams, Rachel McAdams. For me personally, I would say, well, it was a crime story. The French version is much better. I was looking at the data, how did it fare in the American market in terms of the original version. Do you have any information about that? How did it fare in the American market?
It is a rule that, and it goes vice versa. The Americans, I mean, obviously, if the Americans, they do not, if they would have just shown the French version, it's obviously that they would only have run, in Chicago, New York, San Francisco, and LA, probably. I can't tell you anything about that, unfortunately.
Thank you.
It does happen sometimes that we sell remake rights to America. That's true, and vice versa. Almost everything on German television, which are not just fictional films, are stolen from America. I mean, all the show concepts are just stolen from America or other countries. It goes vice versa, but it is indeed very, very difficult to have European films travel. I mean, in Germany we like French comedies. They do work very well, Do you watch European films a lot here, which are not Polish? No? Yes? German films popular here? Great German? No? Yes. Good. Okay, I want to spend the last couple of minutes. So, how does it all work when we have a documentary film? Well, I had a very interesting experience. Do I have like 15 minutes, something like that? I was freelancing. I was coming out of one company. I was freelancing, and here's one rule for everybody who wants to make a living in the film world: go to parties. Very important. Socialize, communicate. Always have your pitch ready, and go to parties. I was at a party, film party in Hamburg. I was now freelancing a couple of years ago, met a media attorney with whom I had worked before. Hi, Ronald. Hi, Frank. How are you doing? Oh, I'm right. I'm freelancing now, Frank. Oh, this is interesting. We are sort of accompanying a project of this company who has never made a film, but they have money now and they want to make a big documentary feature film. They don't know how to do it. I looked for somebody like you who knows. I thought, yeah, okay. And then he said, can I send you something? I said, sure. Like you always, talk on party. Can I send you? Yeah, sure. Send me something. And I thought, yeah, documentary. I'd never made a documentary before. And then, sure enough, a couple of days later, I get a 2 pages project called Gold. It was supposed to be about paralyzed, disabled athletes. And the idea was to portray disabled athletes on their journey to the Paralympics. And I thought to myself, as anybody would think, huh? Disabled people? Who wants to see them in the cinema? Huh? Who wants to buy a ticket? Darling, shall we see the new George Clooney movie, or shall we go to see the disabled athletes? So I thought I was almost like writing back, Frank, not for me. I never made a documentary. I don't believe this is going to fly. Then I thought, hang on a second. You're freelancing now. Maybe you should at least, look into that and meet these people. So I did that, and they presented me, life stories of disabled athletes, showed me great images of the Paralympic Games, the motivation behind was the guy who was running the company was also in a wheelchair. It was his life in this project, but he didn't know how to do it. And then I had my 8-sequence structure and this journey, this idea in my mind. And then I heard the stories, and the stories of these athletes went like this. German swimmer, she was 19, had just come out of school, went to Greece with her friend. Her friend wanted to rent a motorbike. They went on a motorbike journey on a hill. They slipped, they fell. She hit her head and neck very badly. From this day on, age 19, she was disabled. All right? True story. And at that time, she was already in the late 30s. I said, okay, first sequence, second sequence. All right? Then she was depressed for 10 years. She thought her life was over. Obviously, her boyfriend separated from her. She got just in shitty jobs because her sisters got her some job to do something. She still was in this bubble, my life is over, all my lovely plans, everything is out. Depression, 10 years. She swam just for recreation, because in the water she felt free. She didn't feel her numb legs, you know? And one day, a coach, a trainer, sees her swimming and says to her, do you actually realize that you swim pretty well and you could go into competition with that? Competition where? Well, in the disabled athletes, Paralympics. Are you crazy? Shall I just even show the world the miserable way I am with my paralyzed legs? That was a wake-up call. Then she started thinking about it. And she looked at the times the people swam in the competition. And she realized, wait a minute, I could really compete in that. And then she made a decision and got into competitive swimming for disabled athletes. In the first tournament, she became German champion. And from that time on, she had found a new life. She had gone into Paralympics. She won a lot of medals, world championships. She traveled the world, right? She completely found a new life, a new destiny. She had suffered through 10 years of fate and found her destiny. So I thought, okay, this is cool. 10 years depression, third sequence. Learning process, swimming, fourth sequence. The guy comes in like Leonardo DiCaprio and says, I see the real you. You have the potential of being a great swimmer. Oh, no. Like she. You know, it's not your task to save my world. No, you can only do it yourself. You need to make a decision. I could try. She did. She became a champion. She started a completely new life. Great, fifth sequence, right? And then I knew, okay, she was still doing well, but she was still lonely at the time when I heard this story. I thought, okay, we want to accompany them to the Paralympics. This is going to be the third act. Third act is going to be Paralympics. What do I do in the sixth sequence? What do I do in the sixth sequence? I have to ask her about her fears. Obviously, her destiny is not fulfilled because she's alone. So I have to emphasize what could go wrong, what's at stake for you, etc., etc. And then I heard more stories of other athletes. And I thought, wow, they all have the 8-sequence structure in their life stories. They all have heroic journeys behind them, but nobody notices it. And of course, all of the people we chose were all the ones who actually are now committed to social projects, help children. You know, they all give back to the community because they understood how lucky they were eventually. They all very much, I decided we have 3 athletes. I can have enough time in 90 minutes for 3 stories. First was a German swimmer. Second was a Kenyan, a marathon runner from Kenya. He had gone blind overnight at 19. They still don't understand how, some kind of stroke. He lived near a township in Nairobi and had loved to run, and he got blind overnight. He fell into depression. He wanted to almost die. And then there were some helpers in this eye clinic from Germany said, well, you can still do something with your life. We train you how to walk and find your way, even if you're blind, and what do you want to do? And then he learned something and become a shoemaker, and he still loved to run. Until one day one said, you run pretty good. You can do it in competitive sports. And what they do is, the blind runners, they have a friend runner, a side runner. They're connected with a little rope. They run together. So Henry Vanyoki is his name. Started a completely new life. Won the Paralympics in Australia. You know, as a complete poor man outside, he had to borrow the shoes. Didn't have the money for shoes. And in Kenya, he is now like a huge hero because he has about 20 projects. He has opened a school for kids. It's amazing what this guy does. And he also commits everything he earns to the community. Wonderful heroic story. And the third guy, Australian wheelchair racer, Kurt Fernley. He was born without a spine in his back to a very nice middle-class farmer's family outside of Sydney. And when he was born, they already had 2 sons, and the doctor said to them, you know, this boy you can forget, he's not going to live for long. He doesn't have the last spine. His legs are not going to be developed. But they took him on, they loved him, and they never told him you're different. I mean, he later realized, but he had his brother, and he was basically crawling on his arms, you know. And when I met him, he's a very, very good-looking guy. And his upper body is like Superman, because what they do is they hammer their hands into the wheels of the wheelchair and thereby move forward. So he had a super blown-up, upper body, and then he has a small hip, and the legs were the legs of a child. And he told me, when I grew up, I was in my family, they never treated me like being different. They never said to me, to become a football star or whatever, or an astronaut might be difficult for you. Never said that. He felt loved and part of the family. He was out playing ball with his big brothers. He was, mind you, on the floor or on their backs, playing basketball. And he then learned, there is something like you can do wheelchair racing. And when he was a teenager, he found out, this is actually perfect for me. This is just perfect for me. And he became a wheelchair racer, is a national hero now, won the Paralympics a couple of times. He won a big medal when Queen Elizabeth visited last time. He was invited. He's a national hero because Australia loves athletes, much more than we do. Everybody knows him. He was allowed to have the New Year's speech to the whole country a couple of years ago. He's a great guy. So we portrayed all 3 of them. Each of them had the 8 sequences. They had lived until up to the 6th. Then I asked them, what's at stake in the Paralympics? What's missing in your life? What is your biggest fear? That made the 6th sequence. Then we went to the Paralympics and showed them in their races. How did they do? 7th sequence. And then, okay, am I disappointed? Did I do okay? What comes up? What comes now? And from a dramatical point of view speaking, we were lucky. One got injured through a race and got out of it. He didn't even finish the race. It was Henry Vanyoki from Kenya. Tragic. Kurt Fernley became 3rd in the marathon race, just outside of Buckingham Palace. We were standing there, and he was like coming in, 3rd. And Kirsten Brun, the German, she won gold medal. So the title of the film is Gold, You Can Do More Than You Think, which goes for every movie, right? And of course, with the gold, it was not meant the gold medal, it was meant the gold that you have inside of you. Even if you're disabled and you think your life is over, you can still find something in yourself that you're perfect for. And Kurt Fernley is my last sentence. Kurt Fernley goes out and teaches, also gives back to the community. He teaches Aborigine kids who are living in poverty outside of society. And he says, look at me. Look at me. Now tell me you cannot do anything with your life. That's it, I think. Any more questions? Yeah.
Przede wszystkim chciałam panu
First of all, I would like to thank you for a very One, two. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for a very inspiring lecture. I believe it will show. I will show it to my son, whom I sent to my. I will show it to my son, whom I sent to legal studies.
Myślę, że
I believe he will move out immediately. And I have a question to you, because you're talking about a future boom of family cinema in movies in Poland and in Eastern Europe. Why? Why is it so?
Yes.
No tak, ale to dlatego, że
But it's because the producers are not interested in this genre.
Looked it. And as I said, it's if you think in a worldwide sense, it's very obvious it's the biggest, most commercial, successful genre worldwide. And the thing is, children in one nation, they don't, it's not enough for them to have Harry Potter and the Pixar movies. They want to have their life environment mirrored as well. They want to have stories that they can identify even more. So what you have to do when you make children films in your nation, you make more local stories. You don't try to compete, with Harry Potter. It's pointless. But for example, when we developed all these stories, it was very striking that every team from Poland had the same theme, more or less. The theme was patchwork families. Everybody came up, oh yeah, the big theme in our society is the kids live with patchwork families. The kids want to see that. They want to, they want to feel sort about compassion, and it's okay. They want to have a good message, a good story for that. They want to find themselves in their world as well, and that's the task you can do in your nation. To represent, because you have a theme for the character, yes, but you also have a theme for the society, as in Titanic. It's always also, and in children's films you also have, like with a detective movie in South Africa. Just to give you a little bit. It was we made up a backstory, a love story between black and white in the past. And the story is a black girl hires the 3 investigator boys to help her solve the case because her father was accused of having committed a crime. So they're being hired by this black girl. In the last, everybody of the 3 falls in love with the black girl. She's wonderful. And in the last scene, black girl kisses the one character who was the most reserved in the beginning. They had the journey together of prejudice and overcoming prejudice, etc. And I had to talk with Disney about it. Disney said, well, how black is she? I said, what do you mean? Is she really black? I said, it's South Africa. The kids are as they are. We cast South Africa. Yeah, but it looks strange on the screen, doesn't it? I don't know. Can she be like more brown-black? And she said, you know what? There has never been a black and white kiss in a Disney movie. And I said, it might be just a small thing. Nobody might think about it. But to show to young kids it's a completely normal thing, that they all fall in love with this black girl, and we actually shot a lot in townships. They saw the real life of kids in townships. Although it was an adventure film, and it's about prejudice. I maintain these are serious, things that you tell the kids. The kids who see this, for them it's completely natural. This happens. It's never been made in a Disney movie. It's just the German, English language, but it has sort of traveled around the world to some degree. So you have to find the themes in your society and then find emotional stories that basically encourage kids. It's okay, and you can still do what you want and find your own idea. Your parents might have not been able to sustain the relationship. It might have been better. Look how more happy they are, but doesn't mean that you cannot have a great relationship later on. These are very valuable stories to tell, I think.
Czyli mamy jakieś szanse.
So we have a chance in the conflict with Hollywood, yes, if we challenge the Hollywood.
Because the thing is, the Hollywood, it's Europeans. The guy who founded Warner Brothers is, the first big hits were Snow White, the European stories. It's just the psychology. It's just a psychology. Do we hope that we can take charge of our destiny or not? The European experience is no. The European experience is we are being controlled by others. And it's just only in last few couple of decades we have learned, hey, I can decide myself. I'm not going to die of poverty. If I go the wrong road for some time, I can decide myself. And the older you get, the more you learn, parents mean very well, but they judge from a different time, than yours. There are a lot of powerful stories. Please, I hope that you will believe that you can all make the most of our lives and find out what it is and help others. That's great messages, I think. But you can still find other themes and find an environment and the world that you're telling which takes place here. and is closer to the kid. You know, that we don't need to tell about Mowgli in the jungle. No, we can tell about Mowgli in Warsaw, you know? Yeah, I mean, so to speak. Okay? Yeah?
Dzień dobry, Ula Baju.
Hello, my name is Ula Bajuli. I would also add to those congratulations and thanks for the inspiration. Concerning my question, I have a question. During yesterday's lecture, they said that when in terms of hello, yeah, in terms of films, yes, in terms of films for kids, we have a situation here that many people do not want to engage into films, devote themselves for hello. Then people don't want to devote themselves to films for children because the prestige of directors and artists who do things for kids is lower than the rest. Of course, it might change because everything changes in the world. However, my question is, was there a similar situation in Hollywood or in America that the creators of the family movies or family cinema had to wait for their turn to get some sort of a respect of their position?
When did Walt Disney make the first big feature film? Snow White, 1937. What was in the silent movie? Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton, the Five Rascals. They knew what sold. You know, and of course Walt Disney, he was a controversial guy, but look what empire he's built. You know, look what, and he built it with European stories, basically. Look what how much he changed the world. He did really change the world, you know. And the great thing is, if you make a kid film, I've experienced it. My first kid film was made in 2001. And whenever I meet somebody, they all know it. It was a small film, it's a small release. They all know it. And you know, and the thing is, every 8 years or so, there's a new generation of kids, and they watch them films. Your film never gets old. You know, it gets new generations of audience discover your film, and they never get old. And that's the beauty of it. You know, that I feel you're leaving really something. When one day you have to go to find out the mystery, you leave something behind. Ideally, a few films that will still be watched. You know, and yes, about the reputation of the genre. That's the big problem. That's why I stressed it so much, because usually, if you look at the Berlinale, for example, yeah, there is a kids festival going on next to it. It's never being reported on. You never even hear about it. And when I talk to film students, the thing is with film students, when you make the graduation films, you know, they all try to make serious drama, because they think, as you say, you know, if I want to be seen in the world, I have to make a real serious drama so that I can come up as a real serious intellectual artist. You know, yeah. And I've sat in many juries deciding on, you know, awards for newcomer films. Okay, another cancer, you know, another depression, another, I want to be a Tarantino film, you know. Is anybody giving me a relief here? The thing is, yes, and I agree, of course, we see that. The awards are being won by the big intellectual art house dramas. The audiences are being won who follow certainly this psychological idea, and the biggest audiences worldwide. The biggest genre is family entertainment, without doubt, because it travels. All the children understand what I've just been saying in the last 3 hours. Comedies are more nationally limited, or maybe travel to the neighboring countries, except they come from America. Because then Americans understood that this story that I told is universal. I mean, they have told, the Native Americans have told them, the Asians, the Egypts, all have told the same hero's journey story. So they understand, everybody will understand it. You know, even if I have somebody from the Stone Age watch it, you will understand it. Yes, it is a problem, but I mean, as I said, everybody should follow his or her vocation. If they decide they want to be Tarkovsky or Polanski or whatever, fine. Your decision. It's just a pity if people overlook family entertainment because it's the strongest genre. I maintain it. There is nothing makes more sense to give people in their formative years, children and teenagers, real values and really ideas and inspiration for their lives. I don't think there's anything more important than this. It's my personal idea, you know. And because like a film with this documentary, I mean, you know, we had 80,000 people, a lot of school classes invited. You don't go to see a film about Paralympic athletes. I mean, we were at the Berlinale, our president came to see it. It was really nice. But because it gives inspiration, you know. But who goes to see them? People who are converted anyhow, you know. And children, they go see it, and then you can deliver all these messages. You have a kid in a wheelchair, and you tell the, you know, all this. It's actually a good idea. I put this in. So it's a decision. And I see that, you know, the students, they think, oh, I have to come up with a real big artist. I have 3 friends who won the student Oscars. And then when you win a student Oscar, you are automatically nominated for the real short film Oscar. They make usually short films at graduation. All 3 deal with children. All 3 films that are made are about children. Dramas about children. One is about, I mean, I don't have time, but I could tell you the short stories. But they're all extremely emotional and all about rescuing children. And yeah. So anyhow, it is a decision. Everybody has to find out what he or she wants to do. And I can only tell you, producers look for people who can create emotions. They don't look for intellectual statements. It bores us to death because we want to be moved. We don't want to go into a lecture of scientific something. Yes, I am so smart. We don't care. When we watch a short film, we want to be moved. Either laugh, cry, but you know, before we cry. So if anybody comes out and makes an emotional, inspiring film, that's the main word, inspiring film, is the one who gets the job. You know, that's the one. Because if you manage to inspire people with your film, then you understood what it's about. Yes? Is that it? Okay. Thank you very much. See you around.
around this moment we have an organizer greeting another guest on the stage. I'm in a stupid situation. However, I'm in a stupid situation because I'm the guest also here. I would like you to invite you to my lecture. I would also prefer you to sit closer here because I do have light in my face and I can't see you properly. So it would be also nicer for me to talk to you. So could you please come over? It is yes, exactly. It's 2 p.m. sharp, and we'll be starting then. I have a short question to start with. Who never heard of 3 acts? Honestly, fantastically. We have one person who's never heard of 3 acts. You haven't either. I have a second question. On a scale from 1 to 10, who feels who feels below 5 in 3 acts? Do you feel like 10 on the scale 1 to 10? Well, okay, that's fair enough. I hope that after the end of this meeting you will feel 10 out of 10 in 3 acts. What is it all about? Just a moment ago you've met with Ronald Kruszak, who told you about the sequential approach to the structuring of script. The sequential structure is my favorite method of structuring a plot. However, any structure is based on the ages-old 3-act structure. This is an absolute foundation for our work, and we had information that we don't deliver any sort of basics, even though I'm a great fan of sequential structuring and nonlinear narration. I would like to deliver I would like to talk to you about the basics of this script, which will build the foundation of every plot. So that's why that's my title. Let the force of 3 acts be with you. I hope after today's meeting you'll be able to use it freely in your work. A few words about me. Scenariopisarstwo.pl is a website I've been running for a good few years. On this website you get all the information about workshops and about Script Fiesta too. Some time ago we've created a physical location in Warsaw. We have a workshop too, where we perform our workshops, and we have tables there where people could write, because this is where script writers come over and write. This is a possibility to consult, for example with me. We have a Storylab Pro. The website of Storylab Pro is held in English so far. This year those 2 websites will be merged. They look quite similar. On the visual side, they are like sister web pages. So yes, the opening is still in front of us. A few words about me. Who knows me? You know that I'm a vampire. In a way, I've finished a number of schools. I don't put all of them up in my presentation. You know me as the organizer of this festival. I've learned a lot, and the knowledge I got throughout the years, I pass it on. I also wrote a lot. I wrote a script for primetime TV shows. I also worked with new formats. I built script teams for a few years. I don't do much of scripting for TV series anymore. In terms of my full feature films, it's still before me, but I'm working very hard to realize this finally. You also know that my passion is to teach script writing. I organize a lot of things. I appear in festivals. I hold workshops. Next week I'm I'm in a workshop on video, on musical video creation. Some time ago, I've been also in a workshop organized by Nowe Horyzonty. I'll be in transatlantic workshop. So so script writing is my passion. This is how also this festival originated. This is also the book I've translated. By Linda Aronson. This is not available in the bookshops anymore. We have just few items left. They are sort of very rare, and they will have some of them to be given out today. Today we'll know all the elements of the structure of the three act structure. Everybody who does not feel like totally powerful in terms of 3-act structure over the next 55 minutes. In 55 minutes, you'll know everything about 3-act structure. You do not need to go abroad for a weekend workshop. All you need to know about 3 acts, you will know in 50 minutes. You will also understand a very important function, which is the first turning point in the story. The first turning point. This is something which sets your story. And what you will learn in 7 minutes, you will learn to sketch out your plot. I would also to outline your plot. I would like you to also select the idea that you're working right now, or the story that you want to start working on, before when I will show you the whole theory concerning 3-act structure. I will show you how you can carry out this 7-minute exercise. It will allow you to outline your story. So if you already have some story you're working or you want to work over it, I suggest you dissect it today. It will take us today a bit more than 7 minutes because I will tell you about what's happening there. Before we move to the workshops themselves, I would like to ask you, do you know this quote? The plot manifestly ought to be constructed on dramatic principles. It ought to have for its subject a single action, whole and complete. It will need the beginning, a middle, and the end. It will thus resemble a living organism and produce its proper pleasure. Who said that? Aristotle. Yes, of course. When did he say that? A very long time ago. Shoot. Yeah, he is dead. He's been dead for quite a while. He died before the Christ. A good date to remember is like 333 before our time. So more or less 2,500 years ago, somebody jotted down his lectures, and the things that you can learn in this festival and in many books, the majority of what's being said there is what Aristotle taught to his disciples of drama writing 2,500 years ago. I encourage you to read that. If you haven't read the Aristoteles, that's the guy. If you haven't read him, I strongly encourage you to do so. My students know that I'm a sort of a Nazi in terms of Aristoteles. Everybody has to read that, and I force everybody to do that. I remember that a group when I had the students who couldn't tackle such an old text after two and a half a very old text, and when people told me that, I mean it's an easy read before you go to sleep or when you're in the bath. It's like 30 pages of text, especially women who are in the context of the panel that we had on Wednesday. Women will find something interesting here. Now we'll move on to the 3 acts. This is the essence of our today's meeting, and let's say this is our storyline. It consists of 3 acts. We've got the whole structure: Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. So traditional sources which talk about this three-act structure, it says that the first act should be 25% of the script, second act should be 50%, and the third act should be 25% of the script. So if you can, even though we're arts people, if we can calculate that, it gives us 100%. In contemporary narration, the first act gets shorter. We get to the gist of the story quicker. What's always in the beginning of the story? This is what we do. What we do today. The structure of three acts. We're talking the proper building, structuring of your tale, of your plot. So this is the basics. Yes, of course you can break those structures, but in order to learn the basics, this is it. We start a normal tale by presenting the normal world of the protagonist. We show who the protagonist is, who's our hero, what's his relations with the other people, which world he lives in, what he wants, what he desires, what he needs, and what are the obstacles on the way. Not to be so purely theoretical, I would like to maybe carry out this structure of three acts on an example. Everybody who knows me and everybody who knows this lecture, you know that I like to refer to Cinderella because everybody knows the story about Cinderella. My question is, what is the standard world, the beginning of the story of Cinderella? What happens to Cinderella in the beginning of the story when we meet her? She works her hands off, yes. She works very hard. She has stepsisters, and they don't have very good relations with each other. The stepsisters are treated well by the stepmother, and Cinderella is not. Now look what happens with emotions here. You see, the emotions is what you're telling the story about. This is also what Aristotle says. You have to give a proper pleasure to your audience. So what we already now, what do we feel already now towards Cinderella? You know, this poor girl. Yes, we feel compassion. We feel the pity. We sympathize with her. For this, it's an extremely strong tool. Compassion is a very strong tool in your hands, because if your audience starts to be compassionate towards or sympathize with your hero, they will glue to your hero. Yes, and if the audience is glued to your hero already, then we start to have this first disturbance of this proper world. What happens? There's an invitation to the ball, to a king's ball, and the herald comes and he says he says that there will be a ball in the king's castle, and the prince will look for a bride. We are compassionate. We're sort of sympathizing with our Cinderella, because we saw her situation. The father is dominated. The stepmother hates her. The sisters don't have any respect to her. So we sympathize with Cinderella, and when this disturbance appears and the chance to change the life of the life of Cinderella to be changed, we want her to succeed. So you see, we are compassionate, and we already want her to succeed. Yes, the first auxiliary question: is Prince already in the story? Yes. Well, some heads went like this, and some hands nodded. So it's difficult to say that somebody is physically in the story, because it's let's say it's all in our imagination. But let's say we sort of can put it in a more material way. So the protagonist is not in the story yet, but he's physically not there, but he's already in the story. So when the disturbance appears, we already have all the main heroes there. We've got Cinderella, her family, the herald, who's from the prince, who's very important for the story. Okay, so we have a disturbance. We can go to the ball. The Cinderella wants to go there. We want her to go there. We want her to become the bride of the princess bride, but she can't go there. And this is also a very important thing. Ronald told you about the hero's journey in his speech. Julian yesterday told you about the hero of 1000 faces, the Joseph Campbell. You remember what's there? We have the standard world. We have the adventure, and the third element is the resistance of the hero. So the hero does not get in immediately. He does not embark immediately on the on the path of adventure. It's a very important for us psychologically, because if we get a new challenge, we don't enter this immediately. We don't tackle it immediately. We are sort of hesitating. So the Cinderella is not. He is also hesitating because there are obstacles. There are external obstacles. Who can go to the ball? The sisters and the stepsisters, stepmother, and the father who's there also. So the first disturbance leads us to the first turning point. And this is the first thing you really have to know about the disturbance. I will sort of repeat myself because I really want it to be embedded in your memories. So the disturbance, which disturbed the standard, the normal world of our protagonist, leads to the first turning point. You see, during the disturbance, we already wanted her to become the princess bride, but she couldn't. So what's the first turning point? The fairy mother appears. The fairy godmother appears. Yes, she gives her a chance to go to the ball. So from this moment, we know already that she has something to ride in. She has something to wear, and now then we believe she can be the princess bride. So now coming back, we were compassionate. We wanted her to become a princess bride, and we wanted even more that she become a princess bride. And now we're in the story. She has a chance, and we really want her. We really want her to become the princess bride. And now 3 very important things concerning the first turning point, and that I would like you to remember, and I will ask you about that at the very end. 3 things that the first turning point does, and first of all, it sort of introduces the hero in the new world. This is what Arthur said yesterday about the film. Only after the first half of the film, the hero gets into this new world. So this is the first turning point. It might be the physical new world, which is like a girl going to a king's castle, but this could also be an allegorical new world, like emotional new world. If a girl becomes a mother, this is also an emotional new world, even though geographically she did not make a step. So the first thing that is done by the first turning point, it introduces the protagonist in the new world. Secondly, it asks it finally poses the dramaturgical question. What does it mean that it's finally? Well, the dramaturgical question was already sort of outlined in the disturbance. We said, oh, we would like her to be the princess bride. But now that she's entering the castle, we know that she has a chance. She has an opportunity to become the princess bride. So this question, which sets the whole plot, it's the dramaturgical question is, will she become the princess bride? Do you understand that? Very well. So the third thing that also gives you a test whether this first turning point is a good turning point. The first turning point has the potential to generate a lot of complications. So now I want you to take pieces of paper and a pencil. I'll give you a task that we will try to do it in practical. We'll try to generate as many complications as possible, stemming out of a situation when a girl for the first time enters a prince's castle. I'll give you a certain overview of the practices that we'll do later. So get ready for having 1 minute to generate as many ideas of as many ideas about what a great girl, which never had a beautiful dress and high heels, who for the first time is in such surroundings. Which complications? What could happen in such out of such circumstance? Is that clear for you? Okay, let's flex our script writing muscles and let's generate as many ideas as possible when the girl for the first time appears in a prince's castle. More. It's brainstorming, so write down all the stupid ideas. The stupid ideas are great, and I'll tell you why in a second. Very good. This is how a minute passes when you write. This is 1 minute. Which stupid ideas we have? What could happen when a girl for the first time enters a king's castle? She could make a laugh out of herself. She can stumble down. She can stumble on her dress. She doesn't know how to behave. You give me something concrete. She doesn't know where the main entrance. She doesn't know how to eat at a table, so she can disgrace herself, yes? So she doesn't know where to enter, so where could she enter? She's not invited. Let's assume that she got everything from her stepmother. She doesn't know the dances because she danced only with her broom. Yeah, she goes to help in the kitchen. She cannot speak to those people. She can't hold a conversation. She uses wrong words. She can take a lackey for the prince. Yes, she can be offensive. She can put food in her pockets. Yeah, she can have a cheek, and she can be cheeky and make a lot of impression on everybody. Or for example, there could be a problem with her dress. It might not be comfortable. And a corset, because she was always walking around in rags, so the corset might be something alien to him. So you can see we have a very good, strong turning points. When we have a good turning point, the ideas come in by thousands. When we have a lot of ideas for complications, the story becomes very interesting. When we have a weak turning point around the middle of the film, the story sort of starts to die down. Talking about the there's an anecdote talking about the ideas. There's a story that stupid stories can lead you to good ideas. So if you have a stupid idea, this idea might inspire you to get that will lead you to a good idea and better idea, and finally we'll get to this great idea that will sort of set up all the story. A girl would say, one girl's answer to this, it's like going to a blind date. And how so, if it was asked? And the girl would answer, well, if you're going to a blind date, you might see the guy whom you meet, who might look bad, he might have a smelly mouth, he might be stupid. That's true, but he might have a very nice friend. So that's what I'm telling you. A stupid idea can lead you to a good idea, which will lead you to a better idea, and finally to a great idea. So accept all of your stupid ideas. What we, as authors, what we do, we have an internal critic, a devil's advocate, who says, "Oh no, this is banal, this is stupid." If you drop all that is banal and stupid, you will not get to the original, and that's what we'll be also talking about when we get down to this 8-minute exercise. So right now we've got the first turning point, and then what does it do once again? It introduces the hero to the new world. The second thing is it asks a dramaturgical question, and one more important word. It finally poses the dramaturgical question because as I told you, during disturbance we had the first outline of the question. So, and the third thing, which the turning point does, the first turning point does, it generates a lot of complications. So, we're at the first turning point. So, you can see for yourself that if somebody asks you what you've been to in a cinema, and what was it all about, you start to talk about the first turning point. You know, Thelma and Louise, two girls wanted to go to a hut in the mountains, but somebody wanted to rape them, and they killed the would-be rapist. And it's like a turning point. So we're talking about the Cinderella. We've got this girl. Nobody pays respect to her, and then suddenly at some point she can go to the Prince's Castle. So just make sure that this first turning point is quite close to the beginning of the story, of the plot. In the majority, in many books, it is being said, it is often being said in handbooks that it should be within first 25% of the plot. But if you look at the contemporary stories, you will see that it's much closer. If you look at the TV series, within the first 5 minutes, especially those that are like Californication, the first 5 minutes. Looks at the House of Cards, the first 5 minutes, everything is already set. It's not like the whole pilot is used to lead you to the first turning point or to the disturbance. No, it's all been done in the 5 minutes, and then we follow on with the story. So that's it. Do you have any questions at this stage? Any short questions? No? Let's move on. So we've got our Cinderella, who got to the second act. The second act is full of complications. There are different versions of Cinderella. Usually she goes 2 times or 3 times. Sometimes she goes like for the whole week to this ball and comes back. She goes around the palace, then she goes once again. The prince notices her. On some other time he starts to dance with her. Her family comes back and tells, well, that there was this beautiful lady, nobody knew her, the prince danced with her all the time. Do you remember what she was also told by the fairy godmother? Until midnight. Yes. One more tip. I told you already that sympathy is a very strong tool in your hands. The second very strong tool in your hands is the word but. You see, you can use the word but to everything. For example, in building your character, the character is beautiful but nasty. Can you feel that? You already have a conflict, and the conflict builds your plot. So what's happening here? What happens here? You can go to the castle, you get everything, but there's one condition. So we've had this but during the first turning point. So first we watch it to see if he becomes the princess bride, and second we've heard this but. So we're looking when it's all gonna collapse. Of course it's gonna collapse. What is the worst moment for the protagonist in the story? Exactly. for the Cinderella, it's this midnight when she forgot and she runs down the stairs, and this is the worst moment for this protagonist in this story. So the theory of those three acts is built. I built it upon a lot of books and practical uses of this, which I had. So this shape of structure which I'm showing to you is based mainly on in the book I've showed you already. This is, in my view, the greatest writer on script writing I know on our planet. So the second turning point has two parts. The first one is the worst possible moment for the protagonist during the story, and the second part is deciding to take an action, which introduces us to the third act and brings us to culmination, to so you already know to the climax. Yes, we you know, she runs down the stairs, she loses her shoe. Of course, we forget that it should disappear because everything else disappeared except for this shoe. So who takes action in the Cinderella story? Well, the prince, of course. You've got the prince who takes action. Do you believe that that James Bond, at the worst moment of the film, would come over, would sit down sit in the corner and start to cry, and some girl would take an action? Well, not really. If you have a story in a generally passive protagonist, he doesn't do or she doesn't do anything in the first act. There's a certain Deus ex machina power which allows it to enter the second act. As I told you, the content of your story is the act 2, yes, is the second act. So Cinderella is in the second act. However, being passive, she goes to a corner and she starts to cry, and the action is being taken by the prince. This action leads us to climax. What is the climax in this story? Yes, the shoe fits. What does this mean? The slipper, yes? It means that the slipper fits and she will become the prince's bride. And if the Cinderella becomes the prince's bride, it answers our dramaturgical question we've asked during the first turning point. That's why it's so important. The first turning point is so important, and it's important that it's at the beginning of your story. It is. That's why the first turning point is so important, because it sort of sets this question. It primes your story, which is then discharged in the climax. So if you set a story in such a way, you know what's a normal world of the hero. You know what's the disturbance. You know what's the first turning point. What's the second turning point? What's the climax? Then you can build the whole story, which is coherent. And this is what we discussed yesterday during the analysis of the film with Arthur, is that we create something which is coherent. And then you would ask, will it not be banal? Well, yes, of course you can do a very artistic cinema, art house cinema, which deals with 17 topics, and there will be one beautiful scene will be breathtaking, a lot of good pictures and a good shooting, but good images. But what's the story there? In fact, the majority of the stories that we have the pleasure to watch, and we are there to give pleasure, these are very simple stories, and your whole skill in script writing is to fill it with good content. So what could happen? What happens between the second turning point and the climax? Many good things could happen. The prince goes around the villages. When he finds finally the village, he can look for the house. When he finds the house, the stepsisters don't allow the Cinderella to try the slipper, and the Cinderella wants to try the slipper. So can we prolong it? Yes, we can prolong it. This is how we complicate things. Yes, can you prolong the exposition? Yes, yes, we can start the story much earlier. Yeah, we could start the story much earlier to this when we have a very happy couple. A beautiful baby girl gets born, the Cinderella. They're very happy together. They at one day her mother gets ill and dies, and then she becomes. Then she has no mother anymore. Yes, the mother, or maybe mother would say, but in another type of story, mother could be, for example, get the illness from the Cinderella, and then mother dies and Cinderella has guilt. Yes, so we can sort of prolong it and prolong it. We can prolong this exposure. What does it give us? It gives us boredom. Because what is this story about? It's a story about an underdog becoming a princess. Does prolonging of exposure, does it give us something? No. So shorten the exposition as much as possible. So be as quick as possible. My professor, Robert Gliński, said that the majority of scripts could be rectified in the very easy way. Just cut off the first half of the script and change the ending. Well, it's funny because I do a very similar thing. In the beginning of our work, we tend to do a lot of. In the beginning of our work, we tend to do big expositions because we get to learn our protagonist and we want to learn as much as possible from him. But then we could start with a bang, and only then introduce gradually our protagonist. We don't need to put it in the exposition. And what introduces us in the story? The first turning point. So these are the points on which you can hang the whole story. Is this clear for you? I'll add one interesting point for you in this 3-act structure. Answers the questions. Is a no way back point, no turning back point. What is a no turning back point? Yeah, point of no return, or the so-called midpoint. This already tells you that it's in the middle of the story. It's an additional turning point which gives us an additional kick in the story. And now, as I told you already, how you should think about your first turning point. You also got my tips on how to think about the second turning point, and I will tell you how to think about the point of no return. This is a point when your hero, in a way, changes his moral code. At the turning point, he does something that they do something that they wouldn't do in the beginning of the story. For me, the great example, and a great example, is Thelma and Louise. We have a Thelma in the beginning who's got this pistol, who got it from his husband, and she holds it like this. She can't even use this. She gives it to Louise. What happens in the middle of the film? If you haven't seen, I'm sorry for spoiling it for you. But I recommend that you see it. What happens in the middle of the film? Thelma not only knows how to use it, she effectively robs a shop, which brings about new problems. So you see, the protagonist undergoes internal change. She or he does something that they wouldn't do in the beginning of the film. So this is an additional kick. If you don't have any more ideas in the middle of the film, you've got a new kick, new energy, and this story does not die. So what does Cinderella do in the half of the story? Is there anything we could take as sort of changing his moral. Well, of course, she lies. So when she finally made it to the ball, and when she danced with the prince, and her sisters come back, and she said, "What? This beautiful lady? Remember this normal world? She's always good. She's always honest. She helps everybody. You know, birds, mice." Does she stand up and say, "I'm this beautiful lady"? No, she doesn't. She sits quietly because she knows already that she has a chance to be the princess bride, and she already works for her own good. So far, she's been only for other people, and right now she starts to be for herself. So even in such a banal story, all those theories that I'm presenting right now to you, you can put them in. You can insert them into your Cinderella. So she undergoes a certain internal change in the middle. In terms of those three acts, this is all you should know. So first act, normal world, disturbance, first turning point of no return, then the second turning point, and then the climax, and then we close all the motives, or we open the second season. So this is this theory. Basing on this theory, I would like to show you a 7-minute exercise. It would take us a bit more. This is something that you could also do on your own at home in order to outline your story. What will we do? You will get 1 minute. Each time I will tell you what I'm asking you to do to write down during this minute. I asked you to think about a story that you're working on. So yes, think about it and work on it. I'm not promising you that this will be a masterpiece, but you will learn an exercise which will allow you to work on your story within 7 minutes. You know, 7 minutes on Facebook is a short time. So I'll show you how 7 minutes can be effectively used to get warmed up to writing. If you have a routine that you get up in the morning, you drink coffee, and then, oh gosh, I have to write. So making a 7-minute train exercise can sort of shoot you into the orbit of script writing. Are you ready? Who's not ready? Okay, I believe we're all ready. So the first minute, the first part of the film is a normal world. During the first minute, I would like you to describe the normal world, where he lives, what he does, what he would like, and what he needs. Try to get carried away by the structure. I believe that you might already have an idea how to work with this story, but to sort of park them on the side. Try to use this structure, and if it doesn't work for you, then you can always throw it into a bin, and that's it. But maybe you might have a new idea. Are you ready? Okay, so shoot off. You've got 1 minute and describe the normal world of your protagonist. Okay, this was 1 minute, so the time flies. You can also it will be easier for you to adjust to this 1 minute time. So you know this normal world, yes, where you've got your protagonist, you know what are his desires, his needs, and what are his goals. The second minute now, we start from the disturbance, and we get to the first turning point. For reference, in Cinderella, the disturbance is the message information about the ball. At the first turning point is the appearing of the fairy godmother. So now we are leading our protagonist from disturbance to this, leading into this. Remember that the first turning point will generate a lot of complications, poses the final question, and now try to use this minute to the maximum. We're at the first turning point then, and let's see how your turning point works in your case. I believe that you might also already have ideas for your story. Get carried away by the structure, put it aside, see where the structure will bring you. So the first turning point asks the final dramaturgical question, and now, well, let's see if it works for your protagonist. So another minute is this time when we generate ideas what could happen to this hero after this first turning point. After this first turning point, try to write in bullets as many ideas as possible as a result of this first turning point. Okay, we've got that. I understand you have a surge of ideas right now. So 1 more minute. Generate even more idea. Open up your imagination and generate as many ideas as possible concerning this first turning point as a result of this first turning point that you serve to your hero. It's the quality, not the it's the quantity, not quality that counts. Great. Do you have many ideas? Do you remember what I told you about stupid ideas? The last minute to generate ideas, but now just go crazy. The more stupid the ideas, the better. What could happen from this turning point for which you served to your heroes? You're unlimited even by your own imagination. Be as stupid as possible, whatever comes to your mind. Okay, if you have any more stupid ideas, just write them down. It's great. I would like to calculate how many ideas do you have from the last 3 exercises. Yes, you can brag now. 15, that's fantastic. 14, that's great. 18, perfect. In 3 minutes. 14, maybe somebody has 3, maybe 2, maybe somebody has 5. 18 ideas within 3 minutes. You can see do you know what you can do in 3 minutes on Facebook? And in here you've got 18 ideas. This is effective work, isn't it? Look at the ideas you have. Look at those which seem to be most interesting to you. The first minute, the second minute, or the third minute. You see the third minute. Why? Because you've pushed your imagination forward. The first ideas that come over, we usually jump at those first ideas. And as a juror in many competitions, especially this one for the TV series, the majority of stories I've heard is the development on the first idea that came and which we grasped upon. And it's enough to have 2 more minutes and generate more and the stupidest ideas in the 3rd minute. And you can then browse through those ideas and look for something interesting there. For me, I'm highly motivated by deadlines, and majority of people who write creatively write like this. You see, this is very easy. You've got a timer in your cell phone, and you've got to make a coffee on the way. 1 minute is enough. If then you can get another one, and in 3 minutes you've got a lot of ideas. You generate ideas, and then you pick from among them. Do a small checklist. What is a point of the no way back point? Yes, internal change of the protagonist. So the hero does something which they wouldn't do in the beginning. It breaks. The protagonist breaks his moral codes. Do you have anything like this among your ideas? No? Oh, add it to it. Very good. One more test. Among the ideas you wrote down, do you remember the second part of the first turning point is? Sorry, the second part of this, the first part of the second turning point is the worst moment for this protagonist in this story. Do you have that? No? Add. Yes? Find out if it can be worse. If it can be worse, just press him down. Because if you press it down, if you will have no mercy for your protagonist, who will be compassionate with your hero? The audience, of course. And this is it. The audience is there for you to give pleasure from your work. So when this hero is doing really bad, then the audience really wants him to do well. So if you've got the second turning point, see if there's anything worse that could happen to your protagonist. We've got still 2 minutes left. Another minute. I mean, you introduce your hero in this very new exercise which you try to master. Lead him from the second turning point to the climax, which will answer your final dramaturgical question upon which the whole story hangs. Is this easy? So we've got 1 minute and off you go. Good, that was the penultimate minute of our exercise. We came to the climax. The climax answers the dramaturgical question. We might have a happy end here. And the last minute to close all the motives of the story. What we've learned from this, and this is the moral. Somebody disappeared, somebody appeared. We close the motives and we finalize the story. So that's it. I'm very interested in what you managed to get there. I would like to give to hand out pages, pieces of paper, blue pieces of paper to people here. There's one more exercise in front of you. I wonder how it worked for your story. I believe you have a lot of chaos, which might be, however, improved upon. What's your impression? Yes, so that you can. The result is that you can generate a story in 7 minutes. You can generate a lot of ideas which then you can discard. This builds a lot of discipline, and this is what in our work is very much needed. This is also which makes a script writer different from a novel writer. The writer of novels can just get carried away. He can make an exposure for 50 pages. Oh, come on. Yes, when we meet someone, we can say, well, like the first 50 pages you just flip through and then it really moves on. However, in a script, it has to move on immediately, because if somebody reads the beginning, just like Ewa Puszczyńska said, if until the 20th page nothing happens, I'm not interested in this anymore. You have to have a strong beginning. It really builds your discipline. We as script writers, we do not create great literature. We're creating the manual for the whole film crew. If you get a manual from IKEA, Kasia, Barbara, everybody will do the same piece of furniture, and it's your job to write the script in such a great way so that the operator and everybody, and the guy who drives, who delivers sandwiches to the set, they would all see the same film. Okay, so what are also your what else do you think about it? It opens up your mind. Yes, why? I will repeat that because our interpreter can't hear that. Sometimes you believe that you're out of power, but when you have to do it, if you're forced to write, those people who like to have this sort of deadline looming over you, then you have to act. Once you have to act, suddenly you've got the water flowing, and the spring starts to flow again. Very good. Justina says, I found a weak spot. It is in a story which I developed already. This is it. You can find a weak spot in your script. You can discipline yourself to know what sort of story you want to say. Because what moral do you want to show? Because you just want to say that life is beautiful, and they lived happily forever after. Or if you want to depress the viewer, and it's this proper pleasure for the viewer to be depressed, our moral has to be the life sucks. However, you can lead the story from the beginning to the end. So how will you manage the audience? This is your skill. This is your ability as a scriptwriter. To sum up our today's meeting, we know all the dramaturgically important elements of the structure of 3 acts. What is this? Yes, of course, yes, we do. Yes, we know that there's an exposition, it's a normal world, then there's disturbance, then the first turning point, and the point of no return, second turning point, and the climax. And then we close all the motives, and then the end credits. So you can feel that now, yes? Knowing those points, you hang your story upon them, and the rest is what you put in this story. This is your talent. We know what is being defined by the first turning point. Yes, the third turning point arises from disturbance, and what does it do? It generates ideas. Yes, it generates ideas. Very good. It generates the complication, and it poses the final dramaturgical question and introduces the hero to the new world. So the exposure is to shift the hero to the new world. Exposure is there just to make a sort of an explanation, for the first explanation, and it becomes interesting. It becomes interesting when we have the first turning point. Yeah, we've got the credibility from. Well, you've got the credit of confidence from this audience, but you have to pay it back. So you sort of have to tell an interesting story. That's a very interesting comparison. Can we sketch out the outline of a story in 7 minutes? Yes, this is what you get from this lecture. In 55 minutes, you mastered 3 acts, and you learned how you can use those to your own end to write your stories. I would like to get in pairs. Turn to your neighbor, find the partner next to you. Yes. Yes, you can share your names, what you call. Look at each other. Not everybody has blue. Not everybody has memo sticks. And not everybody has a piece of paper. Who doesn't have a partner here? Everybody has a partner? Very well. So now look at your second half. At your partner with whom you will be partnering. And you have the last 15 seconds task. On the piece of paper you have, write a nice thing about that person. You've got 15 seconds, write something nice about that person. If you want to write more nice things, yes, of course you can do it. and when you write it down, exchange those cards. Yeah, I can hear the laughs. Have you exchanged the cards? Is it nice? Yeah, you can see that. How pleasant it can be to write things. Very good. This is what I told you. The author provides the right pleasure to you. It's up to you what sort of pleasure you deliver to your audience. I wish that you provide the pleasure that you want to your audience so that they really get the pleasure from your work. Thank you very much. This was Agnieszka Kruk who told you about 3-act structure, and after the break you will learn about the results of the competition for the TV series. You've got 1 hour. I'm going to debate right now, so in 1 hour time we'll know the results for the competition for the TV series script. Thank you very much.
ruszyć?
A wiesz, że może tak, taki trochę, tak, zostaw tutaj. Tak, tego nie widać, więc wrzucimy środka.
Poza tym nikt się nie ośmieli wejść do twojego...
No tak, do budki smoka. Tak. A, no. Hi, I just got the information that the jury is coming soon, so we're waiting. Maciej, I would like to invite you here on the stage. We would like to push back the couches. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the jury has spoken. The verdict will be different until recently, so get ready to for a surprise or a shock. My question is: do we have all the finalists in the room? If yes, we would like to you to come closer, so that we'd like you to see you better. All right. Okay, I know you've been waiting for quite a long time. I would like to wait you for this time. We discussed it for longer than we thought, so the result this year is different as it was in previous years. What the competition looks like, and it's a short story. We've organized it for the 5th year already. This competition is open to everybody. There are no limitations. We do not check who has any experience? Those who took part in this before, you know that the first part is totally anonymous. We judge only the ideas. Based on the ideas, we select. The jury convenes and we select 10 projects which make to the finals. The finalists write a pilot episode of a TV series. In the first edition, we had 116 works. During second edition, we had 320. This year, we had 216 projects, and the jury, Mr. Maciej Lesicki, who's the head of the jury, he's the president of the jury and the founder of the main prize today. This year, Kipa is our partner. It's represented by Irena Strzałkowska, whom you will see in a while, and Dawid Strzałkowski, who's also he also works in Kipa. He's also a partner in Ship's Boy together with Jana Szymańska, whom you've met on Monday. I'm also a member of jury, and I have the right of independent voice in this jury, and so we're waiting now for the jury to appear. The agenda is such that I will first ask Irena Strzałkowska. Of course, I'm sorry, I'm so nervous already. I would like to ask Irena Strzałkowska to tell us a bit about Kipa. What sort of institution is that? How Kipa supports script writers? What it does for us? What is its profile and how it operates? And then Maciej Lesicki will give you an introduction to this year's edition. We'll know all the finalists and those who will learn who got awarded. So, without further ado, we have to wait for our. We have to we have to wait for our jury. Do you have any questions for me? Who won? Yes, of course. We'll learn that in a few minutes. Let's see. Are we here already? Not yet. Okay. Let me disappear for a while. Let me teleport and find out what's happening there and invite the jury to join us. This is a moment of prolonged tension. One of the finalists might have to rethink. Everybody who has a catalog can now look through it. You've got the pictures of finalists there, and also short descriptions of the projects. I would like to welcome Irena Strzałkowska and Mr. Dawid Janicki will be waiting also for the Chancellor of the Warsaw Film School, the President of the jury. I thank you very much for all the work you've done, and I also have an ID card for you, so it's more official. We're all branded by Script Fiesta this year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Irena Strzałkowska, who represents the Polish Chamber of Audiovisual Producers, and she will give you a few words. She will tell you a few words about the KIPA. As I've learned throughout the years, thank you for the applause. Just in case, I represent in this honorable role of a juror here of Script Fiesta. I represent the National Chamber, the Polish Chamber of Audiovisual Producers. It's a chamber of commerce in a way, which gathers audiovisual producers. There was not enough of that. There was a gap because director used to be always on the forefront, but then we had no organizations for producers. We've been around for a few years. We already have a few activities which are we already know of. There are certain activities which are headaches, not only for directors but also for producers, and we try to tackle that. But we have a section of documentaries, a section for feature films, a section for children's films. We have a section of regional funds because they are a major share of financing for our productions. And what is very, very important, last but not least, we have a section of young producers, and you will see the representative of it in a moment, and a section of film schools. And the Warsaw Film School is the head, well, is one of the major schools. Our colleague here is a head of this section. KIPA represents the film industry, which film production is. We organize meetings, pitchings, training, seminars, workshops, and this is very important. I would like to encourage you so much to take part in those, because the section of film schools will make sure that you receive all the information at the same time as all other sections. Which information about workshops and about training seminars. Probably the majority of you will be interested in everything related to script writing. Be aware of that and follow that, because such seminars are being organized. We organize such seminars. We also organize meetings with people, with professionals, those who already achieved something. And this something is, as you probably know, these are awards in festivals, either local or international, and such professionals also render great help to young adepts of of script writing, but not only, also in other professions in the film industry. We are also provide continuous education for ourselves, for people who already are in the business, and we also have an arbitrage court. We have the same jurisdiction as the public courts. Another side of our activity is this activity related to the so-called business. We also, in a way, support. We support act making, the legal act making. We negotiate. We try to we hold discussions and negotiations, public negotiations relating to everything that relates to the Polish Film Institute, which is the base, I would say, the foundation for the activity on the film market in Poland. As you probably know, in the Polish Film Institute there are programs related to KIPA, so we had to have our influence on that, so that all those rules that will later apply for a few years would be advantageous for people who work in film industry and who will in the future be working on the film market. For the last few years, KIPA has been participating as a partner in the organization of Script Fiesta contest. It's great fun for us. I must say that on my part, taking part as a member of a jury, I expected a lot, and I am always very eager to take part in that. I'm also a participant. I also take part in Urimarch committee, and I also take part in the section on the regional funds. And sometimes, when I see those huge card boxes full of scripts, when they come in, I sort of feel overwhelmed, but I always have this hope that somewhere in one file or in one booklet I will find something fascinating. It was so this year. This is how it worked this year. I hoped for something great to appear. I must say that I was slightly disappointed. However, well, what do I know? I think the Mr. Chancellor will sort of complete this sentence, because you're waiting for this. You're all waiting for this. If any one of you had any sorts of questions to the National Chamber of Audiovisual Producers, you have a section of film schools. You also have a general secretary. This general secretariat of our chamber. You can address us with any issue, and we'll make sure that we are of help to you. Thank you very much. I think we can stay on the sofas. I would like also to ask Mr. David Janicki for a few words, who also represented KIPA in the jury. David, please come to the stage. As I mentioned, David Janicki is the representative of the Young Artists section in KIPA. I don't know if this is the right moment to say this, what I want to tell you, because as the first, it should be the Chancellor who should speak. Well, the Chancellor should speak first, but as you called me on the stage and give me the microphone, it was not an easy situation. We had 216 projects to assess. 10 made it to the finals, and not trying to spoil the story to you, because it's the Chancellor who will tell you which projects were awarded. I would like to give you a general remark, which was, I would say, a common denominator for the majority of those scripts that I've read. One of the most important things that that you can find in all the books, all the handbooks, which is the character, that you have to the character as the point of departure. Was the weakest link to of all those scripts. I encourage all those who write to spend a lot of time to shape the characters, not to overlook it, not so that we look. It's not to write sort of a CV, which is just sort of which tells us which school he graduated from, who are his parents. I encourage you to spend plenty of hours to think about it, because in reality, this will give us certain boundaries in terms of writing. Once we know what's the character good at, what he's not good at, when you write a certain scene that you write, when you write any particular scene, you would know how he would behave, she would behave in this. Whereas when I was reading your text, I had this impression that in certain scenes, the hero behaves in a way that was devised by the scriptwriter. It was like a hand of the scriptwriter, because it's not logical, because a person is not behave consequential. There's no consequence in behavior between the scenes, which means you fail to do your homework in a way. So it's easy to somebody like me to give you a wise talk from the stage, but I'm the producer. I'm the one who judges this, and this is what I wanted to tell you. Spend more time to characterize, to shape your characters, because otherwise it will really come back and it will pay off. This is all on my part. Thank you very much. Representatives of our partner, Irena Strzałkowska and Dawid Janicki. And now I would like to invite to the stage all our finalists. And then I'll leave the floor to the head of our jury, Mr. Maciej Ślesicki, the chancellor of our school. I would like to invite the finalists, Zbigniew Człapa with his project Madzia. The scriptwriter does not get a lot of applause throughout his life. I would like to invite you, and I would like you to sort of stand like there, so we could see you, because we'll be making photos of you. Arkadiusz Grochot Zapole is the next person. Let me remind you that the description of all the projects, together with the profiles of the finalists, are available in the catalog. The catalog is also available today on the internet. So if you get on our Facebook account, you will have a link to our catalog. Sylwia Gucaitis, The Chaos in the State. When I called Sylwia to the that she made it to the finals, she said that her mother was that she's very astonished because her mother never believed in her. The next project is by Joanna Haręża, Camera Dental. The description you can find the description in the catalog. We're laughing when you read that. It's a very distinct project. Yes, everybody congratulate to the rest. Another project is Patryk Jarosz, the Land of the Elves. Patryk, welcome. Very well. We're halfway through, because this year we invited 10 projects to our finals. The next finalist is Łukasz Olszacki with his project Go Boys. I feel a bit like in Sopot. So maybe let them stand on the other side. Then we'll ask Marcin for the finals. Łukasz Paw, Traces. Imagine yourself getting to the stage and and are given applause. So give a warm applause. Łukasz, go to the other side. There'll be two of us. The next person is the next two finalists. They work in a team. I always support teams. Magdalena Przyborowska, Paweł Kubisz. It's Bewsztyk celebryty. I believe that Magdalena and Paweł met in a workshop we organized last year with Maciej. Not really. Oh, with Agnieszka Bauer in Prof. And it led them to the finals. I would like to invite Jan Richter, the Fisher project. The project Fisher. Huge applause. If I calculate well, we have one more person, Piotr Rzepka, the charade of crime. If we are all here, then there's nothing left to me but to ask Maciej Ślesicki, producer, director, screenwriter, and an extremely talented educator, the best type of teacher and lecturer, Mr. Maciej Ślesicki. Let's listen then. Well, first thought, second thought. It's not a safe thing to say in our current political reality. However, my dears, I would like to tell you that we do have a certain problem. By this I mean we have an issue here because we've got 10 great screenwriters at the stage, but we do not have, as a result, we do not have any great text. And this is a problem which we hit upon, all of us, because when we've met at our convention of the jury, we suddenly understood that, well, we've all read those texts individually, but it occurred that we absolutely, unfortunately, agree with each other. I will tell you what the problem is about. I don't know if you've been on Monday on a meeting with me when I told you about a few things, and I would also like to repeat those things once again. What we hit here, it is a group of people who either write very well and can manage with writing per se. So they know how to format the script, they know more or less what's the beginning, the middle and the end. However, they do not make use of those those technical skills in terms of text. They're not filled with text. The content is not there. So on one hand, we've got people who write very well, but it's sort of empty in terms of the content. On the other hand, on the other side, we have a bigger group of people who have great ideas, but in the name of God, they do not have the skills, and they are not able to write them down. This is it, my dears, that it's good to learn, really. It is what I told you in the beginning. Those artistic professions are technical professions. 5% of the gift of God. This is enough. All the rest are skills, are techniques, and persistence. We as a nation, en bloc, we don't like to learn. We're not good at learning. We believe that writing a script is an easy thing and anybody could do it. If you saw 3 TV series and 2 films, it's quite easy. As I told you on Monday, it's much more difficult to write a script than to write a novel. Why? Because a script has so many constraints and limitations in terms of time, for example, of the timeline, that it is an extremely difficult feat for those who would first learn the skills. Of course, nobody will substitute your gift from God, because the gift of God from God you've got, because basing on all those ideas that we've got from you from all over 200 people, we've selected you. What we've selected was the gift from God, the idea. However, the performance is lacking, really lacking. In order to not to be too negative, it's not the only problem of writing a script. It's the problem of everything. It's the problem of directing, music score, cameramanship, and everything else. Quite often, we have to deal with people who say, "I'm very talented. I'm an artist. I believe that what I do, what I write, what I film, I will change the world with it." But it's great. However, in order to do this, you have to have the tools. This was always repeated by Krzysztof Kieślowski. The art is great. It will come. However, it's only for those a few percent. Everybody else is just cynical calculation based very strongly on tools, on skills, on abilities. And here we have a problem, because this is what lacked this year. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, as you see it here, I'm sorry, I'll turn my back on you. The jury, as you see it here, decided that this year there will be no main prize, no first prize. Why? Because this event is not a commercial event. This event is an educational event. Throughout the week, you have education here. So we decided that it would not be honest on our part if we to decide to give any one of you the main prize, and then we would take away his rights and would give the film to be written by somebody else. That would not be fair. So, because this is an educational event, we decided to give 3 distinctions, which are equal, and one of them, I would say, much more worthy than the prize itself. These distinctions are there for one purpose. They are there for those who are distinguished. They could so that they could develop their projects without losing the rights to those projects, so that they could honestly work their time over those distinguished projects, learning and developing those projects, and the rights will stay with them. There were 4 of us on the jury, and we made such decision. Some will like it, some won't like it. However, I'm very happy to take the responsibility for that. And this is our decision. And I believe that what we did is purposeful and makes sense. Because we have to coax you all, or persuade you all, to work over your texts, not only as artists, but also as craftsmen. I would like to convince you to one more thing. I would like to convince you, all of you, as you are in this room, not only those distinguished ones, because those 10 we found to be the best among 216 scripts. So they worked for the applause and for the respect from you. However, I would like to persuade you all to think, where do you live? Because a scriptwriter who writes things that, if we have a competition for a competition, which will not be screened by any TV in this country, does a certain mental exercise. If you like to do mental exercises, why not? However, this is a profession. Script writing is a profession which consists in doing something which will then be saleable, and this will be making it to the screens. In this case, we had many such ideas or projects or elements of a script which were absolutely obvious for us that no television would be interested in such a project. Maybe we were not fair for you. Maybe it's not fair. Maybe it's horrible. But this is what the world is like here. So you have to think about it too. You have to have this in the back of your mind. For 2 or 3 years ago, I did in Script Fiesta a workshop, TV series from the point of view of a producer, and I believe that I will go back to that, because in a year's, or maybe in a year's time, because what it occurs that it's a part of your profession about which nobody thinks. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop pontificating. And anyway, I didn't say anything new. Therefore, let's just hug those who got the distinctions. I would like to give the distinction to Mr. Piotr Rzepka. I would like to give the distinction to Mr. Piotr Rzepka. Well, you can hug him now, Irena. You can shake his hand. Agnieszka, maybe you will give those beautiful things. Piotr, thank you very much. It's a distinction. I think you've earned it. The Chancellor will tell you what this consists in. Piotr is a young man whom I've seen here a few times already. Piotr writes nice, good things. He writes skillfully, and I believe it's up for to the decision of the person who's been distinguished. But I would also like to say that I give a stipend, a scholarship in any film school in Warsaw, something which I believe might be useful to you in your life. Contact with other people, cooperation, learning. And this scholarship is worth much more than our first prize. Congratulations. Mr. Zbigniew Człapa for Madzia. Congratulations. I would like to say that this is an example I told you about. A great idea, a huge potential, requires a lot of work. So I suggest, what I propose you is that in a professional script doctoring workshop here in our school, which will lead you to, which will make your pilot to be saleable, because it's not saleable right now, and the rights will be left with you, so you will be able to sell it wherever you want, and we will help you with that. The next distinction is for Łukasz Olszacki. I believe that this is a text which is closest right now. It's called Go Boys. It's closest to being placed on any TV screen. However, it still requires some work, and I would like to give you an internship. Sorry, a scholarship. But he already graduated from a script writing faculty, so it doesn't make too much sense. Therefore, this distinction will be exactly the same as the last one. You will get this script doctoring of this text. Will hopefully make it successful from the point of view of a producer and a person who knows this market from, I would say, inside out, I must say that you're very close to success. Thank you very much. We are very sorry. We have other obligations in the Chemska Street, which requires us to go across the whole city. I congratulate you all, and to all who are on this stage. And my comment is: go boys and girls! Thank you very much. Once again, we our congratulations to everyone. Dear Irena, we'd like to give you some presents. A small thank you on our part. I would also congratulations. We thank you very much. I have also something here. Yeah. 2 more words on my part, and then I can give the microphone to you. What I want to tell you now, all those texts which made it to the finals will be distributed by Kipa to producers. So this is also a way of direct approaching of people, approaching directly the people who could order something from you. This is the first important thing. Tomorrow we have pitch Fiesta, so we are, I would say, at the source. So in this case, Kipa is our partner, and people from Kipa were on the jury. On one hand, it shows that you can see the trends, what's happening in the script writing market, because you have to pay attention. You could see that up to now there were some TV chains or TV stations, and last year these TV stations were selecting those what they potentially could screen. Right now, these are people who, well, both Irena Strzałkowska and the representative of young producers. This year, you had here people who know what's on the market, what's selling outside of Poland, who know the trends. It would be easier to give this prize, to give this award, the main award, if there was some TV station here. On the other hand, this information about us not awarding the main prize should be read as a warning for you, or the reading of the market. Those people who just left, they know what they're doing and they know their trade. The second thing is, I would like to tell you that on one hand, for script writers, the times are rough. These are hard times, it's difficult to write things, there are many limitations. On the other hand, my dear friends, for script writers, it's a beautiful time because there's no competition on this market. There are 5 people who are able to write and a few more people who can talk about it and teach it, and that's it. Truly, if there is a person who can combine the art and deep psychological characters, the psychological truth, we're looking for it, and emotions, and in other words, the talent with the writing skills, I will pay him any money. And each of those 100-something producers will pay him any money. However, give us a chance. You have to give us a chance, because there's a huge demand on the market. There's a huge demand for good text. We have great directors. We have very good cameramen and women. We've got very good producers. We still do not have good script writers because it's so bloody difficult. So for you, it's a great time because you don't have too much of a competition. The ideas are there. You've got ideas. You can see the ideas, but everything else is not working. So it's worth to work. It's worth to learn. You can achieve easy success. You've got as I told you, you've got the ideas, but I can't see you being hardworking. So please, you really have to focus on your technical skills, because this will bring you the results. And now let me pass the microphone and the floor to Agnieszka Kruk. At the same time, I would like to thank her, because she is... that's it. Because it is Agnieszka who is the head of this festival. She organizes it and she devises it every year for you. So she requires a louder applause. It's not that I don't think we have more than scriptwriters in Poland. Well, maybe 7. My dear, I congratulate everybody who took part in the competition. It's also a motivation for the writers to start with some sort of a project. Of course, you can always polish it, and it's the 10th commandment of Kaizen. You never stop perfecting, but sometimes it's good to sort of confront it with the reality. It's a good thing that after the competition, the rights to all works stay with the authors, and tomorrow you have a pitch fiesta where you could further pitch your projects, and there are also those prizes which will allow you to develop your project. So I think this is the strong side of this bittersweet verdict of this year's jury. I must say on my part, I would like to also distinguish 2 texts. I had a lot of fun of reading them. I would like to invite to my workshops Piotr Rzepka. You're heartily invited. Yes, it's a great text. And also the text which was warm, positive, I would like to see it on TV. Łukasz Olszadzki, Go Boys. I really congratulate you. I read it with much pleasure. If you want to join us at Storlab, to just join us at any workshop. My dear, thank you once again. Thank you. Great thanks to Maciej Lesicki, who said once, do a festival for scriptwriters, and it's 5 years. It's been 5 years already. As he told me, I do it. You all get a cult script fiesta cake, and I hope that it will increase your energy. A short break. In a few minutes at 5 p.m. we start our meeting with Tomasz Wasilewski in Berlinale, who got the silver bear there. We'll be meeting here. Maciej, once again, a big thank you. Huge congratulations to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are available. After that, we'll have a glass of wine, and we can all talk about everything, and we'll talk about everything that you would like to talk with us.
bardziej możemy poprosić o pomoc na scenie? Bo zobacz, dziewczyny się wzięły za kanapę. wszystkich finalistów. Mam jeszcze taką wiadomość, którą chciałam przekazać od kanclerza Warszawskiej Szkoły Filmowej, że każdy, kto jeszcze będzie chciał albo czuł potrzebę porozmawiać z nim o projekcie, pan Maciej chętnie podzieli się swoimi spostrzeżeniami, komentarzami. Jest dostępny jutro w szkole podczas Fiesty. Możemy do niego napisać, w razie czego ja służę adresem e-mail, także jest duża chęć. Jeżeli macie jakieś pytania, finaliści, chcielibyście usłyszeć odpowiedzi, to jest to możliwe. No dobrze, poproszę.
Very well. I would like to ask volunteers to gather all the people who are still smoking outside. I can see you already relaxing. You're waiting for this glass of wine, which awaits us in the evening. Everybody's getting ready for tomorrow's pitch fiesta. Okay, we are here to greet the last of our guests today, the star of our festival. Now it's time for our last meeting in Fiesta 2016. It's an important moment. I don't know how it happened. The week went like a flash. It's always like this. I hope that you are full of new inspirations. You've got new information, new practical tips and tricks that you've received from our guests during the last 5 days. I can still see discussions here. Yeah, for the finals. It's so of the competition. It's so exciting. So, my dear, I would like to invite to the stage the star of this year's festival, who got awarded a Silver Bear in Berlin for his script, Tomek Wasilewski. Hello. Tomek, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. We were sort of inviting you at the last moment. We were inviting you at the last moment because when did you get the verdict? Well, you had a verdict today, and in Berlin. I think it was the 20th of February, because of the 19th I had a premiere, and a day later I already had the information. Do you remember that day? Do you remember the kiss from Meryl Streep? Yes, I do. What are your memories of this day? 2 months from now, what are you thinking about that? It was fantastic. Truth be told, from the whole I have great memories from the whole festival. I was there during the whole festival. It doesn't happen often. I was from the first day there, because on the way there were some other events, accompanying events, where I had to appear. I was awarded a Variety Award, and some other things were happening there. Also, the sale of the film, and the gala day. I remember I was horribly tired because I had interviews all the time for hours and hours, and there was every 5 minutes I had new the journalists were changing, and in the evening I was already totally numb. But a huge emotions and a very good adventure. I really, I watched that on TV, and I was like happy as a child when I saw you there awarded. I was there with you. I was so happy, and I know that half of Poland was happy with you, and they were sharing your happiness. Yes, it was really, really nice that this common feeling, that the fact that we've shown a film in Berlin, that we got a great feedback from the people from the film industry in Poland, but not only the film industry, and we felt. And we felt the backing of the people who were, wooing for us. I'm 35 years old. When did you start to write? Films. To write. I started to write when I was 12, maybe. I bought a calendar of a crazy teenager. And every day, it was like this. Every page was empty, and you had to fill it in. And then I was writing. Until today, I'm writing notes for myself. I don't write every day, but sometimes I write every day. Sometimes once a month. Sometimes I write twice a day. On the way, I wrote. I wrote poems. Today, I think they were horrible when I think about them. However, I did write, and I liked to do it. Afterwards, when I was in my secondary school, I remember one moment. We were to perform an analysis. I had a fantastic situation when it comes to Polish language teachers and Polish culture teachers who are managing all this, because sometimes you can meet a great teacher who will spin you even better. He will spur your will to write, and I was lucky to I was lucky to have. I was really lucky to meet such a person, such a teacher. And I remember her. She in the second or third class of the high school, she gave me the task to interpret a poem. I misunderstood what she intended, and I did not analyze this shot by shot, but I sort of analyzed it as if I was making a film. The movement of a camera, what the camera sees, how it moves. I did it with the whole poem. Obviously, she asked me to interpret it by in 4 or 5 sentences. I did it for like a few pages, and she was kind enough to read it through, even though she saw that it wasn't what she intended. Suddenly something clicked, and I started to think in images. And it is so until today. When I'm writing, when it comes to movies, I'm always writing it as I would be directing it. That's why my scripts are untypical in a way. But I was writing always, as far as I can remember. When did the director in you show? The fact that I wanted to do films, I knew that always. When I was a kid, I thought I would be an actor, and I was playing. I thought that if you're not in front of the camera, then nothing related to the film counts. The more I grew up, the more I understood it's quite the opposite, at least in my case. Halfway through the high school, I knew I want to be a director, and I did everything. Each decision concerning my education, my decision concerning my work, or internships I had to and praxis were to bring me closer to making a film. That's great. So in a while, I'll open the discussion. I will open the Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. I would like also to mention one thing before we open ourselves to a wider discussion. I met you at the colors of while filming the colors of happiness. You know, it's like this. Many script writers write scripts, and you know how artists approach that. You know, you're doing this shit job. It's not an art house. How did it happen that you, when you were writing this TV series script, you also realized your artistic potential? Before I answer your question, I would also like to say one thing. In my case, I never considered myself to be a script writer. When it comes to films, I always wrote to be able to direct. For me, you do not divide the work between script writing and directing. It's like one single body. So I don't know if we could talk about me as a script writer, although it's very kind, but it's a new reality for me. Come on, you've got a silver bear for the script. But I remember you were quite surprised. Yes, I was quite surprised, especially that all my scripts went against the grain with all the opinions of the experts. I wrote the scripts for Polish TV for 6 years, and it was just my job. I don't know what artistic community you're mentioning who doesn't like that. But I wasn't paid by the artistic community. I was a grown-up man. I tried to make my debut. I was 30 when I made my first film. So after my studies, for 4 or 5 years, I've been working, and I've been doing everything to make a film. And I met on my way Ilona Łebkowska, who was looking at that time as a script writer for her team. I needed a job. She gave me one episode to write. I wrote it. She liked it, and the producers liked it, and the TV liked it. So that's how I got a job, and this is where I spent 6 years of my life. it is difficult to analyze it from a different perspective. And during that time, I also did films, and when I think about it, for the last 5 years, I did 5 films and I wrote 200 episodes. So I was working non-stop. So finally, you decided to break up with this writing for TV and concentrate on the films only. Yes, because I knew already that first of all, I could afford it financially, and second of all, I knew that I will not do United States of Love while working for something else. The previous films were done in such a way that I finished a TV series. I did a film, I made a film, and then I came back to TV series again, and then after a few years I realized that I'd never had a single free day, and at some point I stopped needing a free day and I couldn't use a free day anymore. It's like when you're working round the clock 24/7, well, maybe not 24 but 14 hours in 7 days a week. As you know, it's a free profession, so we're not limited by weekends, nights, and quite often in this profession it is so that also the persons for which you work. In here we have this competition for the TV series. When I'm making my own film, I'm designing my own day. I'm sort of planning my own work. But quite often when I work for, well, you know about it perfectly. We used to work for TV. Then episodes have to be executed in certain ways, and we used to work for whole weekends. But these are, as I said, this is a free profession, and this is also a great advantage of this type of work. Do we have any questions? Raise your hands. Yes. The first one is here. And please introduce yourself. My name's Eva. First of all, congratulations. I think it was a sort of award for the whole writing community in Poland. I felt as if we all got this award. And I was even touched, thanks to you. But then I learned that you were a director, and then I said, oh gosh, yeah, I knew that. Yeah, they should take it away from me. Yeah, that's true. However, my first question, which did not spring to my head now, but when you were going to collect your silver bear, my thought was, how the fuck did he do that? Well, it was quite a difficult, thorny way for me to do those films. I was looking for financing. First of all, I was rejected from every school. I couldn't make it to Łódź Academy, Łódź Film Academy. I tried to make it to script writing with this script, and I got 4 points out of 10 with the remarks that it's very bad. Of course, during my attempts to sell it or to find financing, it was changing, but it was still the same one. I failed to get to Wajda's school twice. I think this is the only school I didn't try to get to. But I knew I want to make films, so I was the assistant to Gośka Szumowska with her 33 scenes of life. I was quite stubborn at that. I remember I met Szumowska during workshop like this one, and she made a document. There's nothing to fear of about death, and she invited 5 people to her house, and she told about this project. So then I said I want to be her assistant, and I took her telephone number and I called her for a year every month, and I told her that I have to work with her, and so she accepted me after a year. And this was the same way. In the same way, I worked in Dramatyczny Theatre, in Nawoli Theatre, the studyjny theatre in Łódź. At that time, I was writing the colors, and I did my shorts then, and I tried to make my debut. I quite often had this problem. People asked me when people don't know, why should we give you any sort of money if if you don't have any schools. I made a 2-year course and then I did an extramural course in production in the NMA in Łódź. But I heard it all the time. You know, there's a queue of directors who are educated, who have their schools, they have diplomas, who, just like you, want to make a film. And of course, I knew why I want to make films. But I understood also that, on the other hand, well, that's right, it's true. Why should it be me and not other people, especially that my scripts got really low grades, and now you're one of the most promising voices of the young generation. Yes, well, let's remember that in our work, in our profession, it's something like that. Well, for me, the important part is that I make films which are honest with me, and that I don't lie in them, and I don't pretend something in those films. I don't pretend some other sensitivity. I don't pretend having. Let's say I don't think of my films that it's best for Cannes, that this is good for Berlin, and the other one is for Karlovy Vary. Not at all. What I'm doing exactly what I want to do, and I'm trying to achieve what I would like to achieve. It doesn't work always that way. How did you say it? One of the most promising voices. One of the most promising voices of young generation. Well, I could also be not one, because usually it is said about your last film, and if it happened that my next film would be not received not so warmly, it might change overnight. However, what I want to tell you, you know, there was no main prize, and then I thought I've heard it many times. I've heard many times concerning me and what I wrote, and I never gave up, and I did those films. We still have 2 hours, so you can speak as long as you want. I did my first film alone. I managed to persuade my friend and his partner. They gave me about 40,000, and this is what Sypialni was made for. We all worked for free. The whole crew was totally unprofessional because they were friends of friends from the university. So I had situations when I got to the set. We got Kaśka Herman, who was cast as the main character, and there was nobody because nobody arrived. So because we stopped filming at 2 in the morning last day, so everybody was asleep. But we've managed to complete this film, to execute it. We were lucky enough to get to Gdynia festival. I think the first one was Karlowe Vary. So when we got to Gdynia, it was the first film in the independent cinema competition that was not financed by an institute. The film got a great reception there. Immediately we were invited to a competition, independent competition in Karlowe Vary. We got great reviews from Hollywood Reporter, from Screen Daily, and this is how it all started. Because we went all around the world with this film, and then I've learned that in 2012 it was the biggest success in festivals concerning invitations to the main competition for all projects of the Polish Film Institute, because I understand that the Polish Film Institute was sending it. No, they helped us a lot. They did not finance it, because I decided to do it for independently. The finance helped. The institute helped us a lot in the promotion of the film. The girls from Olga Domarzała, Iza Kiszka from the international support department helped us a lot. Marysia Łętowska worked there too. They took care of us, and really they showed to selectioners our film. They talked about our films in festival, and this went on. And it happened so at that time that after the first showing of In the Bedroom, I got Roman Jarosz with a script that he would. A year before the cinema premiere, he was looking for a director for a script which he wrote himself. And I went to this meeting and I told him that I don't want to do this, however I can give him my own script. And he said, well, okay. And I gave him the floating skyscrapers and the United States of Love, and he selected the floating skyscrapers and decided to produce it. So for a few months before the world premiere of In the Bedroom, I already had floating skyscrapers edited and ready. In 2012, I've got In the Bedroom. In 2013, I had a premiere of floating skyscrapers. I think I didn't answer the question. Well, the question was, how did you do with this? Well, exactly, this is how I did it. Well, you just pushed. He was pushing. He was persistent. So let me give you a more precise question. I would like to ask about your technical side. Do you work with someone? Do you work alone? Do you sort of write treatment synopsis? Do you work on post-its? What's your method of writing? The thing is, I don't have any sort of skills. I don't have any sort of technical side. I've never learned it. I started to write at a very early age, and I developed my own style of writing. I never work on treatments. I start to write a script, not knowing how it's going to end. I think this is very different from how you work, but this is just my way. I wouldn't be able, I believe, to sit down and write a treatment and then develop this treatment, because while writing I would change it. I write scene by scene. I know what characters I want to have, what emotionality I want to have, or what my characters, what emotions they should feel. But I don't have it stated in my head that I should go from point A to point B. Right now I'm writing a new script, and truth be told, I knew somewhere, I had this notion how I want to finish it, and I had to carry it from the beginning to the end. But at some point it turned in such an unexpected way that everything got changed. So I got to the end, but in a totally different way. So I both write and direct in a very intuitive way. And as I told you, when writing, I also already direct. So I don't know if my script should be an example for anyone to see how to write scripts. In my view, it's my personal view, you can learn the trade, you can learn the format of all this, but in my view, you cannot. Nobody will teach you the talent of directing. And well, as I said, it's my personal view, and it's different from my perspective. It's different to write for TV, as Maciek was kind to mention. These are these are like frames. It's like ordered work. It's a commission. I worked in a different way on my films because they are not being ordered. I'm not working on order or on commission when I'm doing my films. They are like on my own films. I'm not also doing producers' films. It's not. Of course, there are situations like this, but it's not for me, so I reject them. I would probably not do them properly. By producer's films, you mean that the producer tells you that he would like something, yes? Yes, I mean, like, the producer comes and says, yeah, I have money, I have the idea, this is what the heroes should be, this is what the story should be, and this is not for me. Paweł, please use the microphone. How then did you manage to write the scripts for TV series? Well, it went pretty well because I didn't try to do my own film in the script there. When I was working for the TV series, I got a very well-defined guidelines from a producer who got guidelines from the editors on TV and producers from the TV, because this was a TV series. Like a continued sort of soap opera, which went in prime time at 8 p.m. 5 times a week. It also had a lot of limitations. It wasn't. It's a different story when you have a series for such situation as Canal Plus or HBO, which are private stations, as you know. But I just did this job as good as I could. I just stick to the rules. I didn't write treatments then, because I wouldn't be able to do it. What happened? I got a treatment, and I was writing an episode basing on this treatment. Agnieszka, you have a microphone. Hello. I also congratulate you. My name is Agnieszka. Juliusz Machlulski said once that he feels a storyteller. My question is, do you feel a storyteller too? Is it like you're telling your own story? Yes, of course. These are the things which these are the emotionality that I'm tackling in my films. It's close to my heart. What I'm writing, they're all made-up stories, but in those stories, those stories have a lot of my emotionality, like in every one of my protagonists, of my heroes, and my characters. And I believe that I'm selling myself in a way. I'm sort of selling my emotionality in all this, my own point of view, and not a story as such. But I think this is what it is all about. Our profession is. I can't imagine a cold calculation when I'm writing or when I'm directing. And I'm very honest towards myself, and towards the script itself, and towards the audience. And I love this this is what I love in this job, that is so personal. You are in a different situation because you will be writing a script, and then such a charlatan, a con man like myself, would grasp it, and this might be difficult. I am lucky to be writing for myself, and I love it, and I seem to be quite successful. But I also change the script during the rehearsal, and I can do it because I'm a scriptwriter. But I can't imagine. Well, the scriptwriter could if I worked with him, he could get a stroke. I have 5 months of rehearsals, and we really chew through this script, and we talk about the script with actors, with the cameraman, and it changes a lot. And it is so that I come back from my rehearsal and I write 5 new scenes, for example. You've mentioned that you're working on a new script. What is at which stage is your work? Let's say it's the first draft's ready. Okay, you've got the first thorny draft. Is it already now that you're starting to meet with the actors, or are you still alone with the text? No. I will start to meet with the actors when, well, let's say 5 months before the shots are supposed to start. When my script is already finished. Not for you to understand me wrong, but I arrive with a ready script, and then it's being changed within the structure it already has. I never had a situation that I came with a script, and then after the rehearsals we had a different film suddenly appearing. Now, what I mean, having this luxury of being the director and a cooperation with the actors, I also cast people in such a way, cast the actors in such a way that I select the actors which have the emotionality I like, and that they would become the characters and not play out those characters. So I'm using a lot their own emotionality. It's much too easy it's much too early for me right now. I'm already thinking, of course, about certain actors, but first and foremost, I'm thinking what the character should be like. How should the character act, and how should he? What's his business and emotional business, and how should he react with the audience? And then I'm looking for this sort of an actor. Sometimes I get a totally different type of person, and then it all changes. Once again, the key word is emotions. What you also repeat. Yeah, but you have to remember that my cinema is like a very art house. It's very personal. It's very specific. And when you're talking I base on emotions. My films have no huge stories. The script of in the bedroom. It's the script was like this. The script, Edita sits on the bed. She thinks. She goes along the corridor. She's moved, and this is what the script looks like. So when Kaśka read it for the first time, Kaśka Herman, she was slightly taken aback because she didn't know what to think about it. Dorota Kamińska. Good. I'm really glad to have met you, because it's like music to my ears what you've said. I've got two faculties, it's medicine and finances. Nobody ever wanted any document from me. Right now I'm at such a situation that I want to enter this community of writers, of artists, and the first thing they asked me, the first thing I was asked, what sort of university you've graduated from, and not I said which ones, what university, and then asked, well, it was not a film school, no. And it's the first time in my life I feel like I have to have a diploma and I have to prove something. But I've already sold something, it's already being made. Why does it have to be like this? So what you're saying, it's like a music to my ears, that you probably had a very similar thing. Of course, I do have plans. Maybe I would like to go to Vida School, maybe they will not accept me. I would like to have the third faculty. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's so fun because in each of those schools, then I was lecturing in each of those schools. Congratulations. I don't know how you could get any higher. So you've got already the Warsaw film school. Don't you have this feeling that the community of artists are afraid of having somebody from the outside and base it on the emotions, and that something might be closer to the life? I must say that I'm terrified. This reworking of the scripts, it was also very, very useful. I've learned a lot. Thank you. But I don't know if it's still my script anymore. Well, I can't answer your question. I won't answer your question. I'm very far from judging anyone. In my view, in this job, I'm talking about myself here. I have a great passion to do films. Films are the most important thing for me, and there was no other possibility for me. I knew that I will be either making movies or I'll be doing nothing. What I meant, there was no plan B. I was always to make films, and I was always determined to do this. And because I'm not very good at passing exams. I'm very bad at this, and I never made it anywhere. I knew that this is my way. This was the only moment. I think if I didn't do in the bedroom at that time, I would still have debut in front of me. I would still not have made any film yet. Meryl Streep, which cheek? Both cheeks. Really, guys, I believe it's the passion which is really important. I'm always talking profession. It's very strange. I never believed that to be a profession. I never thought of it as work. This is good. I like it when you say passion, passion, passion. And I remember my friends who, after the first rejection of their scripts, said that they have no talent. This is the end, and they return to work somewhere else. And here you've got this passion. You've got this drive. Hello, Edyta Olszówka. I'm glad to meet you. I must say that I saw your films and I congratulate you, and I'm so happy that you're so successful. But you said also that you think about the cast quite early on, and you're very much. It's very connected with actors and their emotions. The script is very very much connected with the actors. I know that the directors don't have time to go to theaters. I do. I remember you sitting next to me at one of the plays. Yes, but what's the chance of the actors to appear in such a casting? Because sometimes we expect something. We sometimes we don't expect emotions of other people. Other person might be a great surprise for us. How to be able to join the casting like this? I don't do a lot of castings, really. I did castings with floating skyscrapers because I didn't know any young actors, and those that I offered the role to, they rejected it. So I was put in a situation that I had to find young guys who would get main roles in my film. With United States of Love, I never called it a casting. I called it more like a test shooting. I do it like this. There's usually just me. I hold the camera. Because I can see that such test filming is a unnerving situation, and the last thing I want to do is to the actor to be nervous, because then I will not see anything. And I think more him to be great than he does, because I want to find an ideal character for my film. And I know that the whole role will be basing on the emotions and emotionality of this character. So what I'm trying to do is to do this thing with as little pain as possible. And with the United States of Love, I had this test shooting, and at that time, for the first time, I worked with the casting director Piotr Bartuszek, and he also helped me a bit. But afterwards, I selected 2 actresses, and I did those sort of rehearsals with them, maybe a few hours at a time. So let's just call me. Yeah, everybody thinks now, will we see Edyta Olszówka in Tomek's next film? No, of course. I'm not doing castings. I don't like the word casting, because I'm not casting the talent of the actress. What I'm doing when I'm doing test shootings is only to see preliminary shooting. It's only to see, because I haven't found this character embodied. Then I'm trying to find out whether I can find in the body of this actor what I'm looking for, and I'm not trying to find out if he's a good actor or a bad actor, because when I meet an actor, I assume we trust each other and we have respect for each other's talent, and we are sort of trying to feel our way and to find out whether this is going to click. This is my approach to this. Hi, my question. I have a question. My name's Olga. Sort of referring to Edita's question. What inspires you? You know, because the floating skyscrapers is a very picturesque, and I had a reference to Hopper's paintings. I'm inspired a lot by architecture and photography. This is the most. What inspires me the most. In terms of architecture, I think that you haven't seen yet the United States of Love. Yes, we tried to show it yesterday, but we couldn't because it's before the premiere. Well, this is the fate of festival films. Well, we had the floating skyscrapers yesterday. I believe that this architecture is very well seen in my films. It's very explicit, and I believe this is what fascinates me the most. You can call architecture a genre of art, yes, of course, and photography. I like painting. I like Hopper a lot, and when you see my new film, maybe you'll see even more of the influence. Maybe not reference, but certain similarities to his art. However, Nan Golding was more of an inspiration when I did the floating skyscrapers. Right now, thinking about a new film, I'm watching this new branch of photography, which portrays a very contemporary locations, such as a cemetery with a gate from 1990s, or very colorful buildings and districts. It quarters. It gives a very modern approach to something which we could call kitsch from the 1990s, and this is what drives me now. And I watch a lot of this now, so it's difficult to say. I remember that I read at some point. I can tell you exactly what, because I haven't written this yet. But when I was going to the first communion of my sister's son, I read an information on a bus stop. Somebody stuck it up there. That it inspired me so much that I started to think about a film basing on this topic. So the floating skyscrapers were supposed to be about a 50-year-old woman who works in a railway station and has a daughter in a relationship with another girl. So as you can see, this script really changed a lot. And I was inspired to this film. This film was inspired by the bus station Dworzec Zachodni, which is not even presented in the film. Yeah, my question was about the locations. Are these the locations that you select, or maybe the operator, the cameraman helps you? How do you work on the visual side of the film? In terms of locations are being found by me. I know exactly how I want the film to look like. While writing the script, I also have locations, a very concrete locations, and I know that the action will take place in those locations. I cooperate with scenographers, of course. I did the last film with Kasia Sobańska and Marcel Sławiński. And my cooperation with the cameraman on this film, he's a Romanian guy. He doesn't know Polish. He doesn't know Poland at all. He's been here for the first time. So I took him to those places, and we were looking. I told him what I like. There were many places where I said, this has to be there. This has to be in the film, and he liked it too. And there was those where we had a discussion. However, concerning the architecture, And my inspiration with architecture, I sort of transfer it immediately to those places that I select. I think there are like common points there because and points of contact because I use a lot of concrete tunnels, but also water, basins, pools, sea. This is what I like. These are the places I enjoy. I like to be there personally. They inspire me. So it automatically brings me to the film. The selection of the operator, how conscious is that? Let's say that you change the operator. There are different practices here. Some people work with only one cameraman. Well, the cameraman, it's very conscious. Everybody who works with me is selected very consciously. These are people. There is no accident in that. I never have in the crew people with whom I wouldn't like to work. I can't imagine making a film in a situation when I wouldn't want to work with someone. I give 100% of my devotion, and I also expect everybody who follows me into the film also would work their 100%. I'm doing a non-commercial cinema which does not give you a lot of money, unless maybe, well, who knows. But to be quite serious, I always the foundation is my crew. I always believe that the director is only as strong as his team is, and very often I saw it that when it was very hard, it's always very hard because there's always lacking money, we're always lacking money, lacking time, lacking resources. But I feel the devotion of those people. They stay with me, they work longer hours, they are hungry because we're not making a break, because we have a very difficult scene and we cannot break it because the actor cannot get out of it, and you can 2 hours later you have to postpone the dinner or lunch for 2 hours. So I'm very consciously selecting those people. However, I also believe that they select me. It's not that I'm just saying I snap my fingers and say, okay, you work with me, you work with me, and you work with me. I sort of gave this passion to the people, and they followed it. And I always worked with great artists, great creators. So it's the same situation with the camera people. I've changed the cameraman, and each of my films was done with a different cameraman, but the next film will be done probably with Oleg again. Of course, everything can happen. I've learned already that I'm making a film when I'm on the set. Twice I had the situation that 2 hours before the shooting, my film collapsed due to financial reasons. Everything was ready. It was like floating skyscrapers. Twice already, everything was ready already, and nothing worked because of the money. So it was 1 year gone. Yes. So the more I like people who will follow me. You're talking about art house, individual films. So now I would like you to think how you want to answer my question. Do you accept even this notion or idea that in the future you will work with a script writer, or will you base upon your ideas about your films? Of course, I'm not close to anything. I just don't know. I'm changing. I wrote my first script 10 years ago. No, 12 years ago. The first version. And since that time I've been writing, and I already noticed that there are different things which interest me when I was 25. I had different problems, a different emotionality from now when I'm 20, when I'm 35. Oh, it's a healthy development. I hope it will develop, and my films will also develop, and I don't exclude this. For me, it's something new, because I never worked like this. I never made a film on somebody else's text. I don't know if I would be able to do that, but maybe before I won't know before I do it. a scriptwriter would certainly have to know and allow me to interfere with the text, but not in such a way to, as I allow, well, not allow, well, the actors fill in my writing and how it changes. I also think that a scriptwriter would have to do the same with me. Because I think then I would be able to make a film like this, filtering it through myself. Because otherwise, I would be just I don't want, if you would like a director who would just take your script and make a photo on order, on commission. I'm not negating this, of course. It's just my vision of the cinema is so distant from all those rules that it is difficult for me to answer your question. But yes, of course. So there is a chance, yes. So there is a chance at some point in the future Tomek Wasilewski will make a film basing on somebody else's script. Hello, I have two questions. One of them shorter, the other one is longer. First of all, I wish you all the money that you were talking about. And I wanted to ask you about the scene in floating skyscrapers. Does this scene mean anything to you? Theoretically, yes. I would like not to sort of convince myself, but tell me what you see there. You would probably want me to interpret something for myself, but yes, but it has a value for yourself. For me, it has a value because it's my film, and it has a value that you are watching it, and if you felt something, this has some value for me. And if you have an interpretation, that has a value for me too. Of course, I can answer your question, even though I don't usually answer it. I'm the last person to interpret my own film. All my films are being built in such a way, and the scripts are built in such a way to add as little as possible. They're open, they should have no ending, even though theoretically they end. These are open endings. I also have quite a serious, strict look at my characters. I do have a distance and a certain perspective, and I try not to help me as Tomek, the director. I'm not trying to help the audience nor the characters in understanding each other. I hope that this will work emotionally. For some it does, for some it doesn't, but it's how art works. Some feel a certain art, I feel certain things, I don't feel other things, and in this way I'm building this. So I'm wondering what did the butterflies mean for you? I like the symbolism, and I thought that maybe that the butterflies mean some evolving from a larva, because I nothing has sprung to my mind. My second question is, I understand that the protagonists of the floating skyscrapers, it all ends not very nicely in terms of their fate. Did you want to inform us that this is the life of homosexuals, that we should live with that? No, not at all. When you look the United States of Love, you will see that it has a more radical and more difficult ending for the protagonists. This is what I said. My films is a totally devoid of mission. I don't feel mission in the cinema, and I don't want it to be in my films. I don't feel that I, as a creator, or Tomasz Wasilewski, should tell you what you should think or how to behave. What I would like to do, I would like to evoke in you emotions which would either appear or not, and you will leave the cinema, and then when you feel some emotions, then you could wonder, you could think about those characters that we've created in a film, or maybe they will not have any meaning for you. In my view, this has value. I also love such cinema, such films. I watch such films, and I like to leave the cinema and not be able to shake off the emotion which the film and the characters evoked in me, but it was which was sort of born in me, because I'm watching this film through me. It's not about a topic, it's not about a story. It's about what we feel, what we take for ourselves. So I really didn't want to define anything. What is the I didn't want to talk about the fate of of gay people in Poland. This of course happened. I don't distance myself from that, because what I wanted to use is I wanted to use this social zone, and I really needed that to tell this story. And this is the way I told this story, in a very conscious way. But it was not my role, no, it was not my goal to tell you what's happening at any given moment. It's more like how it influences a person. I don't really know. Thank you. Here. Tomek, I wanted to ask you what were the most difficult moments. My assistant with the floating skyscrapers. What were the most difficult moments for you on your way to filming? What was the biggest challenge, especially around the time of your debut? Because you said you haven't graduated from any school, and I understand this must have been a great stress. You made this film for your own money and for the money of your friends. So it must have been a lot of responsibility, a triple responsibility. And my second question is, how did you learn to work with actors? Okay, I've never learned to work with actors. I just work with them. Really? It's a very short answer. Intuitively. What I feel, what I believe should be felt by the character, this is how I work with actors. Working with actors is one of the most pleasant times for me in terms of creating a film. So I don't have any answer to that. Especially that it really looks very well. It has a very nice outwards looks, because we just sit and sip wine. Answer to the first question: no, I was not afraid. I was never afraid of any film. It was always a fulfillment of a dream. Of course, I remember the evening before the first shooting day when I was in the bedroom. I remember when I was at the dinner with whom I sat, and I remember I was nervous, but it was because of the situation. I never thought that I'm risking somebody's money, because I was sure that I will make a good film. Of course, it's a matter of taste, but this was in my understand. This is how I felt. But somebody had to organize the work for you. So you developed a script. You wanted to be a director. How much did you manage to find somebody? Do you remember that I graduated from organization of production? Yes, of course. Well, yeah, of course. My producers never had anything to do with the film. I had a production manager who worked in TV, and he never did any feature films. I know how to organize the whole production. I learned it also when I was doing my own films, not only in a school, but doing my own films, for example, in the bedroom. From the calendar, then through organizing everything, You can do it. Agnieszka, once again, I have a question concerning your writing, script writing. Yeah, let's call ourselves by our first names. I would like to ask you about your script writing. Have you ever got stuck? If so, what made you move on? What inspired you? What helped you? Well, of course. I write in such a way that I think very long about the script and I develop it in my head, not individual scenes, but a general story. When I have a place, I already see the scenes there, and then it happens so that I just sit down and write, and then again I arrive at a point where I don't know what to do because I know what I would like to happen or what would happen to a character. I know what would be his path, what road he should take, or what should happen to him. But again, I don't know. So I wait. I'm thinking about it. I drink a lot of wine. I take walks. Now I work in such a way. I spent 2 weeks in Jurata. There was nobody there. There was only me and the dog of mine, and we were walking for hours and hours across the Hel Peninsula. I was watching films. I was watching sunsets. I drank wine, and I watched films. I don't know if I said it already. And I wrote. But at some point, I was searching and searching and waiting, and at some point I just wrote it. You wrote the first thorny draft, yes? Yeah, more or less. I sort of completed the first draft. How many pages does your... Well, how many pages? 102 in this case. And the previous ones? Well, the United States of Love were a big script. It was like a very, very developed story. It had like 130 pages, but it had over 200 scenes. But remember, I tend to have scenes like Edyta is standing next to the window. But more seriously, though, I have no sort of ready formula to write a script. I really like to do it, and I do it my own way, on my rules, in my own system, and it just gets developed. What will be the topic for the next film? Oh yeah, just the theme maybe. I'm not asking you about the story. It's just the theme. It's about love. Oh, it's gonna be a film about love. Yay. Yeah, but a mature love, a very mature love. After many, many years, or the love with a long history. What is love after 40 years? How does it change how we change? How it impacts us as humans? And this is based on my hardcore, of course. I haven't seen the last film of yours, so we still before the premiere. Is love the topic that you explore in each of your projects? No, love is not the right word, because if we are to talk about emotions, about all emotions, then we can sort of put them into one basket, which is love. Yes. Yeah, it's more of a theme than a topic. Yes, loneliness. That's what I'm also interested in. Loneliness. However, loneliness in relation to another person and in being close to that other person. The older I am, the more I see such things, that quite often I believe we are being lonely while even being in a relationship with another person. And I don't mean any sort of problems, you know, delving on some problems of a relationship in a film. I'm more interested, why is it so? What happens with me, with a human being? When I'm in such an emotion, yes? I don't want to talk about the situation, yes? Yeah, that was deep. Oh, I know it sounded bad. It was, yeah, very high-flying, but it was very spiritual. However, as I change, I'm interested in more mature things. United States of Love, for example, were written in 2006. It's been 10 years since I wrote this script. Of course, it changed a lot since then. One of the motives there is marriage with 15 years of track record. I remember the version from 2015 that I was 2012. I remember that at that time something totally different interested me from what I did on the set in 2015, because what I was interested in on the set is what's happening, what happens between those two people when the heroine has everything. She has everything. She has a loving husband. She has a job. She has a home. She has a friend. But she goes down. I try to look at it from this perspective, and I think this is this is my path as an artist. In my own climate, of course, this emotionality is what interests me at this moment. So it's difficult to, not answering your question what the film is about, it's difficult to answer your question. I have one more question, maybe not relating to this sequence of this meeting, but I read about you. I read about you an article, a very warm press release, and the author said that you are a person of new generation. You're a representative of new generation. You work very well in the European setting, that you build your brand in a very conscious way. Is it a planned strategy on your part? Is it something that is fully natural to you, or are you going with the flow, or are you going with the flow, or are you is it all planned? With Peter Koslik, the director of Berlin, I spoke in the same way as I do with you. I'm just like this. Well, not really. No. I'm not planning anything. I love festivals. What is incredible, which really changed, my life changed since I started to go around festival in the bedroom. I'm lucky enough to have my film distributed all around the world, and I have a chance to go to other countries, meet with the audience, and talk to ingenious directors whom are now friends with me. Because at one point when I started to go to this festival, it was more often that I saw those people than my friends, and I really got very close with many of those people. It's always a great pleasure for me. Of course, I'm at work also. You think that it's a festival, everybody drinks wine, everybody has having fun, it's a party. Yes, but it's at the same time, it's work. There are talks, there are pitchings of new films. During every festival I have a question concerning my next film. I'm sorry, it's a sparkled water. Meeting with selectioners, with further festivals, with directors of other festivals. But these are almost always, practically people who are in love with cinema, just like I am. So truly, this is this type of discussion. I'm also quite direct. So it's easy to talk to me. And I don't set any sort of a barrier. I can speak English, so there's no problem with that either. And I don't know if this, but I don't know if this is the thing. So I don't have any strategy to promote myself. And I never thought about promoting myself. It's more like I don't like this phase of promotion of the film. If I could, I would make a film and I would go to meetings like this one, because this is what I like, not the meetings with journalists, even though they are really nice people with whom I also made friends. But this is not what I'm talking about. But it's still promotion. It's today's meeting the session is a different story, and it's different with a promotion. Of course, I'm not lying in interviews, but from the very beginning it has this background of the goal of promotion, and in here there's not a relation between us that we have to achieve anything. We can talk, and during those festivals is the same story. But of course, you also do a lot of business there. You also get other festivals there. These are contacts. But this is fantastic. This is fantastic that after those few years of going to all those festivals, I can, and in this way, I've managed to get Oleg Mutu to do the camera work for my films. I don't know if you know him. He did films with Windsor, with Munju. He does films all around the world. And my dream, since I saw his film in 2012 in the cinema Wisła here in Żoliborz, I remember leaving the cinema, and I bought the wine and cigarettes, and I was smoking fags and drinking wine. I just couldn't get myself together after this film, and my dream was to work with Oleg. And it was, as I told you, a festival. I called the director of Transylvania International Film Festival in Romania, where both my films were in a competition. I got a prize for directing there for floating skyscrapers. I called him and I told him, "Listen, man, it's my dream to work with Oleg. Call him." And he, while being in New York, called Oleg and said, "You know, there's a Tomek, this guy, he will be calling you from Poland." And I called Oleg. Oleg said, "Ask me for a script and for references." And he liked it a lot. Well, because I know the situation itself went very fast. It was very, very simple, and I thought that it's a very easy thing to do. But then I realized when I met Oleg, we spent a lot of time together, and I saw how scripts flow in every day, and he got phone calls from all around the world, just like mine from Poland, and he just liked what he saw. And he came over a year before the shooting of the film to Warsaw. We recorded 3 scenes. For the 3 days we did the post-productions of those scenes, and then he said that he will come and make this film for me, because we really get on very well together. We trusted each other, and we immediately knew that we think in the same way about the cinema. Well, I maybe not think, because we think in different ways, but we're looking for the same things. So this is also how festivals work. I can't imagine having strategy for myself, for promoting myself. It's not also how I didn't believe it in such a take it in such a way, because I don't need to be popular. I don't like this, and I'm not vying for this. I'm not, as I said, the promotion thing is the least interesting one for me. I would give it to the actors, give it away to the actors, but I know I can't do it, and I believe I'm as I always were. Yes, I maybe I was better dressed. Yes, I have two short questions. One is out of sheer curiosity. What was your approach to the character of Sylvia from the floating skyscrapers? What do you mean by that? If you could, for example, tell us who was Sylvia for you? How would you describe her? Didn't I describe her? I'm just interested because I had this feeling that she's judged in a harsher way than other characters. In my view, she isn't. It might be so at the end of the film, or it's your perception. For me, Sylvia was and is a person of limitless love, but such love to Kuba that before, until the moment until he pushes her out of the train, she will be with him. It was like this with Marta. I remember that Marta had a similar question as you. Marta defended herself for a long time to this from this thinking of Sylvia, and she argued with me that Sylvia should kick the guy in the ass. Sorry for the expression, but I tried to explain to her that I believe that there is a love like this, a love towards which we are so defenseless, and we are defenseless again to ourselves, that in this relation we will also become a victim. I remember that Marta came to me once during the shooting already, and she said, "Listen, I know everything." She was approached by a girl who told him that she was in exactly the same situation, and they even had a dinner as they had in 3. And she really felt, because there's the frame, it is the scene is made in such a way that Kuba sits next to Michał, but I really wanted it symmetrical in the beginning. But then the cameraman told me, tried to convince me that Kuba should be more on the side of Michał, and this is how we shot this scene, or even into variants. And she said that she felt exactly like this, that they were sitting on two different sides, but she felt that he's sitting next to her. And then suddenly Marta started to think totally differently about her character. She stopped being afraid, and she didn't feel that she doesn't have to defend her character and explain why she, as a woman, is being remains in this relationship. I know it's not feminist it's not too feminist, but I try to show that. I try to show it with great love. I treated it with this great love. Yeah. She was carrying her loneliness. If I did the floating skyscrapers today, I would make her the main protagonist, because today she's more interesting for me than Kuba. But well, yeah, as I said, we're changing. My name is Rafał. I would ask you a question concerning the editing. Your script, in a natural way, has to undergo certain transformations throughout the filming. However, we then go to editing. How far do you move away from your original script? Do you want to sort of hold on to your script, or maybe you would change something in editing? How much is being left out, for example? I never have anything like this, that I have to edit the film exactly like it is in the script. And this is also an advantage of art house, because this is also what it's all about. I think in the commercial cinema, in the producer cinema, that might be a problem. I just don't know, but I believe it might be a problem. In general, the editing is a very difficult stage for me. I really, it's very emotional for me. And I'm always disappointed with what I did during the editing phase, because I believe that my films should be much, much better. I'm talking about my new film now. We have an apartment rented out in Wilcza Street. I never give editing to anyone else. I always watch the whole material. I select the best shots in my view. Then, knowing already the whole material, 100%, I come to editing, and then we together with Beata we organize this. If anything is done behind my back, I get hysterical. I remember her editing something for a week by herself, but then we had to come back to the point of departure, because I can't do it any different. However, as I said, editing is a very difficult process for me, because then for the first time I sort of collide with my film. It's very difficult for me. It's very difficult for me to understand that the spectator, the audience might have the same emotions for the film, and I'm always disappointed. I like my films, of course, and I wanted to do them, and I sort of fully stand for them. However, always, it's very difficult to say. I remember when Polański, I was in a meeting with Polański, and I really felt a great relief, because he said that after the first editing exercise, he wants to jump out of the window, and I have the same thing. You know, I have a great editor, and it looks like this. Or do you come with wine to her? No. Sometimes I just come, I sit in the window, I start to smoke cigarettes, and say that nobody will care about this film, that it all doesn't make sense. And then she, for an hour, explains that it's totally different. And I try to convince her that I don't feel anything, and it's the end of the world. But then after an hour, we start editing, and it's every day like that. For 5 months, yes, she's a true angel. Beata Walentowska is a true angel. You can't imagine what she had to go through with me. Plus the phone calls after the editing, many, like for hours and hours. Yes, I'm talking about the people who sort of really devote themselves to this, and other people too. Let's talk about this case, the case of editing, relating to your question. Somebody asked here, what's your name? Rafał. I remember, yes. But there was a question concerning my team. Without 100% devotion, this film would not be the same. Beata lived through this film. She cried over it many times because she at some point
Mam to szczęście, że w tym kinie, które robię, przeżywam jakiś cały czas sam siebie, ale ludzi, którzy ze mną tworzą ten film. Przeżywamy naprawdę.
yeah.
Zanurzymy się do ja też pracowałam z takim projektem ze służb bardzo chyba i to jest właśnie jakiś taki punkt, który łączy wszystkich ludzi, nawet jak się rozchodzą każdy w swoją stronę, to jednak pozostaje, tak? Tak, ale to jest bardzo trudne, bo my bazujemy, pracując naprawdę na swoich emocjach.
We work basing on our emotions. Otherwise, such film would not be. Otherwise, we won't be able to make such a film. While writing a script, I'm basing on emotions. What did Małgorzata Szumowska tell you? Because Artur Wyrzykowski told me that Małgosia Szumowska is not is now Małgorzata. What did she tell you after in this Berlin when you got this award? When you went to see. What did she tell you over wine? You wanted to be her assistant, and she was on a jury which gave you the prize. What did she tell you personally about this film? What did she feel? She liked this film. In general, we learned that this film, well, we didn't know which category it will be awarded in, but it was one of the favorites. It was one of the favorites in Berlin, and there was a belief that this film will get an award, and we also felt it in such a way, in certain way, because we felt it. We didn't know it until the very end. When I went to the gala, I wasn't told anything because everybody was invited. They were told that they will get an award, and we weren't there because. A day before we had a premiere, so we sort of immediately went to the gala, and we were the only team which didn't know. So I think that Gośka respects what I do, and she believes my way of thinking about cinema. Well, she told me that she personally would add more humor to this. Because this film, United States of Love, I think there is a sense of humor in there. But it's a difficult film. I think we've managed to do something, and we've heard it from the viewers that it is 100 minutes. And when we pulled them underwater, we kept them underwater until the very end of this film. There was not a There was not a moment when they could grasp a breath. Yeah, this is of course. There was but Małgorzata liked this film. What did Meryl Streep tell you? She said that this film is very important. That she's very happy that it appeared, that she thought about this film, and she thought for a long time about this film, that she really got very emotional about it, and that she felt very emotional. That was the most important part for me. Did you exchange telephone numbers? No, but I told her that I'm doing another film about a very mature woman. That's when she suddenly straightened her shoulders. Well, very well. Who else? Pavel. I have a question to you concerning In the Bedroom, because you've mentioned that it was produced by people from outside of the industry who invested their own private money. It's a very important obligation. I'm interested in the box office. Did it sort of pay for itself? How did you feel with the situation that your friends give their money? Did it mobilize you to work or paralyzed? I don't need to be mobilized to make films, never. But I'm talking about this financial aspect. Yes, I understand I understand your question. I never gave it a thought. I never thought that their money is at risk, because in my own perception, I felt that I will do not a good film, but I will do films. I will make films, and I need to make films, and I have to do them, and they will be meaningful. I believe that they were good and that they will be meaningful. And my producers, Michał and Grażyna, at that time were mature people who decided to give their private money into this film, being absolutely aware what sort of film I want to make. Did it provide return on investment? I wouldn't know. Well, it started to sell because the Floating Skyscrapers, for example, were a bestseller in Amazon. Together with the Nymphomaniac, with a Great Beauty, with Kashish, The Life of Adele, and I was in this group of the 5 bestseller films, and English distributors immediately bought in the bedroom. But I think that in art house cinema, individual films, especially in the beginning, there's a little chance they will earn any money, although it happens. I think that looking from the point of view of finance and earning money, looking at the art house cinema as a business, I believe you can look at it in a perspective of a path or a way of the director, because I believe that if I am credible for you as an audience, then you will watch my films. Some of them will be more important, less will be indifferent. To others, you will be indifferent, and maybe there will be some other emotion in that. But in the perspective of artistry, of creation, the art house can bring some sort of benefit, which I believe you asked me about. I never thought about it. Yeah, there's a certain. Also, there's also you sort of travel around the world to festivals, right? Yes, of course, but every viewing earns money for itself. So you also had to pay me for yesterday's screening, yes. So it is alive. Maybe I'll make this sort of a turning point, because you will be asking difficult questions again. Rataj, what was the race of this dog? Golden Retriever. It belonged to Raymond. I also offered dog food, but for free. Yes, because we have a wine for free in a few minutes. Hi, my name is Sławek. My first question: white or red? It depends on the time of the year. At this point, it's red wine. Yeah, sweet or dry? Always dry. Then we have something in common. I'm sorry, it's only that. I prefer sweet. I have a question to you, because as I'm listening to you right now, as you say, it's like this. I met Łebkowska 6 years on TV. I did a TV series. I had friends. I produced my debut, and then I don't remember, it was Karlowe Vary or Gdynia. No, sorry, I can't remember. It's like, okay, finish your sentence. But I tell you, you went to Jurata. You spent 2 weeks. You've managed to rush through 100 pages of a script. So where's your heavy toil? Where's your blood and tears? Where? Okay, he's here. For 5 years, every month, I bumped at the door. I sort of bumped the door of different producers. Nobody wanted to trust me. Nobody wanted to give me money. I've managed to convince a friend of mine and his partner to risk. You said, believe me, it wasn't one day, to risk and make a film. The plan was incredibly hard because we did it in a small group of people very fast. We didn't have any toilets. We didn't have nothing. We had nothing. We only had food. We had a piece of meat and potatoes every day, and we were happy because we weren't hungry. The floating skyscrapers were rejected twice from any financing. In terms of financing, the producers wanted to make it for the private money at a very low budget. So we again shot this film not having really any sort of close budget, not even having enough resources to make this film. After which, I know they had problems with later with financing of this. We had huge problems with promotion because one of the distribution chains didn't want to put up our posters because the poster had two boys who were about to kiss each other. Warsaw Metro line Warsaw Metro refused to screen the teaser, and there was nothing in the teaser. At the same time, while doing this film, while preparing this film, editing, I got up at 5 o'clock every morning. I wrote an episode. At 9 I finished. I went to do the film, and so for 5 years. In between, I had a surgery of my back. After one film, I had an emergency. I was driven to the hospital because I couldn't. I fell down at the pedestrian crossing. I didn't have the strength to stand up. You know, it might sound like this, that I remember Karlowe Vary, I remember Gdynia, but I get them mixed up because it was the only Gdynia which was in May. Usually the festival in Gdynia is it was in April, but there was only one edition. It was exactly that I had in the bedroom, so that's why I don't remember which one was first. Now I'm starting to feel it's getting easier. After the third film and after this award in Berlin. People talk differently with me as a director and a script writer, and I'm really glad because I feel I've gained certain trust, which before that, certain confidence, which was sort of there was no confidence before that, or there was a big question mark or hovering over it. Especially that I'm doing films which are quite difficult, both in terms of topics and characters and structure. So it was difficult, yes. But I always knew what I want to do. And I never gave up. I managed to do this. Now that I'm looking from a distance, and I'm telling you about this, I've lived through it, and it doesn't seem so horrible anymore. But it was difficult. There were many different stories. Episodes. I remember, for example, in one of the festivals where we were in the competition, for some reason, removed our trailer for reasons unknown to me. I don't know. Many things happen to my films. Right now, more people want to talk to me. But truth be told, I'm very happy for Berlin and the fact itself. I remember how Gośka got to Berlin a year before, or 2 or 3 years before, and I thought, how this must be incredible to be respected so much, so that the films that you do is so important for the people that they put you in there. And I thought about that, and in reality, this award does not make me a better scriptwriter nor a director. nor my film is any better. If this film was not in Berlin in the competition, it wouldn't be any worse. However, and because it got the award, it isn't any better than it was. So my film was accepted and liked. So this is fantastic. When you said that 1 month after the other, you were rejected time after time, and this is it. Yes, I'm sorry. I sort of tried to pull this out. I heard so many scriptwriters who say, "Well, I have no talent, and nobody wants to work with me." Where have you been? Well, nobody wants. They say. Okay, but you said it's month after a month. I must say that with those 3 films, I've been with every producer in Poland at that time, between 2005 and 2010. And at every institution financing films. And finally, which institutions were this? Just get on the internet and look at the list and look at the institutions which finance films. But I'm telling you, I also understand this because it also stemmed from the fact that I was a guy out of nowhere. I just came over and said, I want to make a film, give me the money. Yeah, this is what it looked like. Of course, you could sort of translate it into this language, yes? So right now, if I was a producer, then I wonder if I would give money to such a guy like me. I don't know. Well, a guy from out of nowhere who's not even writing episodes for a TV series. Have you felt that this is any sort of a problem that you wrote episodes for TV? No, of course not. It just took my time. It was the only thing. Well, my dear, we're getting close to the end of our meeting. We have 2 or 3 places. Yeah, Agnieszka is a leader today. I'm sorry for this. As a scriptwriter, I would like to ask you, Tomek. I would like to ask you I would like to ask you for advice. I feel I have an interesting story, but I will not torment you with this. There is a director who I believe would tell this story very well. What advice could you give me in terms how should I approach this director? Do you want his telephone number? Yeah, actually, I could even have his telephone number. The problem is, how should I, as a scriptwriter, well, I'm not very well known. How should I brave this situation? How should I talk about my project? How should I encourage him in those difficult times, so that he wanted to speak with me? You have to tell me what you told me, that he's an ideal director for this. This is your script. That it will be perfect if he reads it. I don't know. Well, just talk to him like to a human being. Really, I mean, this is what you told me. What I understood, you have some sort of a fear that you're not a famous scriptwriter, and the director. I have a feeling that he will ignore me. Come on, when I was an assistant in the theater, I directed every actor behind the director's back, behind the scenes. I remember when Gośka gave me the script for 33 scenes, and she invited me to her house, and she asked me about the script. Then I told him she has to change the ending, but not because. Well, this is how I felt. And I really worked with Małgorzata very well, because I believe she felt me to be her partner. I was her assistant, and I came to her with every idea. She told me, you just plain idiot. It's so crazy. It would be a nightmare. But after 2 days, she would come and say, well, yeah, well, let's do it. But it's just how I work. That's why I select the people for my team. the people that I want to work with to use their talent. I really know exactly I really know exactly where I want to go. But sometimes somebody will come and say, Tomek, think about it. Maybe you could change something, or maybe there's too much of this. And then I will, let's check it. That's what I say. In my opinion, you should call him right now. I would like to ask. No. I would. I don't want to be a director. Do you have a project with architecture, Aga? I wanted to say that Tomek, that what I meant a different director. I didn't think about myself. Not for a single second that you're talking about me. No, I wouldn't brave it. But thank you very much for your advice, because thanks to you, I also get this courage. I believe this story, it's like this, I think that my story is great, but then in my brain, this is what I told you about my editing, now having a new script in my head, I have this nagging feeling. Is it this? Anybody will be interested? You will never know. You will never be sure about that. If you're an artist, you cannot calculate. You cannot use a formula. I don't know what sort of film you want to make, but I tell you, call him today. I want a commercial cinema, and I want and I want your business card. Yes, but this would be heavy money. I will organize the money, and you will make it. Can I know where to write? Yeah, write it to me on Facebook. So you're open to doing a project about Warsaw architecture. I don't know if I'm open to that. We're having an open discussion about possibilities. At this moment, I'm open to do my next film, and this is what I will do for the next 2 years. I don't know. So I'll do a step back. Yeah, no, you can call me. You can write to me on Facebook. Thank you very much. You will get a lot of new Facebook friends. Yeah, at least we're on the first name terms. I first called you and then I sent an email. Yes, right. So it was a standard way. I'm not technical enough, but I can still manage Facebook. Same here. I saw some hands waving in the air. Who else wanted to ask a question before we disperse? And then you tell yourself, I could have asked this question. Sylvia, can I? Monica, yes? Which film moved you recently? I liked films which I saw, but I didn't have. I can't remember, but I'll try to recall. If we still have time, I'll try to answer your question, because I watch a variety of genres and varieties of films. I like Haneke, Seidel. I like Sofia Coppola, Arnowski. All those films which I noticed are coming closer to a human being and put this person in front. And those films, I like sort of get very emotional about those films. But there was this film, I can't remember which film it was. I saw Mummy for the second time by Dolan, and I'm not a great fan of Dolan. And recently, I saw it for the second time, and it really moved me. Will you watch it? Will you watch it tonight or tomorrow after the event? The, all I see is like a grey haze, so you have to really wave intensively. I have the microphone. This is the last chance. Here it is, and then we'll be summing up. I think it will be more of a remark than a question, but looking at how you talk about emotions and how strong these emotions are and how important emotions are for you, think about all those, your early poems. Consider them. Come on, come on. Bite me, cut me with a razor, make it painful for me. No, it goes this way, so I don't know. No, I don't think it's a good time. Well, it's a good ending, thank you. Is anybody else? Is there anybody else who has a burning need to ask a question? If not, Tomek, because the meeting with you is the last meeting, which sort of wraps up our festival for this of our script festival. So your advice will finish our festival. Will make a sort of close it. So, is there an advice which you would like to give to script writers? There's a script which I would like to stick to myself. To think in your own way, intuitively. It's not always easy. There are many question marks. And there's a lot of uncertainty. But I learned that as long as I think my own way, I get my way. And those films showed me that it makes sense. And I think this prize in Berlin shows this. So, in my view, in my opinion, there was everything in the cinema already. What else can be special is what we as artists will put in this vision of the cinema, and not follow the formulas. This is my point of view. Great, thank you very much, and I'm waiting for the Polish premiere. Congratulations. Dear all, this is the end of script Fiesta. Tomorrow we have a pitch Fiesta. We've just finished the script Fiesta. Tomorrow is the pitch Fiesta, which is an additional event. Tomorrow is also the off-record party where we will be chilling. And tonight I invite you for a networking event and for a glass of wine. I would like to thank everybody. The crew has my crew has dispersed. Thank on the Facebook to all the people who helped me in making this festival. And I'll ask them also. We've got Maciek, who's the technical guy here. He binds it all together. Natalia with her crew, who did the transmission. The guy who sat through all this festival in a booth, 40 degrees centigrade, and interpreted everything we said, Janek. Thanks a lot. I'm really happy with you. Thank you.